infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime.
Oh, baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast Season 3 episode, 43 today, guys, I think? Holy crud. We're getting up to episode on this Season 3. That's insane. How you guys doing? We have a hell of a show for you guys today. We got some really great topics talking about, state of gaming and if it's better today than it was when we were kids. We'll talk about a little bit of a Switch 2 sort of 8-month review, how we feeling about the past, the present, and the future. And then, some Pokemon Presents predictions. And if any of our co-hosts come up with a dealer's choice, we'll see what the hell happens there. That being said, let's go around the room and introduce ourselves. And we got to start with our special guests, of course. Beginning first off with Resident Evil Requiem man over there, Super Metal Dave 64.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll be streaming the entire game live on my channel starting on Fridays. So make sure you're there on Switch 2. It's going to be hot.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
Hey, 60 FPS. That is...
Yeah.
Oof. Really nice to see third parties targeting that. Then we got Zach from Switch Force is here. Who's this guy?
What is up? Thanks for having me. I will also be playing Resident Evil Requiem, but probably not streaming it.
That's good, though. Hey, look, we all know it's probably going to be GTA 6 if it comes out that wins Game of the Year, but this is the leading contender so far this year. It's very early, though.
Looking very good.
Yeah. Then we got GameBird Classic.
Hell yeah. Happy to be here. It's another killer Wednesday, ready to talk some Nintendo, some video games. Really excited for new guest Switch Force. I know you've been on here like way back, but I mean, man, I was watching your channel before I ever did anything on YouTube. So really cool to meet you. Super happy to have you here and looking forward to hearing yours and Dave's thoughts on the topics for this evening.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right. And then you guys know him. And if you look, ThunderStash needs no introduction, but every week he has a shirt and it's topical. I know exactly why the DuckTales shirt is on. Welcome, ThunderStash Gaming. Muted ThunderStash Gaming. Still muted ThunderStash Gaming.
Why am I muted?
I don't know. You were muted in the app too, which is weird for you.
It's weird. But yeah, thanks for the intro. Happy to be here. Excited. Yes, tomorrow, Disney Afternoon Collection on Switch 2.
Oh, yeah.
My review is pending Disney's approval. They've had it since Monday, so hopefully it gets approved in time for tomorrow. So look forward to that most likely tomorrow morning. And yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for Resident Evil. We were just talking about it before. I got my Switch right next to me. A review code should be coming in within the next 2 hours. So I'm hyped. Might stay up late and play it after the podcast.
You're getting the Switch review code? Switch 2?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
That's awesome. And man, what's the right time to play? It's late at night. That's Resident
Exactly.
Evil. If you're gonna stay up late, that's the one to stay up late for.
Prime, can I chime in really quick because I forgot to mention something that I really wanted to mention. It's slightly out of frame, but something came in the mail yesterday to my surprise. Completely forgot about this.
You think I was gonna forget?
I got my first trophy as part of. I know you guys can't really read it.
I was afraid of what that was for a second there. All right, glad it's a banana.
I know.
You remember this guy? You don't know. Seriously, this guy.
After the last couple episodes.
After the Cyberpunk fiasco.
But for those in the audience who can't read it, this says the NintenByte Podcast Game Awards 2025 Betting Special Champion GameBird Classic. And I am honored to have destroyed all of you in our little friendly Game Awards contest. And I look forward to doing the same thing this year. I hope to have an entire wall of bananas.
Well, to be fair, it probably won't be a wall of bananas. The reason I chose the bananas because DK Bonanza was up for a game of the year.
Sure.
So I was like, all right, we'll go with the banana trophy this year because I got ThunderStash, just the classic, replica trophy. And I was like, all right, this will get boring if, we just have shells of replicas. We need different trophies.
Right.
Good call.
Although I kind of want the replica. So if I win it one year.
I love that. I love that.
Myself a trophy. Buying yourself a trophy feels a little weird. Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
I do love that. Like Dave was nervously eyeing the banana in the corner of my screen, like, "Oh God, what's gonna happen this time?"
What is that?
You don't have to worry about that tonight, Dave. I've mellowed out in the recent shows.
Sure, you have.
I don't know about that. What's up, guys? I'm Nintendo Prime. You know what's up with me? Daily news and all that. All right, let's get into our topic roulette here. Bye. Yeah, Eric, you don't matter. I was literally going to go to you right now.
Oh man,
I was going to have you introduce yourself and then pick a topic.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Now you don't
nice
matter.
Save.
Sock
nice
puppet.
Save. Yeah, right. I don't talk anyway, so
you hate talking. That's what
I
it
do.
says.
I do.
I was just helping you out.
Yeah.
What's up, Eric?
Oh, same old stuff, different day.
All right. Well, what do you want to talk about? What's the first topic you want to grab?
You know what? Because I hate it so much. Let's do Pokemon predictions.
You will have the least to say about that one. That is for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Birdman.
I'll take topic 2. We're 8 months in. How are we feeling about Switch 2 today?
Awesome. Stash.
I'll take topic 1.
All right.
Gaming's better today than it was in our childhood.
I figured you'd like that topic, by the way. I knew you wanted to chime in on it.
Dude,
right.
when you suggested this topic, I was like, "What the hell?" I literally just had this exact conversation with a buddy of mine on the phone like 3 days ago.
You'd be surprised. This conversation comes up more often than I realized it did.
It's a good one.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I have dealer's choice, which means I have no idea since I made the other 3 topics. I'll make a 4th. I'll figure it out. All right, Eric, let's go to you right away, man. Let's talk about that Pokemon Presents, man.
All right. We got a Pokemon Presents on Friday. So basically, we're going to get to our predictions for it. What do we expect from it? Gen 10. It is the 30th anniversary. So what else are we expecting from it? What's your favorite memory from Pokemon? If anything, yeah. So I guess let's go ahead and start with Dave. What are you thinking?
Can I pass? I don't have any desire.
That's fine. No, that's totally fine.
I am not into Pokemon whatsoever.
Yeah,
look at my background here. Yeah. I mean, seriously, guys.
I say that's Pokemon.
Pokemon's not for me.
Yeah, right.
That is Pokemon right there.
It's okay though. It's okay.
All right. Zach, you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting 5 minutes of TCG news, probably going through every single 30th anniversary logo, a couple mobile games, and then the big Gen 10 reveal. I think since they got Pokepia out of the way, I don't know that there will be a second major console game. besides Pokemon Champions, I guess, if you want to consider that. But I think they'll really hype the reveal for Gen 10 and then show something that maybe isn't cutting edge graphically, but at least modern graphically.
Well, sure. What do you think they need to do with Gen 10 to make people happy?
Oh, geez. Not release it. I don't think there's any way to make anyone happy. I think the only thing would be the anticipation. People would enjoy that probably more. No, I mean, I honestly thought Scarlet and Violet was pretty solid. I know the performance really ate the game up at the beginning, but I thought that was like the best Pokemon that I've played since I was 10 and, in the Pokemon mode. There's obviously a million things they could do to improve upon it. I don't expect them to do that, but I do expect it to be visually cool, and I expect it to run a heck of a lot better. I think if they can do that and not make the new starters look cheap, then they're in business.
Okay. And then before we move on to the next person, do you have a favorite memory?
Favorite memory? Probably getting it's not game related, it's card related. Probably pulling the Charizard out of base set. When I was young, I was coming home from my grandparents' house. My mom had to stop at Walgreens for like some ibuprofen, picked up a blister pack, and boom, Charizard. Had to wait till I got home to call my friends because no cell phone back then. I'm old. But yeah, that was magical for sure.
All right.
GameBird.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Obviously, I feel conflicted about Fire Red and Leaf Green the way it was revealed. Like on one hand, they knocked out all the marketing for it, so it almost feels planned. But at the same time, like, why wouldn't you just save that for this presentation? Was it accidentally, announced a little bit early? Who's to say?
But I feel like the eShop before they said anything. They didn't say anything publicly, and then it was just on the eShop.
But then they like dropped all these tweets and trailers that felt like it was on standby. Kind of, I don't know. It was just very odd. So whether it was on
like someone hit the button to send it live a little soon, and they're like, "Oh crap! Well, now we got to market it. We can't fuck it. That's out of the way."
So it was a bit odd, but I do expect to see that again here, at least to drop like that. It's out today. An additional trailer. I don't know if this got confirmed. So guys, if you're more, I've had such a busy week. If you're more read up on me, feel free to correct me. As far as I understand, there's been there's no integration with Pokemon Home. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding? Because if it's not, if they've confirmed that it's not part of it, what I would like to see and what I could see is them announcing integration coming at a later time. Maybe when Gen 10 releases.
So when the eShop listing first dropped, it did say Home, and then it got updated the same day to get rid of that line. So we're kind of just left in, we think it's going to happen someday. Like they announced it's supposed to happen with EA, and it hasn't happened yet. So it's like,
sure. That's something I could see being new that's announced as an integration coming down the line that's not available at launch. Obviously, like Zach said, I do expect to see a lot of logos. Talks about trading cards, updates on all the cell phone games, Cafe, Go, Sleep, all that stuff. Probably a mention of the park that they opened up recently, Pokemon Park, some new merch, maybe some updates on the shows. I know the last Pokemon Presents, I think we got an update for Pokemon Concierge. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something in that area. Wishful thinking that I have for this. This is something that I don't expect to be there, but I would really like to see, because it feels like we're all expecting Gen 10. We already know about Leaf Green and Fire Red. Black and White remakes. They kind of skipped over that. I would really love to see a remake of this gen. It's probably my favorite gen of all of them. I love how there was a little bit more of a deeper emphasis on story that generation, or even a tease of a new Let's Go. Let's get some Let's Go Gold or Silver out there. This was an amazing gen that introduced a lot of mechanics that are core to the series today. I fully expect to see Gen 10 there. I have one really big concern for Gen 10 beyond performance. And I know this is probably going to sound crazy because I believe we're probably all expecting this to be a Switch 2 exclusive. But what if it's not? What if the first mainline gen is a crossover, which I would hate to see.
If it looks bad enough.
Right.
Which it might.
Sure. To me, it doesn't make sense to do that other than the logic that, well, Switch 1 has, 155 million plus user base, install base right now. So why wouldn't we put it there? But we already got ZA out of the way. Let's really double down. Let's push this year why you got to have a Switch 2. Let's knock out those killer exclusives. Pump the brakes a little bit on the Switch 2 editions, pump the brakes maybe on some of the cross-gen titles, and get a solid exclusive that everyone's going to be excited for, or maybe in the case of Gen 10, unwillful purchasers. I'm not sure, but but Gen 10, listen, ZA, one thing that ZA nailed, regardless of what you think of the combat system or the visuals, that game really nailed performance. And I know that's not saying much because the game is isolated to one location, but that's a big deal for these games. Like, if we get those stop motion characters in Gen 10 when you're in the classrooms or whatever the villages or towns are, that's going to be a no-go. So I think at the very least, I think they need to nail the performance. There's no excuses. There's literally no excuses at this point. I'm not going to give Game Freak excuses. That, and I hope maybe they pump the brakes a little bit on some of the gimmicky stuff. I really enjoyed Scarlet and Violet as well. Some of those like little town base raids that you would do, some of the gimmicks like that they incorporate. I wish they'd pump the brakes on that and focus on really just making a great, solid Pokemon RPG that performs well. I'm hoping that this is a new, I don't know. I hope this sets a new standard for the series. Hope, not expecting it to. I'm cautiously optimistic. We know Switch 2 is a lot more capable piece of hardware than Switch 1. So I think they have the tools, they have the resources. Hopefully we'll know this week if they can deliver on it. It would really be nice to walk away from one of these things feeling some excited discourse on Pokemon, because it feels like the same story every year. Everything's packaged with an apology from Game Freak and from Pokemon Company. So we'll have to wait and see. At the end of the day, these games are always so much fun. I always show up for them despite the issues, just because I have so much fun playing them every single time. I love trying to catch them all. I love the gym battles. Just give us a solid running, I mean, at the very least, a solid running Pokemon game, and maybe they'll surprise us in other areas. We'll have to wait and see. And then my last prediction for this one is more of a for fun one, kind of a bonus, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of mention of this is either in combination with Pokopia or Fire Red or Leaf Green, that if you have save data from one or both of these entries, there'll be some sort of a gift or a reward when Gen 10 comes out this year. I don't know if it's a mystery gift, a Pokemon will show up that you'll be able to get, but I could see them doing something like, oh, if you have save data from Pokopia or from Leaf Green, Fire Red, when you purchase Gen 10, you'll be able to get a shiny, shiny Lucario, a shiny Smeagol.
3 Ultra Balls.
3 Ultra Balls.
The thing I was going to say is, what to me is the coolest aspect of Pokopia is that's a cool idea with or without the Pokemon IP. Sure. I would love it if the Gen 10 game that they show is cool, even if you scrub away the Pokemon logo.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Bert, what's your favorite memory with Pokemon?
Oh boy, man. Favorite Pokemon memory. Man, I got to go way back. I have a lot of trading card ones like Zach, but I'm going to go with, I remember my first Pokemon was Pokemon Blue. Because I thought Blastoise looked awesome, and I've always leaned towards I'm the water starter guy. Every time I go with the water starter, but I'll never forget the feeling as a little boy finally using my Master Ball on the Mewtwo, and just like I couldn't even believe that I had a Mewtwo. Like I just could not believe it. So I think that was like my big holy hell moment. And a very fond memory. I remember, telling the kids at school, like, oh my God, I caught the Mewtwo, and no way. But yeah, I think that's probably my favorite. But
Nice. Stash Man.
All right. So predictions. I think that pretty much everyone's on the same page. Like, we know what to expect here, right? I think we're all predicting Gen 10 will be there. The mindset is that it should have better graphics. If it does, great. If it doesn't, it's just more of the same. It's fine. We've all talked about that several times here on the podcast, in that we don't play Pokemon for the graphics, play it for the gameplay, right?
Sure.
And so if it has nice graphics, though, that is a nice bonus. And I would most certainly welcome that. I'm sure a lot of people will. I do expect to hear about Pokemon Champions, how that's all going to work. Probably an update on Pokemon Home. More info on Pokemon card game. I would presume that they would briefly mention the GBA Pokemon Fire Red and Emerald Green.
Sure.
Obviously, it comes out Friday, but they should mention it. Probably get an update on the World Championships. GameBird, like you said, an update on Pokemon Sleep and all the mobile apps, all that stuff. I think the big question is, are we going to see anything else? Because I really do believe that we all know what to expect here. And Bird, you alluded to it, like, hey, maybe we hear about Black and White remake.
Right. Or a new Let's Go.
Something, yeah. And that's what interests me the most is, are we going to maybe see something that we don't expect? It's kind of tough, though. Do you really want to announce the new Gen 10 and then also a remake?
I don't think they
because
have a remake and a Gen 10 announced at the same time.
Yeah.
I think it's more like a mystery dungeon game
Sure.
or something announced then.
Yeah, because then you're telling your audience two different games. They don't know which one to really get excited for, even though, I mean, logically you should know which one to get excited for, but we all know how the everyday casual consumer is, that they will be confused by it. They won't know which one is the main one. There'll be a lot of silly questions that will go along with it. And so you really don't want to do that to yourself. And again, the kind of other thing we're getting is Pokemon Champions. So we're at least getting presumably news on that. So would it be something on the side like a Pokemon Snap? Pokken tournament? Who knows? We'll see. Either way, I'm excited for this. True Dude says, so basically we're all expecting Gen 10, right? By the way, super hyped to play Fire Red and Leaf Green. I haven't played those since they came out on GBA. And so it's been a long time. And I guess with that said, I'll go into my favorite Pokemon memories. And it goes back to the beginning. To when it first came out, picking that up at Pokemon Blue, picked up at Best Buy, and I just had no idea that it was going to explode the way it did. And I remember reading about Pocket Monsters and Nintendo Power, right?
Yep.
Because of course, it's 30 years now, but here it came out in 98. It's not 30 years for us, but it's obviously 30 years for Pokemon. And I remember reading about it thinking, it sounds interesting, interesting enough to want to drop. I think it was probably $29.99 or $34.99. That's how much the Game Boy games were back then. But I was excited to play it on my Atomic Purple Game Boy Color.
Mm-hmm.
And the place I always went my whole life to play basketball. I'd be there every day during the summer. And it was that Paradise Valley Community Center here in Phoenix. And I also worked there. And at the time I was 13 and I worked summer rec. So, they had summer recreation camp. And I worked in the gym with basketball, of course. And I remember like everybody who was at Summer Rec, and then everyone who worked it too, like people that were older than me, all the staff, everybody had Pokemon. Everybody had link cables. Everybody was playing the game and trading Pokemon. And it was like, this is crazy. And you guys all know.
Phenomenon.
Yeah, like growing up, you know, in the 80s, the way video games are viewed versus today is night and day difference. They really weren't respected, you know, the way they are now. They weren't accepted the way they are now. Back then, there was a lot of concern over, you know, the realism of games, over fatalities in Mortal Kombat. Even Pokemon dealt with stuff.
Oh yeah.
I remember, I think I was reading about it. Pope John Paul II had to review Pokemon to let, you know, the Catholic and Christian community know if it's okay to play Pokemon, like if it's not evil. I was actually reading this like a week ago. I'm like, this is crazy. I do remember this.
Yeah.
Because I remember my mom asking me about it. I'm like, Mom, it's fine.
Pocket demons.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a huge deal. And my Mom, it's fine. This is no worse than Mortal Kombat. And, you know, we talked you into allowing us to rent that. So it's all good. Yeah, that was tough back in the day too, with Mortal Kombat and that damn hearing on C-SPAN with Joe Lieberman. That dude was about to really fuck up our plans back in the day. So my mom's like, we're gonna have to wait and see what he says before we go to Blockbuster. I'm like, oh my God, I don't feel good about this. I don't know who this Joe Lieberman guy is, but he seems real serious about this.
Dude, they were coming for everything back then. Our games, our music, it was everything.
Everything, yeah. Because that's when, what was it, like cassette tapes and CDs started having the ratings on them.
Yeah,
because they didn't have that before. That was a huge deal. That's obviously when you had the video game ratings, like the GA, general audience, and the KA and all that, before it expanded. But
was that right before they did the Sweat for Blood in MK1 or MK1 on SNES, or right after?
Yeah,
it was sensitive.
It was it was right at that time, and Sega had the code for blood.
Mm-hmm.
I still remember it was AB AB CA BB.
Yeah,
I should remember that, but
SNES edition was called the tournament edition. Ooh, the one that had the censored fatalities and no blood.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was so lame.
Happy times.
I know. Yeah, so that was like my main memory of Pokemon, and I do remember like seeing the craze on the news kind of as the years went on, like, you know, middle school, high school. And I lived with my grandparents in high school. My grandpa would always have Bill O'Reilly on TV, the O'Reilly Factor.
Yeah.
And then Seinfeld. while we're eating dinner. I think Seinfeld came on right after. And I remember Bill talking about Pokemon and about how it's going to die off and all this. And I remember telling my grandpa that wasn't going to happen. And that this shit's going to be around until I'm getting ready to leave the planet. And he was like, I don't know about that. I remember we had a debate about it at the dinner table. And I was completely convinced that Bill was 100% wrong. Like he is on many other subjects.
I could see your parents be like, all right, Steven, eat your broccoli. You know, like
well, I was in high school at the time.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And, I had that high school attitude too, you know.
Yeah.
Is during the WWE Attitude Era. And that attitude rubs off on you. Yeah, it's my memory. That's my biggest memory of Pokemon is that, but it's just watching it after all these years. Continue to defy the odds and like not slow down. It's like, this is wild, man.
I'm curious. I'd like to ask all of you guys, just since I mentioned it in my predictions. Do you guys think that there's a chance that this is a cross-gen title, Gen 10?
There's definitely a chance.
There's always a chance, yeah.
But do you think it's more likely or less likely? Because I really don't know.
I think it's less likely.
I
think Legends ZA, that was a good call out, that was kind of their their offering, their peace offering, and now it's like, hey, we need people to buy this new system, and we'd like you to spend $500 on Pokemon Gen 10, not just $70.
I'm going to say 50-50 because it's going to be about if the Pokemon company, because they care about is money, right? Number one thing they care about is bringing that money. Did they believe Switch 2 is going to be a smash success heading into Holiday 2? Or did they think, we still got to lean on Switch 1? Because they've been kind of conservative in the past and going on to the next generation for a couple of years.
Is there a world where Nintendo threw them a bag of money and said, make this Switch 2 exclusive?
Well, I think what Nintendo needs to do is look them in the face and say, we had to publicly apologize for your last game. You're going to do what we say.
I mean, their commercial costs more than Legends ZA, so...
Yes, yeah, it's wild. That is nutty. And Zach, my thought process was the same as yours until my call with my buddy we're talking about is like, so do you think this is going to be cross-gen or exclusive? And I hadn't even thought of it because it just makes so much sense for Gen 10 to be exclusive. Why wouldn't it be? Like you said, especially now that they got ZA out of the way. But yeah, once he asked me that, like panic set in. I was like, oh,
it's
God,
valid. I think it's super valid.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I would lean towards Switch 2 exclusive.
Sure.
And I do think that, hey, they can say we had Pokemon Legends ZA on both consoles. Now it's time to move to Switch 2.
Yeah.
I would say this though. I would say that maybe if they did a remake and they use that same engine that they used for, what was it, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl.
Sure.
Oh my God.
If by chance they did, I know it didn't get good feedback, but I could see something like that, maybe like a remake being cross-gen more than I could see the new Gen 10 being cross-gen.
Sure. Or like a new Let's Go being the cross-gen title.
Like a Let's Go, yeah. Perfect example. Yes.
They already have their cross-gen, Fire Red and Leaf Green. You can play that on Switch 1.
True.
It's available on the eShop.
It counts.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm like 60-40, not quite 50-50, 60 leaning towards a Switch 2 exclusive. It makes the most sense for Switch 2 for Nintendo's new platform. Let's get people pumped for this holiday. But anyways, I've derailed enough.
But also, what about the sales for Switch 1 hardware? They're pretty much fallen off the cliff, right? So you got to think that why would they release it on Switch 1 or even bother if it's not going to push hardware? Nintendo likes to push first-party software for their hardware, so probably lean towards a Switch 2 exclusive, I would say.
Yeah, I understand that point. And my counter is always TPC doesn't give a shit what Nintendo wants to do. They care how do we sell the most copies. And if they believe that's by making a Switch 2 exclusive and they can sell 15 to 20 million copies, sweet. They believe that no, we still need that extra 10 million in sales from Switch 1. Then they make it cross-gen. Like they're all about the money. They don't give two shits about pushing Nintendo's platform. And I'll tell you this, all you gotta do is go back and look at Pokemon history. They're never there at the beginning of a new generation. They're never there because they don't want to be there until there's already an install base. They don't want Pokemon sales to slow down. They want to keep sales at a certain threshold. They have to believe that there's going to be enough Switch 2 owners for that threshold to be there. They know their games will sell systems, but they've been averaging over 20 million the last couple of Pokemon releases. Like they want to be up there. They don't want to slow that momentum down. So that's the one thing that in the back of my mind, I go, well,
I got a question.
20 million if it's cross-gen.
When was the first exclusive Switch Pokemon game? When did that release?
Let's Go. That was 2018.
Okay.
Because there's no ability to do a cross.
You couldn't do a cross-gen at the time, technically. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 1 year after the Switch came out. So I would say probably this year, holiday, maybe they do have a chance of having an exclusive one. But yeah, you never know.
We'll know on Friday. That's the thing. Like we'll know on Friday if it's cross-gen or not. I think the big hope people have that it's not is obviously there was the Terra leak. I'm not going to show any screenshots or anything, but we saw some screenshots of the game that definitely looked like it was. I don't want to say next generation or even Breath of the Wild-esque. I just want to say it looks better than other Pokemon games. Of course, those are in production screenshots, so it's not indicative of the final. We saw in production screenshots of Scarlet and Violet that looked way better than the final version of the game. So, that doesn't mean anything. I think the one thing that brings me a little excited, and it should, because I think the number one issue for Pokemon's been art direction, is that apparently the Terror League showed they're using a new engine for this game. That's the exciting part, because we've been using a modified DS or 3DS engine for 20 years.
Yeah. I've said a dozen times on the show, every time we talk about Pokemon, we talk about the visuals performance. I've always been of the mindset it's not a graphics issue. I mean, to a degree it is. It's really an art style. The art style is sterile, bland, uninspired, and boring. And even just some basic cell shading, cell shaded a little bit, make it feel and look a little bit more timeless, would do wonders for the series. Art style, I hope, has an improvement. I haven't really seen the Terra leaks. I did hear the newest update as of 12 hours ago is that the confirmed budget of $4 million on Gen 10.
What? What was the budget?
No.
You say $4 billion?
$4 million.
Okay.
That's why I'm who's going to be the one to laugh first? Because I know it's bullshit. Anyways. No, so my thoughts, look, obviously, for the overall presentation, I don't really think I need to give any more predictions than what's already been thrown out there. I don't expect any remakes or remasters. I think it's Gen 10. That's the big showcase piece. There could be a side game. They always release a side games weird. It could be a pinball. It could be anything. Literally, they have a billion different side games, and there might not be, because they might think Pokopia that's their side game.
They do have pinball.
Yes, I know. So, because they have that in Champion, so it could just be that they really only have Gen 10 to show off when it comes to new games, and that's fine. They'll have plenty of announcements for their mobile apps. They'll have tons of announcements for TCG. Don't be surprised to see new seasons announced for their animated stuff. They have more than one animated series going. That series on Netflix as well. And so, yeah, Concierge, I believe is the name of one of them. Again, I'm not really deep into this Pokemon stuff anymore, but I cover it, so I'm aware of all of it. When it comes to my favorite memory, I'll just get to that right away. My favorite memory probably is related to the anime. Episode 1, Season 1, as soon as that Pokemon theme hits. It's 2026. I still play that every day. It's part of my. It's on my playlist every day.
All right.
I got a playlist of 45 songs that plays every day while I'm working, and that's one of them. And still to this day, when it comes on, I do pause for a moment just to do the theme quick, and then I stop. I can't help it. It's just part of the routine. And it really, really, really excited me when I was at a PopCon store last year, and they were blasting it, and I'm like, I don't know if you guys have permission to play this. Don't let them know you're playing this in the store right now, because they are very particular about where you play this song. But hey, so yeah, that, I mean, because the fact that it's still part of my life all these years later, it's hard to really put that one out. There's so many other memories I have from one of the first time I qualified for Worlds when I was a kid on the TCG. It's a fun fact a lot of people don't know. I actually used to be pretty serious about the TCG when I was a kid. Had a Gen 1 foil Charizard that got stolen from me at a tournament.
You know why?
It was worth a lot back then. I knew by the time I hit 40, it was going to be worth significantly more. God, I'm going to retire.
You know why it got stolen?
Oh, here we go.
Because you stole that kid's Game Boy on the bus.
Yeah.
But I gave it back.
Yeah, you only gave it back because you had to.
Well,
you got in trouble,
the kid's parents should have been like, hey, give it back.
Yeah. You didn't willfully give it back. You gave it back so you wouldn't get into deeper shit.
Well, I was always going to give the Game Boy back. But I don't know what the game. I might have kept Link's Awakening. I don't know. See if anyone notices. Anyways, karma. Apparently, 4 years later. Anyways,
yeah. For those of you who don't know, Nate used to be in a gang when he was a child. He was in a children's gang that used to beat up other children and steal their video games.
No.
Yeah, and they'll steal the games and then trade them into games.
We did. Oh, no. Now you guys are telling the story wrong. There were multiple playground gangs. We all beat up each other for supremacy. It was a thing at a Catholic school. For some reason, they never stopped us.
Yeah.
Or we were just really good at hiding it. We used to be able to do King of the Hill back then. We're the reason King of the Hill is not allowed anymore.
Yeah, that was a fun game.
We were murdering people off the top of that hill. One kid breaks their arm and falls through the train tracks. Yeah, okay, we're done with that. Well, that's the game. Anyways, it's a very interesting, very aggressive playground childhood. I still have a scar on my hand from diving on cement to catch a football. That's how much we cared about winning.
Yeah.
Anyways, no. So, yeah, that's my favorite memory. As for like Gen 10, look, I'm not a huge Pokemon person in the first place. Like I played a bunch of the games, but I fell out with the series a long time ago. Legends really brought me back. I like ZA's gameplay and the ranking system, but the world itself might as well just not be there. I've seen more alive worlds watching fans remake Ocarina of Time and Unreal Engine. Then I've seen like characters that don't move. They just stand there. Cars, it's a city. You're telling me there's not a single car moving in a whole city or a single person riding a bike in a whole city that I can't enter 90% of the buildings? Like, what are we doing? This is a sandbox with a really cool combat system. That's it. That's the game. It's weird. It feels just weirdly incomplete. Like it's a game that's all about one city that doesn't feel like a city. And I feel like you have like that kind of explanation for every single Pokemon game that I could think of going back 20 years. It's like you have all of this, but you have all of that, but, and it's felt like that to me for a long time. So for Gen 10, I don't have a lot of high hopes for the game being good or any of the direction or anything. I mean, Scarlet and Violet at least had a lot of stuff you could do in it, but a lot of bugs and a lot of stuff to go along with that. So, and the world just, again, art direction. So my hope is that, hey, if it looks visually like they actually did something, like they tried, like effort's been put into the game. That's what I want to see. And I'm not trying to slight Game Freak. I know games are hard to make. I know that they're on strict schedules. You know, I doubt if they ever went to Pokemon Company and told them, hey, we want 6 years to make the next generation of Pokemon. I think the Pokemon Company would tell them to get fucked. So, so even if they wanted to take like all the time, guys, you talk about Beast of Incarnation, you know how long it takes to make a game like that? It's like 6+ years. And if they ever went to TPC with that timeline for a Pokemon game, they would not be allowed to make the game. They would be told, no, you need to do something else. So, I'm really, really hopeful that it just looks okay. Like I said, like effort's been put into it. I do think a lot of effort was put in the Scarlet and Violet, by the way. I think a lot of effort was put in the ZA and the combat system and the ranking. There was a lot of effort put into that. Like the combat system in ZA, I love that live action combat. That they'll do the 4-player online multiplayer version of it is so awesome. Like they definitely put some real thought and time into it, but it's like, but that's all they put their thought into. They forgot about the world, which is like kind of important for a lot of people who play Pokemon. We're in the world of Pokemon. We're not just in the battle arena of Pokemon.
It's hard because it's a series that you just feel has so much potential. It is such a fantastic world with fantastic creatures, an interesting concept, you know, that's been adopted by, you know, other genres and animes and all that stuff. It's a series that you want so badly and would benefit so much from feeling really immersive, but it's so unimmersive. And, you know, a great point of that is, you know, you talk about how lifeless the city is in ZA, and, you know, that's a bummer. I personally think the setting of an entire game taking place in one city can be really cool and can be done really well. Unfortunately, Pokemon team, they're not quite there, but it is a cool concept. I hope we get there someday. I hope one day, you know, before I leave this world, I could play a Pokemon game that really feels lived in, and, you know, NPCs are on a schedule maybe, and you know, the Pokemon feel like these living, breathing creatures.
I mean, guys, we got it done in like a year and a half with Majora's Mask. Can we?
Sure.
It's 2026.
Well, let me ask you guys this: how do you think people are going to respond to it? What do you think the general consensus will be?
The general consensus, if it doesn't look visually pleasing, everyone's going to say it's garbage. If it does look visually okay, they'll nitpick that it runs like shit or something. It'll be something. There'll be a negative sentiment.
And then they'll buy it anyway.
Yeah, they'll go on to sell 20 million.
Yeah, I think both those are very true.
I don't think there's any way that people walk away from it happy. I mean, I think they'd have to do something that just,
well, The last time I remember there not being as much negativity was the first time they showed off Legends. And then people kind of universally went, okay, yeah, it's not graphically the best, but they're doing some really interesting things here.
Well, it's because they reinvented it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's the thing I think with Legends too, is that they're slowly, I think, developing the world. Yeah, it sucks that, you know, it's not, the world itself isn't great, but they first started with the capture mechanics. Then they kind of expanded with the capture mechanics now into the battle mechanics. And I think slowly, as they put out more and more Legends games, I think the world is going to slowly expand and get better and better. I think that's kind of, they're slowly taking it piece by piece to put it together. It's kind of almost how I'm feeling they're handling that.
What, with Legends?
Yeah, with Legends.
Well, if that's the case, then why the hell does ZA exist? Because that's not what a city is. That's a major step backwards.
They improved the battle mechanics. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They're slowly they started with the catch mechanics, then they moved on to the battle mechanics. Next, they move on to the the living world, or
and then abandon the things they did in the prior games.
Maybe you never know. I don't know, but
Legends is a very weird series to me. I don't know what they're really doing.
I'm hoping they're, like I said, I'm hoping they're building towards a complete game.
Let me ask you guys something. What about voice acting? Do you think what gen does Pokemon?
It has to be this one.
That's how I feel. I feel like, because it was such a topic with ZA. Let's be real. It felt odd, right? Am I alone on this? Something about the characters were a lot more animated this time. They had a lot more personality. So especially that, I remember booting the game up, that opening like cutscene where the characters are talking. I was like, is my game glitching? Is this real? It just felt so off. So I agree, Zach. I kind of feel like this needs to be the time that they do it, or else everyone's going to be even more pissed than last time, and they're still going to buy it.
I don't think
either way they're still going to buy it. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
They know either way they're going to buy it, so they're not going to do it.
They're not going to spend the money.
They're not going to spend the money because it's not just one language. You got to spend it for all the languages, and they're not going to do that.
It feels ridiculous though to be a major console IP, to be a major holiday tentpole, and not have
one of the largest IPs literally in the whole world. And
it's embarrassing. And at some point they have to feel that. Like, I just believe that at some point they will realize like this is silly. And
maybe they just feel like we keep appealing to children, and children don't care about any of the crap that we care about.
But don't children like to just listen, especially today's kids? Like, don't they want to hear and not have to read? Like, to me, that's even counterintuitive.
I have 3 children. Anytime there's talking, they look for the skip button. They're just trying to skip it as fast as possible.
So maybe this one won't even have text dialogue. It'll just be
they don't even read
and the cries.
I'm going to be completely honest. My kids don't read the dialogue in the game. They just don't care. Now, I know my kids are not everyone's kids.
No, I think that's that's why I would feel like they would want to have voice acting, though, to at least try and make it more like the TV show, make it feel more. I mean, do they have the budget for it? I guess, since they don't want to spend.
Just cheap out and hire some 40-year-old in his basement.
Well, they definitely have the budget.
Well, yes, have. Will they assign the budget to the game? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's an RPG.
They got Lady Gaga in the commercial. They can pay a 14-year-old to do some VO. Like, come on.
Yeah, think about that. If they don't have voice acting,
There's
you bring up a good point.
But
Didn't you just take that money and pay some voice actors instead?
Yeah, it's very silly.
It's insane. That commercial was probably more than the game. What was the budget for Scarlet and Violet? Wasn't it like 17 million or 16 million, or maybe it was less than that? That commercial was more than the entire game's budget. That's insane.
They should give them all Banjo-Kazooie voices.
That's better. Honestly, that's better. I'd rather have that than nothing.
Because some of the budget stuff isn't like 100% accurate to the full budget of the game.
Sure.
Because one doesn't have any of the marketing budget in, which is always a huge part of game budgets. Is actually they sometimes spend more on marketing than the game. It's just.
But can you imagine if they spent $100 million on a Pokemon game?
No, they'll never do it.
I know they never will, but like the budget for like Wolverine, right? That has to be like 200 million. Imagine if they allotted that for a Pokemon game. The type of glorious game we would get, the type of world I mean, I don't think you can build a city with
time to do
13 million or whatever. Like, it's just
I feel like in no world should an Insomniac game ever cost as much as it costs to make a Pokemon game, because it's literally the most lucrative franchise. This is a company with unlimited resources.
They're hateful people. They are just hateful
Unlimited.
people to do it to us. Yeah, I mean,
unlimited money.
The more you think about it, the worse it gets.
Yeah, it's so true. And this is why I used to hate the, and listen, I love these games. I play them all the time. So you guys, people can call me a hypocrite. At the end of the day, the thing I really love about these games, and the thing that has not left the series for me, knock on wood, is that one thing that I'm very confident in Gen 10 is that it's going to be fun, because I have fun every single time. These games are always fun. It's all the things around the fun that feel, kind of just phoned in most of the time. But I used to hate when people would say, oh, well, they're new to, like, they're a handheld game developer. They're new to the console space. You got to give them time. They need practice. I'm like, come on. There's people who develop games for console for the first time ever. I mean, look at the team that just made Claire Obscure. Small indie team. That's just one example. Look at Kenna,
I mean, small indie team with a bunch of people who made AAA games for decades.
Sure. But it doesn't matter. This is it, regardless of the people who make games for decades. Again, this is one of the most lucrative franchises in the entire industry. One of the best selling series of all time. This company can hire the best AAA developers. Yeah. They can hire the best. They can afford the best. They have the resources and the R&D to do the best every single time, to where no one else could compete. Look at Rockstar. Look at what Rockstar is doing. That could have been the Pokemon team, to where people are watching the trailer and being like, holy crap, I can't even believe I'm going to be playing this year. Like, this is going to be a game for the next decade.
So what you say, GameBird, is that you want them to be the very best, like no one ever was?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Nate, take it away.
I get wanting all this, but in the back of my mind, I go like, oh, this is the game for the next decade, right? Sounds great. In that decade, they could have released 10 Pokemon games that sold 20 million each every single year.
Sure.
In that decade, would this game outsell
I get the
that?
business.
Because they have no reason to put that kind of budget into a game when they get the sales they do.
Yeah, I get the business side. I always compare them. People get mad. I compare them to Bethesda a lot. I'm like, oh, Game Freaks, they're just like Bethesda. People get mad because I know they love Skyrim and Fallout and all that stuff. But come on, guys, Bethesda's a company that's famous for releasing broken, janky games that you wait like 10 years for. Let's leave out the nylon bag controversy. But yeah, that's another company where, and I think Bethesda's improved in some ways for sure. But yeah, I feel like they are similar in that people are going to buy it. So we'll release it. At least Bethesda, I'll give them credit. They fix things with time. Whereas I feel like Pokemon Company is just set it and forget it.
All right, Eric, you got any quick thoughts before we move on?
Yeah. Quick thought and then one more question. But Gen 10, obviously. I wouldn't be surprised if they do another new trading card game. They haven't had one since, I think, 2001, from what I was seeing. Like a Mega, because they're doing the Mega Evolution, whatever release for the trading cards. So maybe a Mega Evolution trading card game or something. Memory-wise, I remember sitting in the gym over at the high school. We must have been doing something for your school when we were kids. And somebody brought a Game Shark over. And we were getting Mew, and the butt clenching of hopefully this doesn't wreck my save data, because I'm a good chunk of the way through this game, and it worked out, and I ended up with a Mew, so that was awesome. But man, it was nerve wracking those little bit of time when the Game Shark was doing its magic.
Yeah, because the Game Shark would once in a while corrupt things. You're
Yay.
That was back to with memory cards where like you couldn't trust, I mean, anything third party. I mean, we've talked about it. Mad Cats, bro. Like Steer Clear, Mad Cats, Pelican. There was a lot of brands that like some serious shit could go down. Like your whole game could be corrupted. You could be playing a massive RPG and everything's gone.
Mhm.
That happened. It's scary.
Yeah.
Right. And then, so the one last quick question that I have based on Pokemon here: do we believe the Gen 10 name leak with the Wind Waves?
Wind and Waves. I mean, it's from the Terra leak, so yeah, that's legit.
Yeah.
Whether or not they changed the name since then, I guess they could have, but I doubt it. It's probably what they'll go with.
Fair enough. That's what I got.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Right, Birdman. What are we talking about next?
All right, let's see. Here we go. Guys, we are 8 months in officially on Switch 2. So let's talk about today how each one of us are feeling. Basically, our general thoughts of Switch 2 as it stands today. Features, third-party, first-party stuff, what the future holds, all that sort of good stuff. Let's start today with Super Metal Dave.
All right, thank you.
Yes, you get to
Switch
talk.
2. Personally, so you wanted the whole shebang. This is my favorite console thus far that I've had for Nintendo since the Wii. Personally, for me, it sings to my likes as a gamer so far, more so than the Switch 1. Especially after its first 8 months, like the Switch 1 wasn't getting the types of games the Switch 2 was getting in its first 8 months. It took a while for developers to start like getting games on there. So for me, I'm loving it. I'm loving the effort some of these third parties are putting in the ports. We had a great AAA game to launch with Cyberpunk 2077. We've had some interesting releases with like Assassin's Creed Shadows that the developer put some more effort into it and released an update and made it really, really good. Now we have Resident Evil Requiem coming out on Friday, which is the first Resident Evil game, mainline Resident Evil game coming on Nintendo console day and date since Resident Evil 4, January 11th, 2005 on GameCube. So it's been over 21 years since this has happened. So this is a huge shift for Nintendo, in my opinion, for harkening back to the days that I remember from when I was a younger lad. Not necessarily them chasing the power stuff. Like yes and no, kind of like I would say for a portable system, they are. It's more of them getting more of all the same games as the competition. And yes, the other consoles are competition. So like back with the N64, they were going for power and like, look at what we could do. We have the biggest, most, fattest 64-bit console there is. And we get all these big games on our console. But it really wasn't until the GameCube where they actually got a balance of both, where they actually would get all the third parties and have a like decently more powerful console that is almost on par as Xbox. So it's really like, I feel like the Switch 2 is like my like it's like a combination of like the like Wii type of support with like GameCube like compatibility with getting all the games of the current generation type stuff. Because the Wii, you saw like a drop off. It was getting more games tailored for certain types of like party stuff, and it kind of continued through the Wii U and the Switch era. But now you're seeing more AAA developers starting to come on with Switch 2, and that kind of sings more to me as a gamer, PC gamer. I've been PC gaming for a long time, so like I'm happy. I'm getting the best of both worlds. I'm getting AAA support, and I'm getting Nintendo first party stuff on Switch 2. I couldn't be happier with it so far.
All right,
but that's just me.
Very good. Let's move on down to Zach from Switchforce. How are we feeling? We're 8 months in.
Man, I have been trying to figure this out, especially the last 2 weeks. Trying to figure out, has Nintendo lost the thread or has the internet lost the thread? Because there seems to be a raging debate that Nintendo is screwing up. They don't get it. What's going on with the Switch 2? And I really felt that way, I think, until I stepped back and gave a more logical look. I think Nintendo really set out to allow third parties to breathe the first year and a half here. One of the biggest critiques that third parties would give Nintendo is our games don't sell, yours do. So this time around, I think Nintendo chose to, if you want to say, lighten the release, it's still not that light if you look at the sheer number of titles. I think if they just announced the dang Mario game already, majority of people will feel fine. I think that's kind of what, there just needs to be one big system seller game that's not Pokemon, because I think everyone feels like that's coming and it'll be good. For me personally, I think the Switch 2 is phenomenal. I think Furukawa is a very smart dude, and I think that he has really done kind of the unthinkable for Nintendo, which is release the boring iterative console that everybody acts like they don't want, but they really do. And that's what the Switch 2 has sort of been. We're getting Resident Evil 9. It runs incredibly well. Fallout 4 came out this week. It runs incredibly well. Development seems to be relatively easy. They put a 30, 40, and 60 FPS mode into Fallout 4. They've got a 60 FPS mode handheld for Resident Evil and for Pragmata. This console clearly is, I think, peak Nintendo architecture and peak Nintendo building their best system. Does it have my favorite game lineup of the first year? No. I preferred the Switch 1 lineup. I thought the quirkiness of ARMS was really fun. Snipper Clips was a huge hit for me and my friends. Obviously Breath of the Wild, and I love knowing that Mario was out there. I don't think they've handled, for me, their like marketing as well, but I think for them, when I step back, okay, they've got clearly a plan, and I don't think that, because they had this partner showcase, because they announced Xenoblade Chronicles 2 or Xenoblade Chronicles X, because they had this treehouse, it doesn't mean that there aren't more announcements coming. I think they just have very strategically spaced the way that they've done year one for Switch 2. Clearly it works for them. We just in the same way we say it works for Pokemon, they're making money hand over foot. I just think like if they can get a Mario game announcement out before summer, everyone will feel really good. But for the console itself, I love DK Bonanza. I love the third-party games. I love the indie games. For me, I'm missing like something else from Nintendo first party that makes me feel like, wow, this is Switch 2. And Metroid Prime 4 was pretty good. I don't think it was fantastic. Mario Tennis is pretty good. I don't think it's fantastic. So just kind of waiting for that next Nintendo bread and butter fantastic, and trusting that I'm not delusional and that they really did intentionally give third parties the space and give third party the time, instead of, they're just going to go really weak sauce on us and give us Mario Tennis and Yoshi and Fire Emblem and Pokemon, and that's it. Because that would be a real bummer. But I have faith, and I think that the thread that has been building the last couple of months, whether you want to say it's leakers' fault or hype fault or whatever, I think that gets put to rest pretty soon.
Very good. A lot of good points there. Primal. What are you raging about? Or not raging about?
What am I raging about? No, how I feel about Switch 2. I mean, I'm pleased. I've been very happy with Switch 2 from the beginning until now. I think there's been a lot to play. I know in general there is a good chunk of Nintendo's audience that they only buy a Nintendo system to play Nintendo games. They play the third parties and everything else, or they just don't play them at all. And for them, there hasn't really been a game that interests them since probably Donkey Kong Bonanza in July. If you don't play Pokemon, and still, what's the big game next month? Pokemon. They're still waiting, and they've been waiting because, what was the holiday games for exclusives? It was spin-offs. Where's the Nintendo made games? And there has been people that point out, that, hey, the reason that we can excuse the lean 2024, and we don't not lean sort of releases, but just in terms of like, hey, a lot of these are just like remasters and ports, is because, they're banking everything for Switch 2. And then you get to Switch 2 and it's like, okay, you got Bonanza, you got Mario Kart, sure, you got Dragon Drive, a little experimental side game. Everything else put out so far, including Mario Tennis, including Pokopia, including Kirby Air Riders, including Hyrule Warriors, they're all made by third-party companies. Nintendo has put out nothing since Dragon Drive that they've actually made internally at their own studios exclusively for Switch 2. Exclusively is key because Metroid Prime 4, right? But it's interesting when you think about it from that perspective, because it's like, well, what the hell have they been doing? All these internal teams, they have all these EPD teams. What the heck are they making that suddenly we get 2 games and an experimental? I guess you throw Welcome Tour in there. I'm like, it is a little weird, because those teams weren't the ones making the games in 2024 either. Those were also like outsourced stuff from a lot of those games. So it's like, it's very strange to think about the fact that Nintendo's internal teams haven't really put anything out. But then on the flip side, think back to what Furukawa said in 2024, it takes longer to make games. They've anticipated taking even longer this generation. So it also means those teams are cooking. And that also means the rest of this generation in the future is going to have some pretty damn big games coming out. Some pretty exciting stuff going on. So it's like we're getting to this point, 4 months from now, we're a year out. And even if nothing else really happens besides what's already announced, let's say, it's Yoshi in April and some Dust Bloods comes out in May or something. Okay, fine. There's your first half. There's your first year. The fact that they can get to this point and without a lot of their big games says a lot about their confidence in the system being able to sell off the back of the momentum of Switch, and also shows potentially their confidence in third parties, which could be playing a huge role in why Nintendo did not want to do what they did in 2017. And that is stuff the whole year full of a bunch of their best stuff, because they're trying to lure AAA third-party support. And if you're going to hog all the attention, then the AAA third parties don't get any room to breathe. And think about what's being praised right now today, literally today, Resident Evil Requiem being praised on Switch 2. High reviews, the Switch 2 version being highly reviewed. People playing it, people streaming it, and it's looking amazing on Switch 2. Yeah, it's not as good as the PS5 version. Yeah, it's not as good as playing on PC. But nobody cares because the experience is so good on Switch 2. People don't feel like they're missing out on anything major. And that's what Nintendo's trying to do, is let these third parties have some room to breathe. And it's interesting because I'm a multi-platform gamer. I PC game, PlayStation, Xbox, etc. But I've been picking up third parties on Switch 2 because it is the only one I have that can play them locally anywhere without internet. And that's a big deal to me. And I play a lot of single player games. And there's a lot of these single player third party games. Star Wars Outlaws, right? Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now Resident Evil Requiem. We just had Fallout 4 come out. Like, I know some of these are just old games, but some of them aren't so old. Like Shadows released on Switch 2 last year. It also released on everything last year. So, that's not even a year between releases. Requiem is day and date. We know Pragmata is going to be day and date. And we're hoping for that becomes more standardized moving forward. So I think the first 8 months has been mostly Nintendo doing, ironically, I was looking back on this, Nintendo kind of doing what they did before they lost the third parties. Nintendo used to not just force games out the door every month because they didn't need to, because there were so many high quality third party games. They could space things out. And I think they're kind of getting back to that, where they're spacing things out a bit, at least the big games, and letting their third party partners, whether the partner companies working with Nintendo IP or just straight up third parties, kind of have a little limelight. And I also think it might be smart if they feel like, one, their games aren't ready to be shown. That could be number one. They're just not ready. And two, look, if one of the selling points of the system is power, right, and they're using it themselves in their advertising, the best way to show off that power isn't with your games. Your art style can work on anything. It's to show the games that you couldn't have on Switch. And that's Resident Evil Requiem. Think about it. We got Resident Evil on Switch. It was streaming. It wasn't local. So they probably also think that's a huge selling point for their platform, is that, hey, look what we can do too. You don't need to buy a PlayStation now. You could just have us. We'll have everything. At least that's what they're hoping. They don't have everything. But, there's always that faint hope in my mind that GTA 6 comes to Switch 2, but it won't be this year anyways. And I don't think it would be announced this year, which gotta be sick if it was coming to Switch 2. It was announced this year, even if it doesn't come this year. But because then that's a literal call sign. You get that, then there's no real reason everyone can't be here. So, but yeah, that's what I kind of think the first 8 months or so has been. Is I'm really happy. I felt justified day one just off what it did to Switch 1 games. Like that was already enough for me. If it did nothing else with the Switch Pro thing and just made my Switch 1 games better, cool. Like for $450, dude, I spent $350 on an OLED that didn't make my games better. It just made them look more colorful Okay, well now this actually makes my games run better. So like, yeah, I felt justified day one. Then you throw a Mario Kart World, then you throw in the next month with Bonanza, kind of out the door, kind of run in there. Yeah, I've been good, and I've been playing lots of third-party games on it as well. But I understand the trepidation. The future, I'm very excited for, regardless of the fact that it does feel like we need a general direct. I feel very, very happy that, well, we don't know about a lot of stuff, and Nintendo's changing how they're announcing things, and I got Nintendo today and all this other stuff. Bottom line is the best is yet to come from Nintendo, and we know they have a lot of games cooking because they're look. This isn't a console war statement. This is just like an observation. They're not PlayStation, where they're putting out like a game every 3 years, like a major big tentpole game. Nintendo usually has multiple per year. Last year, Bonanza and Mario Kart World. This year, maybe Gen 10 Pokemon if it's exclusive, and then something else. I don't think they've revealed that something else yet. And that doesn't count the fact they got Dustbloods coming exclusively. Or the Pokopia could be a huge hit next month. And that could be an Animal Crossing level hit on their hands. It might be bigger than any Pokemon game, potentially.
I said when we had our podcast right after that game got revealed, I said this game is going to print money, and I stand by it.
Well,
and I feel it even more hearing some of it. Now it's getting glowing praise. I've doubled down every time, but that game is going to, regardless of even if it reviews in the 70s, mid 70s, that game is going to print money.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's kind of. I think the future is very bright, despite not everything. I think right now, Switch 2 fans, some of them are just kind of tired of being in this holding pattern. We're used to knowing more at this point, but Nintendo's kind of changing how they're marketing, for better or worse. And I got so much to play, so much on my to buy list still that's already come out that I just haven't bought yet. Like Dragon Quest 7 Reimagine's on that list. I can't help but be satisfied, but I will admit I'm also easy to satisfy because I play such a wide variety of games that every week there's something coming out I want to play. So, yeah.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Let's go to Eric. Eric, what are your thoughts, man? How are you feeling about Switch 2 so far this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. It's been fun. I'd like to see a few more standalone Switch 2 games from Nintendo itself, but the cross platforms are okay so far. I've been having a lot of fun. I'm so close to beating Age of Imprisonment, like 100%ing it. I think it's exciting, and then I can move back to some of my other backlogs. There's nothing really upcoming here that I think I'm going to pick up, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not going to be something announced here, hopefully within the next month, at a direct that makes me even more excited, which is going to be impressive because I'm already pretty damn happy with my purchase. So,
yeah, dude, I have Mario Tennis Fever in a box in my room right now. I haven't even put it in my system. My fiance got it for me for a anniversary present because she knows I'm on a game buying freeze. And I'm like, that's still our money. But thank you. I do appreciate it. I just got you a $5 box of chocolates. My bad. I feel a little cheap now.
Who's played Mario Tennis here?
I've played a lot of
mine's in the box still.
Is it good?
I've got a family, so I play with the kids, and I've got to say, as like a sports party game to play with the family, it is a ton of fun. Okay. I know everyone's heard from the reviews. If you're looking for something special from that adventure mode, you're not going to find it, unfortunately. I picked up Aces when that was new on Switch 1, and I dropped off like almost immediately. This one's held my attention longer. Me and the kids, we do doubles, we do singles matches. It's a lot of fun. The Fever rackets are chaotic, especially with doubles and all the power-ups. It definitely feels like a Smash-ified Mario Tennis game for me. So yeah, if you've got people to play with, I don't recommend ranked online, at least not for myself, because I just it makes me feel like I'm bringing dishonor to my family, but it's a good time all around.
Cool. I haven't tried it, so I wasn't sure. I heard good things.
Upper 70s I think it landed at like a 77. I think.
Yeah,
is
I hear
what it
people
was
saying
at.
the game's underrated, like it's better than the rating or whatever. But they always say
I think
that.
I think the rating's fair. I think upper 70s. I think if we had that strong single player adventure mode, that would elevate it into the lower 80s. But 77 for a Mario tennis game, I think that's pretty dang solid. And if you got friends and family and you do the local multiplayer, it's a kick butt time.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right.
hits off to go?
ThunderStash.
All right, so I'll say this: we've talked about this before. As the months go by, we've kind of done a recap on how everything's going so far. And again, like I play all the consoles, right? And I play PC, and I don't have anywhere close to enough time in the day to be able to play all the games that I want to cover. Now, if I were to like zoom out a little bit and say, okay, well, what if you just covered one console, Steve? Would you be able to then cover everything? Like, let's just say I covered Switch. I still wouldn't be able to. And I think that's important because looking at it from the angle of, hey, maybe, okay, or Switch 2, right? You don't have PlayStation, Xbox, PC. I would still have my hands completely full. And reason being, again, talked about this a lot, is that you got to expand your horizons. Okay. There's more video games to play than Nintendo games. There always has been. Yes, Nintendo makes great games, and we will all be there to support those games as long as they're games we want to play. I'm not sure that I want to play Pokemon Pokopia. For a lot of reasons, though, really, the big one being I don't really like playing these games that go on forever because I have other games to review. I can't afford that time.
But you can roll credits in 20 to 40 hours.
I know. I still don't think I want to do that. Rather put that into an RPG. But one of the things that I've really enjoyed and talked about a lot, it's been like a game within a game, is the backwards compatibility. Putting a Switch 1 game in, seeing how it's going to perform on Switch 2, seeing if the stuff is fixed. Channel I subscribed to before I was even doing YouTube, when I was still working in mortgage, is a Switch Up. They've done a really good job. Yeah, Switch Up. They've done a really good job covering the games that on Switch 1 that perform better. I think I still have it. What do you call it? Favorite it. Or bookmarked. There's an Excel or Google Sheets file that has a list of all the games and how they perform on Switch 1 and how they perform on Switch 2. That originated, I think, in one of the Reddit groups for Switch. And that's still being updated on a regular basis because I checked it maybe a week or two ago. And that's just so cool because, look, we all have a backlog, right? Some are bigger than others. And if there's a game that you weren't able to play and now you have the time to play it and you play it on Switch 2 and now it's running at 60 FPS, that's huge. That's a big W to me. And a lot of times, and this doesn't cost anything, the games that did get Switch 2 upgrades, as far as third parties go, the pricing's kind of been all over the place, but for the most part, it's been very inexpensive. I mean, I think Fantasy Life was something silly. I forget what it was. Was it like $1 or $2? It was a very odd amount, but I remember we see that more often than not. And then you have all the Switch 1 games that got free Switch 2 upgrades at launch. I look at the GameCube games. That's been great to have GameCube. And so those are the things really right there that don't even really cost much because a lot of these things are free, like putting your Switch 1 game in and now it performs better. And you didn't have to pay for an upgrade. That's been nice. Obviously, there's been some good exclusives too. I think what's been nice though is the fact that I actually have to really think about what game or what platform I'm going to review a game on. So when a game comes out multi-platform during the Switch gen, especially towards the end, you know, I'm getting a PS5 review code. I'm not going to do the Switch deal. Now though, like for instance with Resident Evil, I'm reviewing that 7, 8, and 9 on Switch 2. You know, I'm reviewing Pragmata on Switch 2. I'm playing Monster Hunter Stories 3 right now on Switch 2. And I didn't even hesitate to choose Switch 2. And obviously I prefer to play it there because why? Because I can play it handheld. Because I can actually get more game time in. Because I can sit on the couch and watch some show with Michaela and sit there and play. And I'm still getting work done. I'm still chipping away at a review and we're hanging out. It's stuff like that that's just obviously really nice. And look, I have a portal. We've talked about this. My portal runs like crap no matter what I do, no matter how many videos I watch on YouTube claiming that they know how to fix it. They know how to get it running good. It doesn't work. And so I look at that and that's been a huge W. But I was just kind of thinking about it. It's like we got Mario Kart. I personally love Mario Kart. I know some people have been upset with some things. And I know some things have been patched as well. And now people are not as upset. And again, talked about this all the way back in 2024, what the game plan is with Mario Kart World. It's a long-term roadmap. This is an evergreen title. That's why it was going to be a launch title. It's going to get more content. If there's anyone out there who thinks it's not, I think that's crazy. It's absolutely getting more content. And this game will look very different by the time it's all said and done. Also, best soundtrack of any Mario Kart, hands down. And I greatly value music in video games. I always have. So I appreciate that. But we got the return of 3D Donkey Kong. You know, after 26 years. And they knocked it out of the park. We got, on day one, we got Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Echoes of Wisdom, Link's Awakening. All performing better on Switch 2. And we all know that Tears really needed that performance boost. There's so many games. We got Xenoblade Chronicles X now. I bought that game last year. You guys remember this? And I said, I'm buying it now to hold it for Switch 2. Because we knew it was going to get the Switch 2 upgrade. Because it was leaked. So now I have this massive RPG that I got to try and fit in with everything else I'm working on. Not to mention other consoles. Look at Hades 2. That's a console exclusive. It's not on PlayStation or Xbox. There's so many games for Switch 2. It's insane. Like I was writing them all out a little bit ago. Obviously, we're getting Indiana Jones soon. That's in May. We got Little Nemo coming, which honestly, like I grew up playing Little Nemo on NES. And I did a video on it. I played it. And that's a Switch console exclusive. That's not coming to PlayStation or Xbox. At the same time, though, guys, like I don't know about you. I don't really look at things like console exclusive. Like that's not how I value my experience with Switch 2. I know a lot of people look at it that way and that, well, we haven't got a lot of first-party games yet, or we haven't got Zelda yet, or Mario, or this or that. It's like I look at the whole big picture of it. Everything I just mentioned. I got third-party games now on Switch 2 that I can actually we can safely buy, and like you said, Bird, they're not, wrapped up with an apology. That's nice to be able to safely pick up a game and know that's actually going to perform good. For a year, we're going to have Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Rebirth comes out June 3rd. So in the first 12 months, we're going to have remake and rebirth. There's so many wins everywhere. I just think it's kind of crazy to think otherwise. And again, I play a lot of indie games too. And so again, I don't have enough time to play all the games that I want to play. And that was a big reason why I ended up like starting to do YouTube, was because I knew I would never be able to play all the games I want to play, working 60 plus hours a week. You know, as a director at Lone Depot, there was no way in hell that was ever going to happen until retirement. At that point, you know, you got to hope that you got your eyesight and everything's still working there so you can actually enjoy this stuff. And even still doing this now, like for a living, I don't have time. There's certain things I just can't. Pocopia, I can't do that. I can't do Animal Crossing. I watch Michaela play it. I experience it vicariously through her. I'm glad she's happy. I'm glad my lady's playing video games. I think we all want that in life. I think any guy would appreciate when their lady plays video games. And so that's where I'm at, man. I am very happy.
Before you go,
Awesome.
GameBird, I just want to say that
Yeah.
I think listening to everybody, I think a lot of the fault for any bad feeling about the Switch 2 really rests with Mario Kart World, because that was just not a cultural moment in the same way that I think everyone believed it would be and Nintendo believed it would be. I don't think the game is a bad game at all. I think it's a very good game, but for whatever stars aligned, it just didn't hit. It hit sales-wise. It had an insane attach rate, but there just wasn't that like, wow, everybody's playing Mario Kart. Everybody's loving Mario Kart. This is the Nintendo game. Whereas when the Switch 1 came out, Breath of the Wild was that. Everyone was playing Breath of the Wild. Everyone was talking about Breath of the Wild. And if Mario Kart World had hit as hard as even Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, maybe we feel completely fine with Nintendo's output. But
Yeah,
that
it wasn't
game is...
transcendent.
Hmm?
I thought the game would be transcendent.
Yeah,
like
and it just
Breath of the
wasn't.
Wild.
Yeah.
Is the reason for the hate that Mario Kart World gets, do you think it's because of the lack of content mainly, or is it because of the gameplay isn't quite up to people's
I think
expectations?
there's something weird in the water. I don't know why it didn't hit. I don't think it has a lack of content or a lack of quality gameplay. I mean, yeah, there's some things that they, definitely oversold the open world. The $80 price point maybe really bit it in the butt. But I would love to see like a psychoanalysis on why Mario Kart World didn't hit, because it doesn't make much sense to me. Like
I played Mario Kart 64 the other day. I beat the entire game, A to Z, mirror mode, all that stuff, 200cc, or was it 200cc? Oh, anyway, I beat the entire game in about 3 hours, all the content done. You can't do that with Mario Kart World. But that game is looked upon more fondly than Mario Kart World is in terms of like the mindset. So like, I don't know if it's really a content thing. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just a narrative thing of people online.
I do think the open world part of it was at least reception wise to its detriment. I don't think the open world is bad, but I definitely think it's lackluster. And I think with the announcement of like, oh, Mario Kart's going open world comes a lot of expectations. Whether or not those expectations are warranted, that's going to come with a whole new layer of scrutiny that previous entries didn't have. They were judged on their items and their racetracks. And I think it created for a world that felt empty. And probably for a lot of people, you have had a lot of those. Obviously, they've made adjustments. And I'll get to you in a second, Prime. I just want to finish my thought real quick. They've made adjustments to make some of the courses a little bit more interesting without the super long stretches of just going straight. But I think when certain tracks don't meet maybe some of the expectations that people had compared to 8 Deluxe, or there's not as many new items that they thought would be in this entry or power-ups. People are going to look at the open world and be like, well, this is why those things maybe didn't quite land. And what is this doing that's so great for this series that is making the experience better? And I don't know. It's like Stash said, I think this is going to be a game that's super evergreen. content for years to come. I'm sure this game is going to double in size. I love the idea of it going from Mario Kart World to Worlds, and getting the Hyrule world with like the different Hyrule zones and the Donkey Kong world and all that stuff, and bringing in maybe some more of that Nintendo Kart stuff we got a little taste of with Deluxe. But yeah, I feel like it's the world thing. Really, it's kind of like when an open world game comes out and it feels very empty and sparse, and people will compare it to other titles and be like, what is this? Like, what's the point of making this big open world for
Yeah, and then not having multiplayer. No multiplayer for local multiplayer for the open world area too. I think it's a big miss.
Sure. But I don't want to. I want to make sure I get Prime's thought, because I know you're raising your hand for a while, Prime.
I think it's really simple. The game didn't do anything wrong. I know that's going to feel controversial to people, especially when you didn't want intermission tracks in your multiplayer and all that. Like, I get it. You're going to feel however you want to feel. I don't think anything was wrong with it besides maybe the price point. It shouldn't have been $80, but as a game, I think it's fine. In fact, it's more jam-packed than any Mario Kart game's ever been at launch. The problem is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. When it launched on Switch, to most people that played it, was a brand new game. It already had DLC. So it came with that DLC already packed in for $60, plus brand new multiplayer that did not exist on the Wii U. Then they released another DLC on top. So that game is so massive with so much content and so many tracks that no matter what followed it, unless it matched that level of content, was always going to let people down. Nothing had anything to do with the open world. Nothing had anything to do with anything other than the fact that 8 Deluxe put the bar so unrealistically high because the Wii U failed, because the game came packed in with the DLC. So it had more content for most people who played it for their first time. Just buying that Mario Kart bundle out for Christmas had more content in that game than any prior Mario Kart, rose the bar. And World didn't try to even come close to meeting that bar, because the bar was already unrealistic.
I hear what you're saying. I agree on the price side. I do think that was going to be the second part, was that the open world factor plus the price point. I agree what you're saying, but I also feel like the people who are holding the game at the highest level of scrutiny are people who are very aware of what Deluxe is, and regardless of the fact that people didn't really play it on the Wii U because the install base was so small. I feel like the people who are criticizing this game the most are aware of, well, this is a game that was filled with DLC when it landed on the platform.
Yes, those are people like us. I'm telling you right now, even talking to my kids, they're like, Dad, why is there way less tracks than in Mario Kart 8? And these are children saying it. Like, I'm telling you, there's like a general sentiment that the reason some of these videos and some of these tweets are getting all the views they're getting is because it's not just people that are aware that it was DLC, that it came with DLC on it's people who they played it for the first time on Switch. Way more content in that game than this game that costs more. So it's like this hard thing, and I think Smash Bros is going to have the same problem. Ultimate is massive roster, feels like the perfect Smash game. Following up a game like that is almost near impossible when you're not trying to top it. You're trying to do something new and different, which is what Sakurai has talked about. So people are going to feel, no matter what he does with it, that it's not going to feel as good as Ultimate, because Ultimate had way more characters and way more stages and way more this and way more that. And this game's not going to have that. And we'll add stuff. We all suspect Mario Kart World's going to add stuff via DLC eventually. So will Smash. Bottom line is, Smash at launch had more content than we had ever seen on a Smash Bros. Game. Everyone is here, right? It's a huge selling point for the game. Everyone we've ever put in Smash is here, plus more. Like, that's an impossible task to top. So I think Nintendo has a few key things like that, a few key games where that's going to be really, really hard to top this generation. And World is like a great example. They weren't going to attempt to top it with the amount of content. They were hoping the open world would be enough.
I think that conversation for both series, that conversation changes if they could match the excellence of downloadable content for, like, I look at Mario Kart, one of the best DLCs ever released. You know, I feel like Mario Kart and Smash Brothers and like The Witcher 3 are like S tier for how to bring quality DLC content to a game. I feel like if they can match that standard of content and quality with World or Smash, it's going to be fine. I feel like the discourse changes. If World doubles in size, that discourse changes.
And I think the course booster pass maybe was a mistake because Mario Kart 8 Deluxe doesn't feel literally half as big if you don't have that.
Sure.
And also there would have been a far larger gap between new Mario Kart.
Sure.
And so maybe that factored in as well, that people feel like they expected even more, like you were saying, of this game because, we've just had Mario Kart, but we really hadn't had Mario Kart, you know, but it felt like we did. And maybe that sort of greed to get extra online money out of the course booster pass maybe came to hurt them with Mario Kart World.
Yeah.
I can see that. But anywho, my thoughts on Switch 2. I'm pretty happy so far. I got to say, I feel like I'm going to separate it into two chunks. This year, the start of this year, my thoughts, and last year. Starting with last year, getting my hands on Switch 2 was incredibly exciting. And it was one of those moments where, like, you pick up the console for the first time and you just never want to go back to like, you could just, before even booting it up, you just feel the bump in quality, that more premium hardware feel. And I really find the difference in power and what this console can do to be very, very noticeable. So I'm very happy on the hardware side. I love the new Pro controller. It feels a lot more premium than the first Pro controller. I do wish there were a couple extra features there. I wish we had this one's a little bit more niche. I know when we were doing some predictions before we got the official reveal on this podcast, I was talking about, like, bring back the little speaker on the Pro controller. I like that. I love that extra sense of immersion. I love hearing Midna on the Wiimote and stuff back in the day. And, you know, Sony does it. I love hearing the little updates that would pop in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Really cool. Just adds to that immersion. That being said, I'm really happy with both the controller and the hardware. From the game standpoint, I think Nintendo last year, for the first 6 months, absolutely crushed. I think it was a very strong opening 6 months that I feel like a lot of people don't give those 6 months enough credit. I think people tend to forget what the first 6 months of most console, I'm not just talking Nintendo, just most console launches in general look like from a first or even third party outlook. There's a lot that are barren. I mean, PlayStation 5, you know, it's a very capable console with a ton of third party support. All the third party support for that matter. You know, that, you know, kind of came out the gate not so much swinging. I mean, they had the excellent Demon Souls remake, but it was a little bit of a slow burn that first year. And that's understand the magnitude of Breath of the Wild. And obviously that's a generation defining game. At the same time, regardless of what the install base was on the Wii U, their launch game was a port. It's a Wii U game. It is a Wii U port. So we got more exclusives out the gate in the first 6 months on Switch 2 than we did the Switch 1. I think that's impressive, regardless of what you think of Breath of the Wild. So Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, big. We also got, obviously, in that 6 months, you know, those more spin-off games, Hyrule Warriors, Kirby. This is a solid lineup. Metroid Prime Cross, really, really cool. The big thing that was missing from last year, and I think this was the biggest bummer, there was no big holiday title. And so, you know, we talked a lot about this on the show. I was fully expecting, man, what's the holiday game going to be? If they launch with Mario Kart World, the holiday is always the biggest game of the year. So whatever they've got planned, like, is it going to be Smash Bros? Is it going to be the next mainline Mario, which is the one that I was leaning towards last year? We didn't have that, and I do think that sucked a little bit of the wind out of a lot of people's excitement. Love it or hate it, Metroid Prime is a very niche series. You know, us core fans, we really love it, but it's just not popular. It's not a system seller. So I think this year, going into this year, it's been a very unexciting start to the year. But what really is phenomenal about Switch 2 in 2026 is the commitment and the promise to the strongest third-party support we've ever seen from Nintendo for generations now. Generations. Like, we've never seen third-party support like that. And it's already been mentioned tonight, getting Resident Evil day and date, launching with Cyberpunk. We're getting a lot of old games, which made this third-party partner showcase a little bit underwhelming for a lot of people. But as time goes on this generation, we're going to see less and less of old game announcements and a lot more of those day and date announcements. And I think that's something very special and something that's worth celebrating, because as loud as the complaints are that we're missing Mario, that we're missing Zelda, that we're missing Smash, the fact of the matter is that the Switch 1 sold upwards of 155 million units, meaning that a massive chunk of those owners are brand new Nintendo players. Didn't play the Wii U, didn't play the Wii, didn't play the GameCube, or maybe they had one of those previous consoles, but a massive chunk of those are first-time Nintendo gamers. These are people who are going to be able to experience that third-party at home or on the go hybrid goodness this gen, and I think that's really exciting. I think those people are worth mentioning. A lot of people say, oh, people don't care about third party on Nintendo hardware. I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore with the massive boom that we saw in Nintendo's popularity. So I'm happy with it so far. I am anxious to see some of those big games. I don't think, well, actually, I have to include one of my most anticipated games of the year has already been announced, and it is a Switch 2 exclusive, and that's Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. This is a game that I could see averaging 90 plus. This is a series that exploded, obviously, with Awakening. Was the fan choice game of the year pick for the Game Awards with 3 houses. Phenomenal game. One of the best top 10 Switch 1 games, in my opinion. I'm unbelievably excited for this title. And I'm unbelievably excited to see what Monolith has planned for Switch 2. Obviously, the Zelda team, the Mario team, what Smash is going to look like on this system. I also have a very strong feeling that we're going to see the return of at least a couple dormant IP on this. And I know this is a lot of hopes and wishes, but I think we're at a really good foundation. Obviously, development time is getting longer and longer. I think we're going to get there. I think we just need some patience. And if we get that first mainline direct, which is coming, whether it's this month, next month, or the month after, the fact of the matter is there's going to be a first mainline direct to the year.
Are you leaking it?
No.
Can we give you credit if it comes out this year?
Oh no, you can't. You cannot. I don't want any credit for it at all. I want nothing to do with that. But if that's a swing and a miss, then I do think there's a little bit more room to be like, well, what's going on here? We kind of already know everything that's coming out this year. We haven't had that big, massive juggernaut title to really get Nintendo fans to go crazy. But I don't know. It's hard. It's really, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm optimistic, and I'm hopeful. But I do feel the start of this year has been not too exciting so far. But I think we'll get there.
Okay. Is everyone gone?
Yep.
Okay. So let's get to our next topic, and that's on Stash. Just make sure Dave goes first, because I know he's got a dip soon. So
cool. All right, so this is a pretty broad topic. It's about gaming, and whether or not it's better today than it was when we were growing up, which I think we're all
It's a rough
part of the 80s and 90s here. But obviously there's always a lot of things happening. Yeah, everyone's always waiting for the next Nintendo Direct, and it feels like, at least for me, they're not enjoying any games that they should be right now. And they're just thinking about the future and not enjoying the present. Industry layoffs all the time. Changes at Xbox all the time. Now, obviously Uncle Phil was there forever, but I'm talking about there's just always something going on. Everything's an Xbox. We're going third party. What are we doing with the next console? Leadership changes. Are they going to be part of this going forward? Are we gonna lose them in the next generation? Or are they going to release a box that has Xbox branding but is basically a Windows PC, which is what I think is going to happen. I've said that before a lot here. So you look at that. Obviously, we lost Sega along the way, but that worked out good because now they're making games everywhere. But just kind of observing the whole evolution, right, of the industry from childhood to today. Do we truly think the state of the industry is in? For us as consumers, is it in a good place, bad place? What kind of place is it in for the developers, publishers, investors? Me personally, I think that if it's not in a good place for us, it will not be in a good place for them. That's an easy answer. Clearly. If nobody's calling to do business with you, you can't turn the lights on. That's common sense. But I think we can go a little deeper than that. So Dave, I'll kick it off with you. And I think you are the elder statesman, right?
I believe so. But
behind you.
That's a difficult question because it's so nuanced, right? There's so much going on with gaming throughout history. And obviously nostalgia is going to have a lot to do with my answer as well, because of where I've been with gaming in the 80s and 90s. I've always felt the Super Nintendo through like the GameCube era was like the best era of gaming through that time period. You got so much enjoyment, so much developers focused on making amazing games first and foremost, and not just making money off the consumer. Money was important to make, of course, but like it was more so making the amazing game first, and then they could, enjoy the benefit of making the money from that. It wasn't about just making money first and then making the game later, like it is now. like it seems like they want to pump you full of content that isn't necessarily great content, but just content that to get some money off the consumer, and it's not really helping the long-lasting benefit of gaming in general right now. And you're seeing a lot of that with how the trends are with Sony, with Xbox, focusing on a lot of games that are just focused on getting a lot of money up front, not giving you the actual amazing experience that you want. And you're seeing the backlash from gamers and not spending the money on those games, and thus companies being shut down, and even wonderful developers like Bluepoint being closed because of other investments from these companies being put into the wrong things. So do I think gaming's better today than my childhood? No, I don't. But there is a lot of amazing, great experiences to have right now. You have to be very careful about what you're picking. You have a lot of choices to make, but like the overall like gaming itself, I would say is not as good as it was when I was younger, because there's so much more focus back then into making just great games that for competition's sake. Like we had Sega versus Nintendo versus PlayStation and Dreamcast, and then GameCube versus PlayStation and Xbox. Those eras so much great competition focused on making great games. That's what gives you the best gaming experiences. It's not just about how can we make money off the consumer. Whoever can make the most like gotcha, content will make the most money. They've forgotten about the gamer themselves, a lot of these companies. But at the same time, you still have a lot of great developers these days making fantastic games. Resident Evil, I think certain developers like Capcom, fantastic developer, they really get it. Nintendo still gets it, even though they've gotten a little jaded with their money-making schemes too, we got to admit. They're still making exclusive content for their consoles, unlike other consoles and companies. So you got to give them their props. But yeah, man, overall, for my 2 cents, you can't beat the era between 1990 through 2006. I think that was the pinnacle for me in gaming. Yes, it could definitely go back to that at some point, but we're in an age of corporations really pushing the industry and not necessarily just the gamers. The gamers are being pulled along with them because gamers want to play games, but corporations want to make money. And there's like this push and pull right now going on that is really, it's like gamers are fighting back with not giving them money, and corporations are fighting back by not giving them the games that they want. And then you have to make changes. So they're closing companies, firing people. And then you have the developers, the up and coming ones like Claire Obscure, Expedition 33 developers, people like that who are like, here's our amazing game. And people are like, yes, this is what we want. Fantastic single player experience, innovative gameplay, for JRPGs or RPGs in general, games like that. Really cool action games, lots of content, survival horror games of Resident Evil. Yes, single player games have always been a really, really big focus to make a lot of wonderful experiences for everybody. Even though multiplayer is wonderful, you can't really replace the feeling of having local multiplayer with your friends on your couch. So like it's not the same. So the online atmosphere a lot of it has to do with that. We have multiplayer, but it's online and it's free to play. You have to pay more money as you go. It's always if, ands, or buts. So yeah, for my 2 cents, like I said, back in the day, in that time frame, 90s to early 2000s, those were the best, man.
Yeah, that's great, Dave. A lot of things you just said, I agree with totally, and I'm with you on that. And one thing I was thinking too is that as far as corporations go, because I had that in my notes as well, is that AAA has become very corporate, and I think too many suits are making decisions on what games they need to make money versus allowing the developers to make games they're passionate about. Now, some could argue that that's what the indie scene's for, and yes, the indie scene does do that. And that's one thing I really appreciate about them. However, it would be nice if some of the big AAA developers that we grew up with would take some risk. I look at Konami. It's the game Darwin's Paradox. The game.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I haven't downloaded the demo to try out. I was just happy to see that though, because I'm like, this is a risky maneuver for a company, a big AAA developer, to come out with a game like this. And it's just good to see games that aren't from established, long-running IPs actually hitting the scene. So for the most part, man, it's Suits making the decisions.
I mean, it's like EA too. They publish all the Haze-like games.
Yeah.
And those have all been great.
I know, but then they sit on NBA Jam. and Microsoft sits on Banjo-Kazooie and everything rare. It's like, what are we doing here?
They don't call them rare IPs for nothing.
I know, dude. They rarely make games. Zach, what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I got a couple of conflicting thoughts. The first I'll start with is something I heard on my favorite gaming podcast, Rebel FM. They were talking about how no media, whether it's a book, a movie, a game, will probably ever hit as hard as it did for you, like in your teen years. Like that's when you're the most impressionable. That's when things are the most exciting. That's when I first played BioShock 1. Like that was sort of my like, whoa, come to Jesus, video games could be anything and everything moment.
Sure.
So on that hand, I think, maybe we're just clouded by nostalgia, but the logical things that I can't ignore are, one, there are far few newer franchises being started now than there were in any of the generations I was a part of as a younger person. I think that's a huge flaw. Two, the money is condensed in far fewer games with Fortnite, with Roblox, and that I think then contributes to the corporate nature, the suits, all of that, chasing this money. The third thing, I honestly don't know how to say this without probably pissing someone off, but I remember having Twitter arguments, dumb Twitter arguments back when I first started YouTube. So this is around like 2011, 2012. And I was telling people like, no, you don't want gaming to become the biggest thing. You don't want it to be where everybody is all about it, because when anything gets that big, it inevitably gets diluted. It inevitably suffers in some way. And yes, there's some great things like we have, hey, you can get a few buddies together and build a game in your house. You can, post your game on Steam and people make $1 million when they would have had no chance to before. But I think you see a lot of dilution and talent drain, whereas previously some genius who's making Celeste or Katana Zero or Hollow Knight would be working for EA or Nintendo or Microsoft. And instead they're like, no, I don't want to deal with that corporate nature. I want to do my own thing. And they're still making a great game. For me, and I feel like I'm kind of like you, Dave, like I miss the big moment, like the big AAA single player linear amazing game. And like I personally would rather have fewer greater things than more lesser. And that's sort of why like I miss E3 constantly. I would so much rather have one huge week in the summer than 10,000 shows from every publisher and every developer and every direct and this indie thing and this cozy thing and this hardcore thing and this boomer shooter. Like I know that it caters to different people and obviously makes more money, but I do sort of miss when it was a little bit simpler and when it was a little more. I don't mean from the standpoint of people shouldn't be able to play games. I mean from the standpoint of it becoming this monstrous industry that is basically consuming itself through its desire to be bigger, 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 bigger. So I personally don't see it ever evolving out of where we are now or like returning to where it was in the early 2000s. So yes, that feels a little depressing. I will say that, like you mentioned, there's still the Nintendos, there's still the Capcoms that still are hitting out of the park and delivering. And you can find a great game always. It just, to me, feels like the overall industry has kind of lost its luster a bit and lost maybe the speciality that only could come from something that was a little more niche.
Yep.
Well said. Anyone want to comment on Zach's thoughts there?
A lot of great points. I think we made a lot of great points. I definitely agree with a lot of that.
Yeah,
that's pretty much the same thing. Same thing I think as well. We're at a point of no return with that because of the money. Corporate money is too big. Big industry is too big. It's bigger than Hollywood, bigger than movies, bigger than anything. So it's the biggest entertainment industry in the world. You're going to have over diluted product at this point. But also it comes, like I said, with you have a lot of choices. It gets hard to make those choices though, because of the over dilution. So yeah, what can you do?
I think one thing to note too is that when we were growing up, there wasn't a ton of games coming out, right? And to that point, like last year, on Steam, over 19,000 games were released in 2025. Let that sink in compared to what we grew up with.
Yeah.
That's insane, right?
Yeah, big game felt like an event every time, for sure.
Yeah, just imagine like if you're not connected in gaming like the way we are, and when I say connected, I just mean we know all the news that's coming out. Imagine if you want to get into this, the type of analysis paralysis you're going to go into trying to figure out what game to play out of the 19,000 that came out in 2025, not counting, the last 40 years.
Right.
That's insane.
Yeah, I think that's where we as content creators have a good opportunity to kind of try to inform people the best that we can by actually playing games.
Yeah.
And
No doubt.
sharing honest opinions about them.
Stash, can I jump in and give my thoughts on this topic?
I
Is
wanna
that
hear
okay? Because everyone's given a lot of negatives, but my response is a bit more nuanced than this because I really don't think there's an objective answer to this question at all. And I think whichever side you lean towards is going to depend on what's most important to you. So I just wrote down a few, not too many. I did some pros and cons of today's gaming to try and just give a balanced take, because I'm really in the middle, and if I'm not in the middle, I'm in that like 60-40 percentile. So I'm going to start with all pros, since we've mostly heard some of the cons of gaming today compared to the past. Video games today are more accessible than ever. Unbelievably so. I mean, the fact that we have a Nintendo console hybrid consoles are a thing now. You could play all the biggest games at home or on the go when you're traveling at your hotel. It's remarkable. Steam, 19,000 it's just so easy. There's NSO, an entire history of Nintendo's generational catalogs of some of the greatest games throughout our childhoods and teen years, and just a catalog of the history of gaming, at your fingertips, again, at home and on the go. That includes PSN, and a lot of the retro gaming they've added there, Games Pass, obviously. So I just feel like you have more choices now on what to play and how to play than I could have ever imagined growing up. So I think that's a huge positive, that it's really easy to lose sight of or not really think about. Another one that's a big one. This one's kind of a no-brainer, but modern quality of life. And this is both as far as like fundamental game design, that could be the way our hardware, functions, our controllers with their battery lives and the wireless and the immersion with the HD rumble and the DualSense technology, less load times, not waiting at a loading screen for a minute, being able to stay in that immersion longer, better performance in general. Yeah, so just those modern niceties that exist in gaming development now that we didn't really have growing up. Of course, anytime one of these innovations was added, it was always like this big monumentous thing. But now it's like there are things that are expected every gen. Another one, as someone who loves the RPG genre, the ability to tell immersive stories in games goes far beyond what I thought possible, growing up in the 90s. A game like Clair Obscur that swept the Game Awards with the unbelievable voice acting and unbelievable narrative. So I think video games as a storytelling medium is bigger and better today than it's ever been. The evolution of technology, that's the visual freedom, with the power of the tools that developers have now to create unique and brand new art styles, create worlds unlike anything we could have ever imagined growing up. I think that's something worth celebrating. Demo saves that carry over. I love this. This is a new thing. Square does it a lot. But I know Neo 3, had that huge demo that carried over into the main game. I love this. This is a great little thing that excites me. Indie games, the indie game scene is a beacon of, especially, and I'm going to get into some of the negatives of modern gaming, but they are a beacon of hope for innovation and creative ideas and new IPs. So I think that's something that shouldn't be overlooked, because the indie scene, I feel like, has only gotten better as time has gone on. Let's see. Do I have anything else? This one's a little bit contrary to something Zach mentioned, and it's not that I don't agree with Zach, because I really miss E3 like a lot. I love and Summer Games Fest has never come close. I remember there was one year I was like, well, thank God for the Elden Ring trailer, because this was a bust one year. But I do really like the direct trend. I do like that we get these special events where it feels like Christmas like 6 times, throughout the year with each of the companies. And I know maybe not so much this gen, but like some of my favorite Nintendo memories were created during their least popular generation with the Wii U. And I think back to those famous Iwata Directs with the Jim Henson puppets and the Mega 64 partnership, and Reggie and Iwata battling Smash Bros style. And you hope some of that stuff finds its way back into these presentations some generation down the road. But that stuff only exists because of these little special events that get sprinkled throughout the year. I feel like my feeling on directs has soured a little bit, not because of the directs themselves, but because of the discourse and how negative. I don't know. Today's cons.
GameBird, I gotta get going, but I'll catch your guys' replies after.
Absolutely.
I gotta head out. So
Dave, give a quick plug. Let people know what you're doing.
Super Mel Dave 64. Check out my channel. Live on Friday. Resident Evil Requiem will be going live in the afternoon, playing the entire game. So on Switch too. So be there. Thanks for having me on, guys. Nice to see you, Zach, and everyone else. ThunderStash, Nate, Eric, GameBird.
See you, man.
Catch you later.
Always
guys.
a pleasure, man. Take it easy,
brother.
Happy gaming.
I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna pull a repeat and do the same
That's okay.
as him here. I'm Switch Force. That's all I gotta say. But I love the show, and I do want to say specifically to you, Nate, that I feel like the show has leveled up since I was last on. So
that was
really
the Nintendo
cool.
Prime podcast. This is not NintenByte. We really tried to change things with this show.
Yeah,
so I'm glad that you.
This is really, really good. You guys are doing an awesome thing.
Hell
and
yeah.
I look forward to being on sometime in the future.
There we go. That's
Thanks,
what I like
dude.
to hear.
Yeah.
Coming back sometime. All right.
Yes.
I would like to give a quick shout out to, I've let some people in chat know. I've let the guys know too. But I've been subscribed to your channel since I was a manager at Lone Depot before I was even a director. It's a very long time.
Nice.
And I've always said too that you should literally trust in Switch Force. he doesn't lie, he doesn't bullshit. He's not in it for that. He's a genuine dude. So for everyone watching, he definitely gets my vote of approval. This is somebody you can trust and has always been in it for the right reasons.
I really appreciate
thank
that.
you.
That means a lot, guys. Thank you very much.
Dude. So
Enjoy
nice
the rest of the show. I will see you all soon.
Wait, Zach, real quick.
Yes.
Wait, someone in chat wants a Switch Force out. Can we get a Switch Force out?
Oh, yeah. Until next time, Switch Force out.
Classic.
There we go.
There we go. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good, dude.
Let me really cool, dude. Let me jump into cons because there are some. I just wanted to make sure I pointed out what I truly believe to be some of the modern day positives from the industry. Cons. This is like the elephant in the room, the obvious one. The business side of the industry, I think, is awful today. It's littered with microtransactions, the push for games of service, battle pass, the constant chase for growth.
Battle pass.
Battle pass, right?
The worst.
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Bullshit pass.
Yeah, bullshit pass. Absolutely. That constant chase for growth and mass layoffs. And it's so weird because I think about this all the time. I think of this mentality of growth, them chasing growth. And it's weird because obviously I'm not a major shareholder. I'm not one of the suits. I'm not part of these meetings, but it feels like what should be common sense has gone over the head of these people. And obviously this industry saw insane clearly unsustainable growth during the shutdown. Obviously, things were going to explode. Duh. No one can leave home. Duh. Obviously, it wasn't going to stay like that forever. Things are going to shift back to what was normal, and that's exactly what happened. But yet, a lot of the suits sat here scratching their head. What the hell's going on? I thought this was like the biggest growing thing ever. We need to chase that growth. How do we keep the growth coming? And I feel like it just set a really unrealistic precedent for the business side that they've been chasing harder than ever since everything shut down. And I think it really fast-tracked kind of the decay of the corporate side of gaming. Second negative is the insane development times. Guys, do you remember when we used to get trilogies on a console? Do you guys remember that? Do you remember when an entire trilogy would land on a console? Not ports or remasters, like from the ground up, brand new IP trilogy, like all the Jack and Daxter games on PlayStation 2 or the Uncharted games, or the fact that we got 2 mainline Zeldas on the Nintendo 64 that weren't cross-gen or ports. It's crazy. The development cycles are massive now. Next con, excluding the indie and game scene. This is something that was kind of touched on by both Dave and Zach. There's a lack of originality in both IP and game design within AAA. Obviously, there's multiple reasons for that. The bloated budgets, the risk versus reward. So there's a very strong sense of play it safe. And so we're getting a lot of the same series. We're getting a lot of the, ports, remakes, and remasters. And it's a little bit, I don't know. So it's a little bit boring. Again, I think back to 90s, early 2000s gaming. There was just there was such variety. And no one had to worry about like, oh, if we create a new IP and it doesn't sell 10 million copies, it's like, whatever. This one wasn't a big hit. Maybe we'll do one more just because we really liked making it. And then we'll move on to the next thing.
Yeah, the stakes are so high now.
They're way too high now. And I merged that the cost of development is like just insane. It really feels like a lot of the times every AAA release is do or die for a company, which is insane. Like you can't, like a company should be able to have a handful of games that, don't explode. Big whoop. Here's one that I don't think no one's mentioned so far, and I don't know that anyone was planning on mentioning this, but I have to, because this is one that really, I think, just sucks ass today. The fandom. The fandom is worse than it's ever been today. No comparison. And it's not just video games, it's across all entertainment. I can't stand fandoms anymore. They're awful. They're more childish than they've ever been. I feel embarrassed sometimes. There's time, no joke. I see conversations and comments and tweets and YouTube posts, or even hear things out in the wild that make me feel embarrassed to be a part of this hobby. Sorry to be so brutal. Especially, I can forgive it when it's teens and kids, especially when it's grown men. It is so embarrassing. It's like, ugh. I'm so embarrassed.
That's what I don't like
to be associated with this, which is unfortunate.
I can understand if you're a kid, you're a teenager. Cool, I get it. All been there. But when it's adults,
you're immature.
Oh man, this ain't good.
Here's another one. This one's maybe a little bit more personal taste, but stands true for me. Game marketing and the console wars are no longer fun. Do you guys remember game marketing in the 90s?
Yeah.
How wild
that's
and entertaining it was?
Changed.
Yes, the world's changed for sure. And I know that's
sadly.
And with that comes the console wars. Console wars used to be so fun. Like it was a fun, entertaining thing. Now it's like it's backhanded insults, it's hitting below the belt, it's derogatory, it's ugly, it's gross, it's people acting immature, it's people, yeah.
I think part of that, because I'm not going to be touching upon that part when I talk, because I just don't think it matters. But that part of it, I think, is just because you got to remember when we were younger, it was just our friend groups, it was just school.
Sure.
If you think about joking around with your friends, you can say things that it's none of that's serious, and you're all in person, you know each other. Like, we definitely had debates on the playground about Sega versus Nintendo, especially in the Genesis and SNES days. That was definitely a thing. And we got pretty nasty about it, but we didn't take any of it personal because we're friends. You're on the internet with a bunch of strangers, that all sounds personal.
Right.
So I don't think it's like it better or worse. I just think people can now talk online.
I mean, I do think it's worse because I feel like I've witnessed it, and maybe it's because I'm more tapped in. I'm part of a podcast now. Maybe that's part of it. And I'm not talking about comments towards me or comments towards the crew. There's enough of that gross shit out there. I'm just talking about like the discourse in general is like, even if you take out the toxic stuff, it's like lamer than it's ever been. It's just lame. I don't know. The console wars was fun before. Like, people don't have fun with it now. It's like weird. It's like they take it oddly personal. It's video games. I don't know. Grow up. Anyways, mental illness, my friends. It is. Next con, physical media is dying. So if that's something that's really important to you, something that I do care about, it's dying. It's on its way out. We're dinosaurs. So if you care about video game ownership, this is definitely a negative of the modern gen. And then last one, this is more fun, personal one. Video game magazines and demo discs. I loved this. I miss demo discs and video game magazines. This was such a fun way to consume video game news and try games like every week or every month. Try games across multiple platforms.
When you brought it up earlier about the demos and how they carry over now, I was going to mention how that's really a big pro now. Yeah. Because we don't have to go to multiple grocery stores, because that's what I would have to do. I have to go to multiple stores to find the magazine that didn't have the demo disc stolen already. Just like the AOL 250, 500 hours free disc that would come in magazines. You have to, find the ones that aren't stolen
Demo
yet.
accessibility is way better today in general.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fantastic now. You brought up a lot of good points, man. So many good points.
Yeah. So that's the gist of it. That's not every pro. That's not every con. I feel like this is a topic. There's so much that we could discuss about this one that this could be an entire episode if we wanted it to be, and probably a fun one to debate, because I'm sure, I think everyone so far, and we're going to hear Nate shortly and Eric as well. I think everyone's made good points, but I'm sure everyone disagrees with some of the points made already, or maybe most of them. I don't know. But I think it's ultimately, it really is going to depend on which things are most important to you. I personally don't believe there's an objective answer. As nostalgic and as fond as I am for the old days, I have so much love for them. I feel like it would be disingenuous for me to just be like, it was better in the 90s and early 2000s. So I really wanted to highlight some of those things I thought were better. But yeah, that's my piece on this one. If you guys have more questions, hit me up in comments and ask me what I think about certain things.
Nice. All right, who wants to go next?
I mean, I think Nate wants to go last, so I mean, I can go next. I agree with GameBird. It's so hard to say, yes or no, for me anyways, that, gaming is better now than it was back then. I'm having just as much fun gaming now as I did back when I was a kid. There's still games being put out that I like. There's still games being put out that I hate. So, you know, you've talked about the industry and some of the dumb shit it's doing. It was probably doing some dumb shit back in the day too. You know, it's Jesus. You know, oh God, where the hell am I going? Brain function.
You gonna slap you quick?
Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you. No, I made the mistake of looking at chat.
Don't do that while you're talking.
Yeah, I know. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, don't do that. We're not solo streaming.
People are dumb. You know, it sucks that, you know, nowadays, you know, you could see a company make this phenomenal game, and then the next day they're closed. You're like, what did they do wrong? It wasn't them. It was the consolidation of all these gaming companies into these massive conglomerations that, you know, it sucks. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, it's, for me, you know, graphics are better today. I mean, I don't necessarily care about that, but yet at the same point in time, I do. You know, it's hard. It's really just hard for me to say whether gaming's better today or not, because I'm having fun, and that's all that matters to me. So, yeah.
Well said. Hey, you want to go, or did you want me to go?
It doesn't really matter.
You can go then.
Okay. Well, I'm probably the only person on the show taking a hard stance that gaming is significantly better today. And it's not even close. And it's not that I'm not nostalgic for all the things you guys are talking about. Like when GameBird had in his negative, you know, magazines with game discs, those are fun memories. But factually, demo is better, way better today. Like it's not even a competition. Besides demos carrying over into games, and that's not always true. Accessibility to demos is better than ever. You know, if you think about back then, outside of demo discs, what were we doing? We were running and waiting in lines at Walmart, Target, Best Buy to try to get on a console with a broken controller to play a game demo. For whatever latest thing came out that we saw a commercial for, or we saw an ad at the store. Like, awareness of games, I think, is better than it's ever been too. I don't have to explain what a video game is to my grandparents. They know. It's more widely accepted today. But let's just get to, I mean, it's obviously a nuanced conversation because it's hard to set aside nostalgia, because nostalgia is very important and it's a very meaningful part of our lives. Nostalgia is a good thing. I'm not one of those people that views nostalgia ever as negative. If you look up the definition, it's nothing but positive. Nostalgia is great. And obviously a lot of things about how we view things today are through the prism of we were kids back then. Maybe a lot more time in our lives, a lot less responsibilities, a lot more freeing. So you have the whole childhood aspect compared to being an adult, where we're worrying about shit we didn't worry about. When I was a kid, did I worry about studio closures? Didn't even think about it. Studios closed all the time in the 80s and 90s. Didn't give two flying fucks. I just went on to the next game coming out. Didn't care about game budgets. Didn't care how long it took games to take. Dude, we talk about like a gap from A Link to the Past to Ocarina of Time. The same gap as going from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. We still had game gaps back in the day as well. We didn't just have trilogies all the time on same systems. Like that wasn't a thing. That actually was only a very few franchises that even did that. A majority of games didn't. It was one per generation. So it's really interesting thinking back on how much of our childhood is shaped by just what we experienced versus what was actually out there. Because there's a lot of things we just didn't play because we didn't control our access to games, right? We were kids. We had to go through our parents and what they were willing to get us, or birthdays or Christmases, or what we saved our allowances up for, or what our local Best Buy or Blockbuster had available to rent. And if you think about what your local rental stores had available to rent, and now you look back today, back to those generations, the NES, the SNES, the N64, the GameCube, the PlayStation 1, you look back on all that, there were so many more games than were available to rent. So a lot of it's shaped by what we experience to today, where we know just a lot more because we're in the information period of the internet, where we're just more aware if you want to be. You don't have to be. Some people that game don't pay attention to anything. So let's get into some of the key points I had. Now, I did do a Twitter post on this that I know Stash knows about because I tagged him in it. Maybe spurred this topic to come up because I do know it's a hot take to say gaming's better today than before because all people do today is complain. Studio closures, graphics and frame rates. We didn't give two shits about that as a kid, dude. I was playing fucking Ocarina of Time at 12 FPS. Did not give two flying fucks. That game rocked back in 1998. Didn't give a shit about that. Still don't really give a shit that much about it now, to be honest. If I have low frame rates, but I'm having fun, then I don't give a fuck. Fun trumps everything. But every day I see, like, I'll just read part of my post here. Every day I see videos and articles that are touting how like a gaming crash is imminent and all this shit. It's a whole different conversation, obviously. Due to industry layoffs and studio closures, customers, being priced out of gaming. Meanwhile, I can load up a free-to-play mobile experience and cringe all you want. There's a bunch of them on your phone that are actually good, that are better than like half of the NES library.
But to be fair, we are talking about video games, Nate, so let's stay on topic.
Well, to be fair, if you dismiss the biggest part of the industry, that's on you. Well, that's part of my point with accessibility and the quality of games. There's actually more high-quality games coming out right now every week than there has been at any point in my life. Like, it's insane. And we just don't have the time to keep up with it. Yeah, there's also a lot of slop. There's a lot of slop back then too. We just didn't play it. I mean, I remember when we were at the store out in Seattle, the game store, and Stash was like, "Oh, I don't have this game because it sucks."
I don't want it. Yeah,
it's like yeah, there's actually quite a lot of games like that sucked back then. Some of us unfortunately owned them, and some of us, luckily were able to skirt around it or rented it once, and we're like, "Oh, this is trash." But yeah, like we had a lot of slop back then as well. Like that was one of the hard things back then. That's why the Nintendo seal of quality became so important in our childhood, because the whole industry crashed over that kind of shit. There being so much slop and you didn't know what was good or not. Today, we don't really have to worry about that as much. Like there's more slop than ever, but I'm not having a hard time finding high quality video games. All that's happened is, as much as we bitch about reviews and review scores, they've actually mattered now more than they ever have. Whether it's user scores or whether it's actual game reviews, because it helps legit customers actually find good games. And no matter if you think a review score is right or to 86 or it should be a 70, I don't give a fuck. You're playing something above a 70, it's probably a good game. And you're probably going to enjoy most of your time playing that game. I know we know about the industry practices. We bitch about DLC. They were called expansion packs back in the 90s. We had the same shit. You just had to be a PC gamer to know, because it was a big PC gaming thing. The Sims was getting expansion packs in the 90s. It was not just a new thing with the Sims 4. Let me tell you, it was huge back then. World of Warcraft is still getting expansions. That game came out in 2004. So expansions and DLC were always a thing. It's just as soon as internet became available on consoles, that's when DLC started to be this thing, because obviously DLC was often either sold physically on a disc in store for PC games, or you could just download it off the internet. So really, that's just something that ended up coming over, and I have less issue with DLC, more of an issue with microtransactions. But those aren't going to go anywhere. And you know what? There's tons of games that don't even have them at all. They're actually not that hard to avoid. Hell, even on my phone, I avoid a lot of them. And the ones that do have them, if it ends up making the game worse to have them in there, I don't play it. Right? Like it just, and you might go, all of them. No, there's some games that, I don't mind having to wait 5 minutes for a building to build. Dude, I used to play Pharaohs back in the day, and I had to wait 20 minutes for my building to build. That was just part of the game. There was no way to pay to get the building made faster. It's called patience. You're not going to get money out of me because I lack patience. That's not going to happen. Because I grew up with games where you had to be patient all the damn time. But just, we've seen a lot of beloved franchises get destroyed, obviously by greedy business practices, which makes a lot of people get upset. But that also was happening back then. Star Tropics, where the fuck is that? How many franchises can we name died out back in the 80s and 90s? It was happening a ton back then. This isn't actually a new thing, nor is studio closures. The difference is, as kids, we just didn't care. We just move on to the next great game and new franchise that we're introducing ourselves to. In fact, that's the thing that made gaming feel so amazing in the 80s to early 2000s, was this wide breadth of new franchises many of us were partaking in. Nowadays, we find ourselves sticking with just Nintendo right now. begging for a 3D Mario, a Zelda, an Animal Crossing, a Smash.
Can I pause really quick, because I do want to comment on something. I think yes, there were studio closures back then. That was a thing that happened. I think what makes it feel different in the modern era of gaming is we're seeing studio closures in the same year where these companies are having record profits.
Well, the individual studios aren't having record profits. You're talking about the parent company. There's a big difference, though. There is a big difference.
Sure. I mean, you can make that argument, but like, for example, like Blue Point getting disbanded. What was Blue Point's issue other than they got forced to work on a games of service? Again, another
mismanagement.
Business
Mismanagement.
mismanagement.
On not on their part.
On Sony's part.
On
Yeah,
Sony's part.
Yeah,
and I think that's
many pictures that weren't live services.
That's what sucks.
But I feel like that's a modern negative. I feel like we're seeing some of the. I mean, look at Ubisoft. Like, this is a company that should be worth so much more than it's worth. It's been horribly mismanaged.
Sure.
So I do hear you. I do agree, but I do think on the business side, there's something that feels a lot more gross about today's closures than it did.
Is it just because
studio just failing?
Is it just because you know why they're closing when we didn't know as a kid?
Well, as a kid, we didn't even know.
Yeah, we didn't even know.
We didn't know. You
if
just
they
didn't
closed.
see any games from them anymore,
Sure.
and you figured, oh, I wonder if they closed.
Like, you have more
We didn't
knowledge.
know.
Like I'm like, for me, when I talk about the industry's better day, I'm talking from a gamer perspective. I don't have to give two flying fucks if studios close. That's multi-billion-dollar corporations doing dumb shit. I don't have to care what they're doing. I have to care about the games. Like Blue Point closing, it sucks. I called it out. I said, man, Sony really mismanaged this. They were way better being independent, where they got to pick and choose what they wanted to do. Obviously, they still had to make pitches to remaster other people's franchises, but they remastered mostly ones for PlayStation, but they didn't have to keep doing that. They could have went to another company. They could have offered remastering services to Nintendo or to Xbox or to Ubisoft. But obviously, with the success of the remasters and the remakes, so Sony decided to buy them and then make them do something they've never done before. Or only listen to a pitch from them about something they've never done before because they knew that pitch would get greenlit. And then obviously now they sunk all this money into the company and then they canceled the game and blah, blah. There's a whole lot of business. I don't have to care about any of that. I mean, I do care, but as a gamer, I don't. I just want another great remake or remaster, whether it's made by Blue Point or any other studio. Like, it doesn't have to be made by a specific company. I think sometimes we get locked in on companies and it's like, dude, I can't get locked in on any individual company. How many great games are coming out? Like, I feel for people losing jobs. I really do. But that's the AAA industry's problem. They overinvested in a very specific way. And you could talk about that being a negative direction of today, but there's so many new studios that are coming up that are indie that we would have called AAA back in the day. That I find myself like, okay, Blue Point's gone. There's another studio coming.
Listen, man, I gotta say this part I disagree. As someone who I feel like, for me, as someone who loves video games, when I see a talented studio dissolve, it stings a little bit. It's I don't know. I care about it.
Are you gonna care that Blue Point Studios is closed a year from now?
Sure. I've been waiting for their next game for a long time.
Yeah, but now that you know they're no longer around, right? Like, are you even gonna be thinking about them a year from now?
I'm sure as conversations with Sony, because I've had a lot of issues with Sony this gen in the way they've ran their business. I'm sure this is something that will come up in conversations. And it's probably just because I am passionate about these topics. I'm passionate about Sony and Nintendo and Xbox. Sure. So maybe not for your average person, but yes, like, and I'm not saying this just to be contrarian to what you're saying. I could see myself bring because what I've brought up for years now is their Japanese studio closures and how they kind of did away with all that stuff at the beginning of this generation. I literally was just talking about this with someone. Yeah.
They kept one.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, it'd be really bad luck right now if they closed them after winning Game of the Year. That would. I'm not saying that
I've seen other stupid shit happen.
I haven't seen a Game of the Year same year. Well, we're not in the same year anymore. So, anyways, but no, like, yeah, look, I get that for a lot of people, the studio closures are this super big deal, and I cover it and I get sad, and I know game developers, and I've know some that have lost their job. Thankfully, all the ones I know were able to get new jobs, and I know that's not happening with all of them. And I'm not worried about the job loss aspect because I always felt like this was going to happen after COVID. I think it's a direct result of COVID. Sales went like this, and so everyone overinvested. It's like, that's COVID's going away someday, right? Like, and the games take how many years to make? Now's not the time to invest. With the games coming out now that are exploding, they got lucky that they were being made years ago. Yeah, now's not the time to try to chase, which is what Sony's been trying to do. Now's not the time to try to chase. Like live service, you missed the boat. Do something else. You missed it. Live service games never end. You're trying to pull away people from something they already love. You're not going to pull the Fortnite players away. You're not going to pull the PUBG. You're not going to pull these people away from their games. They're too invested in them. And now you bring in a new property that does what theirs does, but they view not as good. And I'm already super invested in this game. I maybe spent money on battle passes or whatever. I'm not shifting over to this one. Chasing success is a big issue in the industry today, but it's also was a big issue back then. I can billion platformers playing the exact same way. Oh my God. That was a huge thing. It's fun. Does this kind of feel like a game I just played last week that was a completely different title though? Like even like how far the character jumps is like the same. Like I'm not even relearning that. It's like, which makes it easier to play the game, but then also is like, makes it less original. It's like who based their game off of who? A Mario game drops, and next thing you know, over the next 5 years, here's like 72 new Mario games with different skins. That definitely was a big thing back then. But getting back to my bigger argument, because I was ending there, where I talked about, we find ourselves, when we're just talking about Nintendo, and we do it on the show a lot, asking for the next 3D Mario, Zelda, Animal Crossing, Smash, which for my YouTube channel would be great if any of those get announced. But those were brand new franchises for us growing up. I think there's actually so much new, inventive, and creative things going on today, including gaming quality. I feel like has gotten a lot better as well. Now, not in each individual instance or each individual IP or each individual studio, but like play some new games. Games like Mugenics are fucking awesome. And we're getting games like that, amazing indie titles like that, almost weekly. Hades 2, Blueprints. These would be high-rated games in any era they come out in. And we're getting this like off people like Mugenics made by one person. Like one person is doing what was like a 5 to 10 person team back in the 90s. You could pick up almost any device, by the way, with a screen on it and have access to video games. Physically, although it's starting to phase out in some cases with discs and carts, digitally with downloads, obviously game streaming, which, yes, there are consumers that do this and apparently appreciate it. So I've been told. I haven't met them in person, but I'm told online they exist. I'm sure they do. I feel like a lot of the people who seem to appreciate it are in other countries where access to games outside of streaming is much more difficult. But I'm glad that they have access via streaming. I'm glad that's an option for them. Gaming is accessible to all price ranges of consumers. With games as cheap as absolutely free on devices you already have, like your phone, to premium pricing, thanks to Mario Kart World at $80. There are so many options in between. You can buy $1,000 plus gaming PC, a $750 PlayStation 5 Pro, or get a $200 Android phone that'll stream AAA game experiences, sometimes for as little as $15 a month. Accessibility. Hell, the Android phone can also play a ton of games locally, like the Google Play Store. And this isn't even considering when you go to the used game market, which was always been a thing even when we were kids. You want to experience better than the phone? Go get a used Switch Lite for $130. Enjoy a whole generation of amazing stuff that's still getting new games to this day. And I get it. It sucks seeing the studio closures, the layoffs, the microtransactions, the unfulfilled promises. Was it Alien Isolation? I always go back to that one. It's like, fuck, what the fuck were you doing? Just lie to people. It's so bad. I don't know if it was Isolation, but one of those aliens. Everyone.
It was Colonial Space Marine.
Was it Colonial? Yeah.
I think it was that one, but I know what you're talking about.
A total lie. All the trailers were a total lie for what the game was. Just wow. Anyways, the corporate greed at all levels being easier to see today thanks to the internet and sharing of information. We had lots of corporate greed 30 years ago. We just didn't care, weren't aware of it. It's whatever. Our news came from gaming magazines, people who love video games, right? We weren't hearing about the bad shit most of the time. Until maybe those lawsuits, lawsuits in the 90s. We all kind of caught wind of that because that was covered by the magazines.
Listen, I want to jump into this just to give a counterpoint. I don't disagree that corporate greed hasn't always been a part of the problem within any industry, because it always has. I know it's always been there, but I think it's important to acknowledge how much more egregious it is today than it used to be. Obviously, the industry is bigger today than it used to be, but all the company consolidations, you've got companies like Embracer Group and Tencent just like buying up everyone and their wives. Like it is and that's why I mentioned, the shutdown, the unprecedented growth for the industry and that chase to retain that anomaly that's just not realistic.
So,
I think has really affected things in a negative way across the board.
Okay. So
I agree
with all of that.
I think it's worse now.
So I didn't interrupt a lot of people. Well, I'm not getting mad at you for interrupting.
Sorry,
I didn't interrupt anyone because I disagree with so much of what people were saying. But I was like, if I do this, people, I know
sorry,
and stuff like that. And because obviously, I want to complete my point here, but responding specifically to that, yeah, it sucks. But why do I have to care? There are so many, the industry's so much larger now. Like the percent that's actually happening is so minuscule compared to the wider game industry. Like when you were making some of your points on your spot, you were saying, well, setting aside indies, why the fuck are we setting aside 90% of the industry? It's indies. It's not AAA anymore. Indies run the industry. Whether people realize this or not, a majority of game sales every year are independent games, not the AAA experiences. Like maybe that's the shift that people have this hard time with, is that like AAA is not nearly as important as it once was because everything is shifted to indie. And what are indies? Exactly what AAA games used to be 30 years ago. Sometimes better. There's a few examples. Like Expedition 33. You weren't going to get a game like that 30 years ago, but you can now from an indie studio. So it's one of those things like we can't just go, well, everything I'm hearing is all about the AAA industry. Yeah, they've made a lot of mistakes. Cool. Their mistakes have led to the rise of the indie developer, where we're going to get things like Mina the Hollower coming out soon. That's going to kick the shit out of most AAA games this year. Stuff like that only exists because these AAA companies kept fucking up. They dropped the ball, allowing other people to basically take advantage. I mean, even look at Minecraft. Yeah, it's owned now by Microsoft, and thank God they haven't fucked it up. One of the few stories where a game didn't get fucked up when it got bought, but that was an indie game. And it became one of the biggest IPs in the whole world. So it's interesting to me because like I don't like the studio closures. I don't like the corporate greed, the Embracer Group buyouts, the Microsoft buyouts. You release Hi-Fi Rush, close the studio, then they're not closed. Now they might be here, whatever. I don't like any of that stuff, and I cover so much of it, and I hate it every single time. And I always get, hey, why is no one learning from the way Japan does it? Why is no one learning from the way Nintendo does it? That the way through is to keep your talent, not fire everyone. But as frustrating as that gets, there's so much great games coming out. So much great games coming out all the damn time. Like, okay, so let's say like what is it? Crystal Dynamics closes or whatever. Okay, yeah, that sucks. I have fond memories of their games. And someone else is going to come along and make games just like that from an indie studio on half the budget and be twice the game that they were going to make anyways. I don't need these big companies anymore. Like we're at this stage where I don't need EA. I don't need Ubisoft. I don't need any of these companies. Hell, I don't need Nintendo. And I'm a Nintendo podcast. I'm on a Nintendo channel. If I never get more Nintendo games, that'll suck. And I'll reminisce on all of my memories with Nintendo. But there's so many great games coming out. I don't need any one individual company anymore. Like when we were growing up, it felt like, yeah, we love Square Enix JRPGs. We love Nintendo games. We love Sega games. I can't even name the companies that make most of the games that I play anymore because it's such a wide breadth that I'm enjoying. And that just wasn't available to me as a kid, especially from all these various price ranges. We definitely didn't have free games, or if you want to call them freemium games. Like, get mad at Battle Pass all you want. You know, I got kids that play Fortnite. They've never spent one fucking penny on the game and have a blast and can compete with everyone without spending money. I think that game, whether you guys like Fortnite or not, I didn't have a game like that as a kid. There's no such thing as a free game that was that good. No way. Didn't exist. Even if you never spent any money on it, it just didn't. There was nothing that was ever that good. And as you go down, you know, I feel like the quality of games has gotten better overall, not on an individual level. We can always point out individual levels like, oh, Assassin's Creed has gotten worse. Oh, Pokemon's gotten worse. Oh, this franchise has got... Okay, sure. These long-running franchises that have been around for many, many decades that started chasing the dollar got worse. Okay. What about all the new franchises? Like you talked about, you know, a new IP back then. There's more new IP coming up. We just talked about 19,000 Steam games. You know how many of those were new IP? I Googled it. I don't know if it's correct. It was an AI summary. About 12,000 of those releases were new IP. No, I'm not saying those are all good games. They're not.
Yeah.
That's why I think game reviews are actually more important today than ever. I think channels like ThunderStash, you know, whether you watch his channel or not, if you're trying to discover things, I'm going to be picking up a Star Fox game this year that's not Star Fox because of ThunderStash's channel.
Thank you.
He reviewed an indie game I didn't even know fucking existed. And now that I see it, I'm like, oh my God, that looks as good as any Star Fox I've ever played in my life. Maybe not better than Adventure, but that's a very different kind of Star Fox game. So it's like, dude, I'm so glad I know about that because, yeah, we're not probably going to get a Star Fox game, or at least one that's remembers why it was great to begin with and didn't just try to copy itself over and over and over again. And I'm really excited I know about that game now. So I think game reviews have become even more important. User reviews. I wish the eShop had freaking user reviews. The Wii U did. That's how you sort out the slop. But unfortunately, we don't have user reviews in the eShop. So you really, really got to rely. Like, as I said, as much fun as we make fun of, you know, game reviews and scores, even though we're in a fantasy league that's about game reviews and scores, they do serve a general purpose for informing people, even at a glance. People want information about what they're buying so they're not wasting their money. At a glance, they see that score. It lets them know, okay, this is probably a pretty good game. I'm going to get it. Now, they might only care about 85 pluses or whatever the fuck, or 90 pluses. Whatever, that's their prerogative. Everyone's got their different. I think using more of the scale is perfectly fine. I don't think games in the 70s are shit, like some people do. Hell, there's some games in the 60s I think are okay. Once you get to 50 or below, then it's like, all right, yeah, those are probably ones I might not even play if they were free. And that's just a general thing because some of the games that are down there, yeah, when you score, especially in the modern age, when it's so hard to score that low, like if you're down there, then it's probably not a good game. Could be wrong in individual tastes, etc. Like people would probably think Return to Zork today sucks, and I think it's awesome, but games like that don't really exist today. I shouldn't say that. There are some indie games that do it. There's a little underbelly that still plays those kind of games. It's like a point and click puzzle solving adventure game. It's they still exist. That being said, I feel like, you know, I looked at gaming when I'm a kid, and all I really bring up or can remember is limitations. I want this new game. It's $100. I know I'm never getting it. Now, part of that's because I'm a kid. Part of that's also because $100 in the 90s. Jesus fucking Christ. What was it, like $300 today? It's fucking insane. I don't know the exact inflation on that, but it's pretty insane from the 90s to today. I'm like what $100 used to be for certain games on the N64, and then you know you look at that cost today, and it's absolutely astronomical what we paid for games back then. Even when we were paying $50 for games back then, dude, look at what that is today. $80 Mohr, your car ain't shit.
$100 is $247.99. So
There you go.
$250.
So about $250. It's huge. And that's going to change depending on what year from the 90s you choose.
This is 1990.
1990. Okay, yeah. So I find it really interesting because to me, here's just the bullet points on why I think gaming is so much better today. It's more accessible than ever. You can game on literally anything. If it has a screen, you can game. Period. You don't have to spend tons of money to be a gamer. Whether you guys count people mobile gaming or not as gamers, I don't give two flying fucks. Those are arbitrary definitions. You're playing video games. If they don't want to call themselves gamers, that's their choice. But they're playing games. They are playing games that we were playing back in the day. How many people do I see on phones playing Tetris today? Raise your hand if you played Tetris when you were a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking Tetris, right? We would never call that not a game. Now you see someone playing on your phone, not a game. The fuck do you mean playing Tetris isn't a game? Get the fuck out of here. It's just your bias against that not being a dedicated gaming device. Or your bias against mobile games. I don't give a fuck. That's like we have Tetris level games in our fingertips for free. And that's the level of accessibility we have with games. And then we're obviously in the space we're existing in as a show. We're more in the luxury gaming world. What used to just be all gaming is now luxury gaming. As in, we buy dedicated gaming devices and we spend premiums to buy games, right? We buy $70 games. We buy collector's editions that are $150 or more, right? Like we are in the luxury part of the industry. That's actually the smallest part of the video game industry today. And I just feel like there's so many games and so many great games. And for every studio that goes down, there's a Yacht Club Games coming up. That how can I be anything but happy today than when I was a kid and I go, you know, I get a game for my birthday, and if that game sucked, that fucking sucks. Because that's the only game that's going to be out in the next 6 months. Or we can't afford the next great game that comes out next week. It's too expensive. But I can download something now for free the next day if I don't like what I'm playing now. I'll just put this as an example. I'm on a game buying freeze this year. Okay, total freeze. I might not buy a single video game this year personally. For me, I got bills. I still got to take care. I got a surgery coming up. I have to be smart about my money spending this year. It's got to mostly go to needs. Can't go to wants. And despite that, I've already played like 4 new games this year. And I'm not talking about people sending me codes. That doesn't count. That's just a perk of the job, right? I have Fallout 4 sitting in my inbox somewhere from Bethesda that I'm going to install eventually. That's just a perk of the job. But I'm talking about games that I didn't play before. And why? Because they were free. 2 of them were on Steam. 1 was on PS5. 1 was on my Switch 2. Might have been available for free on Switch, technically. I think it was just a Switch one too. And I had fun with those games. Am I going to play them for thousands of hours? Probably not. But I had some fun with those games because even on the game buying freeze and attacking the backlog, shout out to ATB. But even with attacking the backlog like I'm doing, I'm still experiencing some new experiences anyways because gaming's more accessible. Imagine a world now exists where you could have no money and still play new games. That is the world we exist in. And that's like, what? You tell me that as a kid? I'm like, that's so full of shit. Fuck off. No fucking way. You tell me I can walk around with a device in my pocket and, you know, not saying you should, but it is legal. You want to go emulate? We want, what's that game everyone always wants back all the time? Chrono Trigger. You can just emulate it on your phone for free. You're telling me I could walk around and play Chrono Trigger anytime I fucking want with what's already in my pocket? That's insane. Tell that to me as a kid. And I'm going to say, dude, is there like a Back to the Future 4? Is there like a movie I missed that shows me a future where that's a thing? That's wild to me. So I think it's one of those things where part of it's nostalgia when we're children, why we think it's better. part of it is obviously we weren't as aware of what was going on in the industry. And while we're more aware than we've ever been, and there's a lot of bad shit going on, God damn if there's not a lot of fucking amazing games coming out all the time. And isn't that why we're here? To play the games? And there's more amazing games coming out now than ever at any point in my life. So I just find it hard to be like, oh, gaming was better when I was a kid, when I barely had access to anything and everything was always expensive. There was no in-between price points. And great games didn't come out as often. That's my argument. I can go deeper, but this will be talking for the next 5 hours if I went deeper than that.
Well said. I'll get my piece relatively quick. I think it's better. So you do have one other person that agrees with you. I
thought for sure you were going to go the other way. I was going to be like, oh no,
absolutely not. It's been beautiful though. As someone, who's 40 years old, been playing for 37, almost 38 years. It's been really beautiful to witness the evolution of the industry. And, occasionally I will think about it from time to time, like, especially when one of these big anniversaries drops, that's like 40 years or like Resident Evil, 30 years. Like, where did the time go? How is it 30 years? Insane. And you remember when it came out, how revolutionary it was. It had those tank controls, but we still loved it. And then you look at the Resident Evil we have today, and there's really nothing wrong with it. Everything's fixed. Controls great. It looks great. Plays great. Everything about it is great. But that could have never happened without, obviously, the original one. Everything that we've witnessed, we have what we have today because of it. And so, yeah, when you look back, there are things, like load times. Bird, you mentioned that sucked on PS1, PS2, PS3, even PS4 on some games were really bad. It was improved, and PS5's been awesome, thankfully, the SSD, but Rockstar games, Bethesda games, you could always count on long load times on PS4. Fallout, GTA, Red Dead, forever, man.
Dude, I used to make pizzas.
I was gonna say you could literally make
Game World.
Yeah, you could go heat up like a tortilla and cheese and like probably eat it. Especially when on that first load in, that's like
Plus
2 or 3
to the bathroom. You got all the time in the world. Bathroom breaks were always planned around loading.
Yeah. And now we can't even read the tips they give you on the loading screen.
If
it's already gone. If they give them, yeah. So there's so many things, right? We talked about the demos. One thing we didn't mention, and I'm surprised, just because you guys covered so much. But one thing that's improved greatly, and I don't think the young kids even know this, is that when we were growing up, no games had firm release dates.
No, at all.
Nothing did. All we had was general ballpark
coming this fall.
Windows. Yeah,
no,
like
no,
it's supposed to come
just out one day
in the fall, or it's coming in the winter. Winter 1989 or winter 1990.
Yeah, right.
Which part of winter? And like that, you were lucky, honestly, to get a season. Because a lot of times it was like, it's supposed to come out in 1990. I don't know when. Sometime in 91, hopefully. Hoping the game comes out in 93. Could slip into 94. It's like, this was legit how it was. And look, I'm gonna throw out some numbers to you right now that I know off the top of my head. Okay. 6 These are phone numbers 602-971-4848. That's Blockbuster's number. They've been closed for decades. Okay. But I called them so much. They knew who I was. They knew who my brothers were, who my cousin was, my parents were. I'd ask them to please hold games because I'd ask them like, hey, when's this game set to be returned? And they'd be like, well, as long as they return it on time, it's supposed to be returned on this day. And, obviously, what time you have to return it by. And I'd call. I tried not go overboard, but I'd also want to make sure I make my window. You guys know just how it was at PAX.
Yeah,
I'm going to take the opportunity. I'm going to shoot the shot. I'm going to try to make this shit happen kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
Yeah, I was the same way as a kid. And so I'd call him like, hey, look, I know I'm blowing you guys up, basically. I got to the point where they would call me when it came in. For real.
Nice.
And it worked out great.
My childhood. Domino's Pizza, that number hasn't changed, I don't think. It's like 7262626 or some shit. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Some of these numbers, man. I remember from when a kid. I don't even type in anymore.
Best Buy was 494-2500, extension 47. And there's obviously for the video games. And this the thing is that you used to call about games. And there was just so little knowledge then too. I remember going to Toys R Us. It was right next to Best Buy. This guy, Aaron, worked there. Really cool dude. He used to go to E3 with Toys R Us. And I used to pick his brain all the time in high school. My girlfriend at the time, Jill, and I would go in there and just talk to him. And I'd always ask if he can get me any swag from E3. This is this is in probably 99 to 2003. I'm this is so cool. I know somebody who went to E3. It's so funny back then.
It is.
I remember going there all the time, and there was this one guy that worked there. And whenever he was working and it wasn't Aaron, I'm like, I don't even know if I want to go check out the video game section because this guy's so annoying. And I remember asking him about a game. I forget what it was. It was a Nintendo IP. And it was for 64. And I was asking him if he knew when it was coming out. And this guy was so stupid, dude. I'm sorry to say that, but he's like, that's not coming out on Nintendo 64. That's a PlayStation game. It was a Nintendo IP. And I'm like, I remember looking at my girlfriend at the time, giving her that look I hate this guy. This guy's so stupid. Because she knew how annoying this guy was for me. But he was dead serious. You know what I mean? And it's at least we don't deal with some of that bullshit you had to deal with. I look at the library. The library was very similar to renting out games. You had to rely on somebody returning a book or an encyclopedia. I don't know if you guys remember renting out encyclopedias for projects at school. You had to rent it from the library and you had to hope that somebody was responsible. Imagine dealing with that today. No one's going to be responsible today. I mean, some people will, but it's going to be a lot less than back in the day. People are less responsible today. People are less respectful today. As the years go on, this is what happens. Deterioration of society. It's just facts of life. We've all experienced it. And when we were younger, our elders told us the same thing, right? It's cyclical. This is what happens. But imagine having to deal with that today. We don't have to deal with that. I don't have to call a place 100 times. The only thing I deal with now is pre-ordering games at Best Buy and then Best Buy saying we didn't get it in, which sadly that does happen a lot. But at least I don't have to blow places up. But one thing I will say too, I miss renting games. I think we all do. I miss going to Blockbuster. I miss just that being a thing. Where you actually, you get up, you get in the car, you go drive there. You go look at the movies. You look at the back of the box. You read it, you look at the back of the box on the video games, look at the screenshots, look at the box art, see what catches your eye. You know me, like I always scanned everything. I knew where everything was. And so I'd quickly scan the whole shelf, see if there's anything new box arts. You guys know this. I miss all that stuff. I have all the nostalgia behind me. I can still play all these games, and I still do. I think if you don't have all the old games anymore, you might look at it that way, like it was better back then, but I still have them all. So why would today not be better? Because I still have everything from then, and I have everything now. I never sold it to GameStop for a penny. Bird?
I listen. I'm going to give a little bit of pushback just because I gave Nate some. I find it interesting that like we had the guests on and they were, they both in unison. Eric, am I understanding? Were you a bit more in the middle?
Yeah.
Eric? Okay, so Eric,
my baseline was I'm having fun. I was having fun back then. I'm still having fun.
I actually wanted the guests on for when I went, but I knew they were tight on time. So I was like,
sure.
I knew it wasn't going to happen. So.
For sure. I find it interesting that Eric and I were the only kind of like gray zone, more nuanced opinions on this because Gabe and Jack were both
way
better before.
Balanced show.
Both of you are like, it's way better now.
It's a balanced show. Mm-hmm. The balance show.
I guess that is balance. Yeah.
Two in the middle, two on the top, two on the negative, two on the better when we were kids, two is better now, and two in the middle. That's guys. Remember how everyone said the show's full of bias? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We can't even agree on this.
Here's what I look at. Or you want to finish your point?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I find it interesting because like when I was thinking about this question, it's so hard for me to just make a de facto like, oh yeah, it was better then or it's better now, because to me, looking at the history, and trust me, obviously I put a couple cons for today that are, and I mentioned this one's a little bit more personal, like the magazines that would have demo discs in it. That's a very nostalgic thing, but for the majority of my pros and cons, I tried to leave nostalgia out of it because I don't think it's a fair justification for why something may have been better or worse. And to me, it's like I see pros and cons light up like freaking headlights in my face. And my top pro, and I know both of you basically have acknowledged this same thing as a huge plus for today, is accessibility. It's unmatched. And I mentioned like hybrid consoles, and I mentioned NSO and PSN and all these ways to play, and I left out stuff. I didn't mention cross saves or cross gameplay. Is that what they call it? Crossplay? Playing across multiple. Yeah, crossplay and cross saves. So without a doubt, but I do think there are still things that are glaring, that are I don't know. I just feel like a step backs in some ways. And Prime, you mentioned something that I disagree with. You said that indie games are the industry now. They're the majority of the industry. But indie games, I looked it up. They only account for 48% of sales, which is big. It's almost 50-50, but it's not the majority of the industry. Maybe if you factor in like number of releases that are coming.
I think Nate meant number, right?
Yeah, number of high quality game releases.
Number of releases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to say
it's
not the majority. It's not the majority of sales.
No.
So,
no, definitely not with indie.
But But yeah, I don't know. This would be such a fun topic if we ever do like a hot takes episode or a NintenByte debates episode. I would love, because I feel like we could go on forever. I would love to do a debate show sometime with you guys. I think it would be a lot of fun, even with like guests who enjoy that type of content as well. And we could just like maybe do like fan vote. This is a question for another time, but maybe even fan submitted questions to pose a question for us to debate. You know, maybe some of them people are going to be unison on, but
it would be fun. I like that idea.
I think you guys definitely make some great points. I think Prime, I disagree a little bit more with you on the bit, some of the things you said on the business side. You know, the like, who cares if a studio's gone? Who cares if Nintendo disappeared? Like me as someone who loves games, I do very much care about that, and I do think you know, we see teams, you know, we see games like from the creators of this, like, oh, they created their own little side studio, and it's like half the team created this epic game that was so beloved, and like look at Mighty Number 9, and then like the game just like sucks ass, or is like, you know, it's the fraction of what they did before. I think it does matter, and like especially like in the case of Nintendo, this is a company that is, for whatever reason, super divisive now, and it has a lot of like toxic content online surrounding just the company as a whole. But I mean, to me, the thought of Nintendo going away is terrifying for the industry, because I do feel like outside of indie games, like Nintendo is, you know, despite that, like I acknowledge that they make some bad decisions. Not everything's right. They can be money grubby. You know, they're a company. They do adhere to shareholders. I also think they're, you know, they haven't been as egregious. They're not doing all the consolidation and all the buyouts and throwing out teams, and they're not pumping their biggest experiences. That's Zelda, Mario, Smash, Mario Kart, with season passes, battle passes, a cash shop in the main menu when you first boot up the game. So you know, that's a part of the industry that's changing. So I do think having a big juggernaut like Nintendo still holding ground on true single player experiences or true local multiplayer experiences in a changing industry I think it's important. And you know, there's a lot of talks about Xbox being cooked and Xbox being out. That's sad. That's sad for me. Obviously, there's been mismanagement. There's been a lot of bad decisions. I get that, but it's sad. You know, a lot of people are I think looking towards that future of, or maybe not, like AI generated games. You know, then they could do tons of free stuff. We get tons of free stuff if it's AI generated. Who gives a shit, right?
No.
But I think
that's
the one
of the future. I'm not looking forward to AI.
Right, but I'm just saying a lot of like the arguments towards why it's the best today could be made in an accessible, everything's free, but is in one place on a cloud service.
Well, that's about quality, but there's the quality of the games. Like the quality of the game matters. And when I brought up Nintendo, guys, I was being hyperbolic. One, Nintendo's got too much money. They're going to be around my whole life. They're never not going to be around. They're a zero debt company. So like the threat of them going out of business in my lifetime is zero. But I was just bringing up that like, even if it was Nintendo that was in the Ubisoft position where you can kind of see the tea leaves that, hey, unless a drastic change happens, which for Nintendo would probably go multi-platform like Sega did, but unless something drastic happens, the company's probably going to go away. Like in 10 years, do I think Ubisoft is still around? I have no fucking idea. It's pretty bleak over there. And if that was Nintendo instead, while I would be incredibly sad, I also know that they're on their way out, that means that they've been fucking up for a very long time. I probably haven't enjoyed their games for a very long time. And I've already replaced the joy I got from their games with other people's games at that point. Like the writing would have been on the wall for so long at that point that it's like, you know, okay. At that point, what is left of that company going down just doesn't really matter anymore. But Nintendo is not at that point. Nintendo actually, as you mentioned, they buck a lot of the industry trends. And they seem better off for it. You know, they didn't bet big on 1,000 people teams and $100 million, $200 million budgets. They said no.
Or leadership taking 8-figure bonuses while laying off studios that made games that were mildly successful, even.
Or chasing trends.
Like, yeah.
And I say AAA industry does all the time. I did it when we were kids. It's just the trends. There wasn't as much financial at stake to chase the trends back then as today. Like you have to spend a lot of money to chase trends. And if it doesn't work out, like Concord, you're gone. Like if this marathon who's making the marathon? Is that Bungie?
Bungie, yeah.
If that bombs, I don't know if Bungie survives.
Yeah, might not. But I tell you what I do think. I do think that it won't be long before we hear of the next big games of service from coming to Sony platforms. I don't think that they've already had a handful of studio closures, game flops.
Has that game come out yet? What's the one with the word free in it? Free something.
Oh, you're thinking of oh my gosh.
I have no interest in the game. I don't have any interest in Marathon either.
I know what you're thinking of. But anyways, they just announced the Horizon one, the new Horizon Games of Service. I'm sure more are coming. And the crazy thing is they already hit lightning in a bottle. Yeah, it's not Fortnite levels. But again, this is this insane chasing unrealistic growth that makes no sense. It's like common sense. It should be common sense that you're not going to hit the same growth that you had during the shutdown. Like that was an anomaly.
Yeah, and that wasn't sustainable. Yeah, they overinvested.
They had a hit with Helldivers, and instead of focusing money and putting teams on all these new games of service, they have a hit. Build upon that, add new maps, add new game modes, grow that game.
Don't fuck up it by forcing the PC players to have PlayStation accounts.
Sure, absolutely.
Jesus.
Sure. So, I mean, again, I want to reiterate, I do agree with you that the business side, there's always been mismanagement. There's always been greedy, corrupt business. We've always had shutdowns. But I do personally believe, and guys, people in chat, tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm exaggerating. I do feel like with the rate of consolidation today, with just like, I don't know, I feel like they've just lost their grip on what works in that chase for constant, unsustainable growth. I feel like it has definitely gotten worse on the industry / business side. That's what I believe or feel.
Is it bad that I'm a little cynical? And I think the industry is just reaping what it sowed.
No, like it for sure is.
Studio closures are happening because of the consistent bad decisions those companies, not necessarily the studios, but their parent companies have been making for decades. And now this is just what they sowed. They sowed this chase trends. They sowed this overspend to make games. They sowed this, let's take 8 years to try to make a video game that's half as good as our prior one. Chasing the graphic, having to get the top tier visuals all the time, forgetting that all games used to be 60 FPS. It was just a standard. It was just expected. And then we just decided one day because we went 3D, now we're not going to do that anymore. Or you could just make less graphically intense games. Or as your power gets better, like when you first get into 3D, fine, there's some hiccups. But as power gets better, bring in 60 FPS back to the standard instead of pushing for the highest fidelity graphics. Just chasing, constantly chasing. And there was always going to be a point of diminishing returns doing that. We all knew it. We knew it growing up. We saw it growing up. We knew, okay, diminishing returns is coming. You can't, this isn't the 90s. Absolutely. You can't go 16-bit to 64-bit to 128 and then just keep thinking that doubling and tripling power is going to suddenly, like, you're going to hit a point where games, resolution, whatever. For the most part, fundamentally, graphics-wise, a lot of PlayStation 4 games don't look that much different than PlayStation 5 games.
That's true. Yeah, I agree with that. And I want to say someone chimed in my chat. Steak, thank you so much. The game that I think this is the game you were thinking of, the games of service, Fair Games.
Yeah, Fair Games. Yeah.
That's the other
one that I also have no excitement for.
As you shouldn't.
I've had no except for any of those ones. Even like, the Horizon one coming. I'm like, okay, I actually just want to play another Horizon game that isn't a VR game and isn't this.
Yeah, and you have to wonder when that game's flops, because you know it will.
Like, where's the
what are going to be the consequences? I hate how with the rapid consolidation, the greedy business decisions, these studios, and some of them by choice, some of them it's just the studios mishandling, but not all of them. Some of them it is the higher ups, where it's like you're just cannon fodder for things that, like, I don't know. I think of like Redfall and like the whole team knew. Like everyone who was working on it knew this was a bad idea.
I want to see more lower budget spinoffs. I actually like that 2D God of War game exists, regardless if people like it or not. I have no idea. It's got high user scores. I like that. That's a low budget, low risk, gives you something fresh for that IP, a spinoff or whatever they want to call it. Nintendo's got a bunch of them. Why wouldn't I want other companies to do the same? It's like clearly an obvious thing you should be doing. But a lot of these companies will do, no, we're going with the high budget spinoffs. Like, why? You haven't even proven that the audience wants spinoffs. So why are you going high budget on the spinoffs? That doesn't mean, well, it's a high budget franchise. I'm like, yeah, for the main series. Horizon, yeah. Horizon Forbidden West sold like, what was it, like 20, 30 million? Yeah, that one, you should put some decent money into the next game. Absolutely. The new 3D Zelda game, the last two sold 50 million combined. By the way, at full price. Yeah. They probably should have a fairly big budget on the next Zelda game. It makes a hell of a lot of sense. But the game has earned the right to have that kind of budget. That's fine to invest money you've already made back into your next game. I just don't get investing so much money into these side projects and spin-offs, thinking that dude, the budget for that Horizon, if I find out the budget for that Horizon multiplayer service game is over $100 million, I'm just gonna fucking throw a controller through a wall. I'm gonna grab a PlayStation 5 controller and just chuck it through a wall. Sorry, I know those things are expensive, but I'm just like, the priorities are so fucked. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm going to be playing in the beta, just so you guys know. I'm signed up.
Well, let me know. By the way, I'm not even saying the game's going to be bad. I have no fucking clue. Right. I never played Concord. I heard some people that played it. I heard some people that played it said it actually wasn't that bad.
I'm playing in it.
But here's the thing, though. For that game to be successful, for that game to really succeed, it can't be great. It can't be good. It has to be amazing.
Yep.
That's just how it is.
Especially
everyone's
chasing the budgets they are.
With the budgets and the cost to maintain the servers and to develop new content and seasons and add things to the shop and all that stuff that comes with it. We already have games that are crushing, and no one's no matter how hard Sony chases it, they're not creating the next Roblox, they're not creating the next Fortnite.
No.
Period. It's not happening. So we're in a state where, like, it's amazing that Helldivers is still around and has done what it's done. That's why I'm saying they already hit lightning in the bottle with that game. And this game has to be excellent. Yeah. Not just by critic standards. This has to have a community that's like, I fucking love this game, and I'm going to be around for the long.
It's not that community is going to be millions and millions and millions of people. And it could pull it off. I don't know. I mean, and as a Stash will be in the beta, like, that's fine. I look, as I said, I never played Concord, but I've seen gameplay, and I'm like, okay, it looks fun, but it doesn't look fun enough to tear me away from anything else I'm playing.
I'm in it out of curiosity.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine to be curious. And you know what? Again, I'm one of those people that wrote off the Horizon game about, that it's live service. It's just, okay, well, the last two Horizon releases were not Horizon games. Can we get an announcement from Sony that is like actually like a mainline game? Oh, we got Wolverine. I'm like, okay, besides Wolverine, where's Naughty Dog's done nothing for the last 6-7 years?
They've been very naughty.
Like, I'm sure. Again, we know one of the games they're working on, but it's like I find it interesting. The state of the overall like AAA industry. Yeah, sure. I can make a pretty fair argument that the AAA industry is probably fundamentally worse today. in some regards. I can't even say that across the board. Like, we could talk, there's always like the EA with the Hazelight games, Game of the Year contenders. That's published by a AAA studio. WB Games, Hogwarts Legacy, dude. That is the fucking Harry Potter game of my goddamn dreams.
Yeah, was it EA? Was it EA? I forget. I'm pretty sure it was EA who said a while back. This was around like all the controversy with Battlefront and shit. It was like one of the top dogs. I'm pretty sure. Feel free to correct me, guys, again, if I'm wrong on this one, because I'm going off memory. Wasn't it the head of EA who said people don't want to play single player games?
Yeah. Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they released a bunch of like kick-ass single player games like Jedi Fallen Order and a lot of these great games that have done really well and garnered great fan bases, loyal fan bases.
Yeah, it's funny. He did say that, and now some of their most successful games are actually not multiplayer. And now they're being more single player focused, which has been working out from a bit. Obviously, they still have their successful multiplayer franchises, but yeah, it is interesting. Like, what is it? Didn't they announce Knights of the Old Republic's getting a new game? Granted, it's probably a ways away.
That was announced.
That was announced.
That was in my 2023 most anticipated games video.
Yeah. And that game obviously still feels like it's a ways away, which is fine. Game development. We'll see it in like 2028 or something. But when next time we see it, though, I think it's going to be gameplay, and we're gonna start actually working towards the release, because EA does actually tend to finish the games that they show, which is really weird to say considering it's fucking EA. Like that racer game, we're gonna get that game too, right? That's gonna come out. So
yeah. Here's another one that was posted in chat. Ubisoft CEO saying microtransactions make games more fun. They also said we need to get used to not owning our own games. And what's funny is I saw a thing real quick, Prime. I saw a thing that was talking about how like piracy is on the rise. Part of it has to do with a lot of like the streaming stuff, not just for gaming. And I thought it was really funny because there was like someone commented about this, and I think it became like a little bit of a meme, but they said, well, if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty funny, but
yeah, it's funny too, because like every time I see someone say that, like I'll just post like an image of the end user's license agreement from a game from like the 80s and be like, you didn't own it back then either.
Sure.
It's like, if you want to talk about, oh, technically then piracy, like technically you didn't own that game. You want to go on technicalities, technically we never owned our games. They're pieces of software, but that's neither here nor there. Obviously I know what people mean, because they're not coming to our house for the most part.
That means that Stash's room right now is filled with thousands of dollars of stolen memorabilia.
Can you imagine?
That makes me happy.
Can you imagine if
SWAT team?
If it turns out that Stash has been illegally dumping all those games to the internet, so they have a legal reason to come to his house and take him away. I could imagine the dude Stash there, just be old school like 1950s New York, just up there with the Stash, just fucking taking him on as they try to take his shit.
No. Let me paint a picture for you.
Things in New York style.
No, I've got a picture to paint for you, and I mean this as a major compliment. Stash is the type of person that I imagine if we ever hit that Mad Max level apocalypse, where it's all like fighting over fuel and the wasteland wars. I totally picture Stash as like this underground video game smuggler in like that dark dystopian wasteland future.
Yeah.
With like the trench coat filled with like
found a way to keep
Super Nintendo games in his jacket and stuff, and like a revolver on his side.
So, well, how are we supposed to play it? Well, you got to come and rent some time down at my pad to plug it in and play, because I got a mini nuclear reactor, motherfucker. Built it myself. Is it safe? It is for me.
People are like, pick up the cartridge. Holy shit, is this the real deal?
Is this the real? Is this real? Is the battery still good?
I am.
Why don't you plug it in your console at home? Well, I don't have electricity.
Yeah,
not my problem. You want it or not? Oh man, dude, Stash is the kind of guy that, like, if there was an apocalypse, like, dude, I'm so glad that I'm in his friend group. I got to get to Arizona fucking now. He will probably be one of the few reasons I survive.
This is a great bug out location. I do have a bug out bag. Post Michaela. I do have firearms and plenty of ammo. I have all the things you would need.
That's what I'm saying. I always knew.
I am prepared.
I literally told Yulia, dude, if shit fucking goes down and there's bombs dropping, we are fucking going to Arizona. It just
you forgot the most important thing that you have, Stash.
What?
You got the snacks.
You do have the snacks. No, he's not oversupplied on snacks. That's the thing.
You're gonna say the high ground because that's very important to pick people off.
Your mountain that gets bombed, then it's not so great. Then.
Yeah.
Don't give them a reason to bomb your mountain.
Yeah, no, I've thought about that.
Oh,
Trust me.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, I don't have any. I used to have like an emergency to just grab and get the fuck out bag, and then I realized, let's just be honest, if the world goes to shit at that point, I probably will be one of the people that survive, because I'm one of the few people in the modern day that remember Boy Scouts, where they dropped me in the middle of the fucking woods and said, "See you in a week."
Yep.
And all you had on you was a fucking sleeping bag and some fishing line. Nope, no, that's it. Nope, no fucking knife, nothing. Figure the fuck out. I'd make my own fucking tools. And it says it's all stuff they taught us how to do, but we've never had to actually do in reality, because we had the modern conveniences of being inside and sitting at a table, and you got to whittle things. Oh, you got a nice fresh pocket knife that's all made for you. And, you got to make a fishing pole. Oh, isn't it convenient? You have a saw right here. And in the real fucking world, you might not have any of that fucking shit.
No, you won't.
I feel like I'd be one of the first to go, one of the first to die.
That's the for sure thing.
You think?
You do rock?
I don't know. I try I try and think about, like, I mean, let's just talk extremes here. Let's just say there's like a nuclear holocaust, and it's like legit, like Mad Max style stuff, like Fallout level stuff.
Hell yeah.
I'm curious, like what my will, and you never know till you're in that position. I'm sure there's people saying like, "Oh, dude, I'd survive. I'd like kick ass and I'd survive," who maybe would be gone in an instant, and other people like, maybe I don't know if I do well, who end up surviving. You never really know unless it happens. But I wonder what my will to care would be at that point if it was like a nuclear wasteland. I almost wonder if I'd be happy just like chilling in the rubble of my home with a cigar and glass of the only surviving bottle of whiskey, and just being like, well, it was a fun ride. Whatever happens, happens. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
I'd be that way if my whole family was dead.
You'd like
to protect. If I had people I needed to protect.
Sure. I guess that makes a difference.
It does make a difference. But if my kids died, my fiance died, my parents are dead, and I'm like, it's just me against what's left of the fucking world. Yeah. I'll take my 1.75 of a Jaeger, sit there on top of my burning building, start taking pulls, and being like,
you want to hope that an event like that, and we're so far off of video games right now, but you want to hope that an event like that brings out the best in people, like the camaraderie, and like we're all in this together.
It
but
brings
let's
up
be real.
It's realistic. Every man for themselves. There's going to be so much shit.
Do you guys remember in Japan when they had the massive earthquake with the tsunami and the reactor?
Yeah.
That bursted? They were showing like the news clips, and the people of that country gathering together, lifting rubble like in unison. I'm like, man, that would never happen here. We don't have, I mean, maybe it would. I don't know. In some places, I was living in LA at the time. I'm like, I can't imagine.
I think
maybe they would. Maybe small groups, but
the biggest thing, the thing that our generation can look at and compare to is 9/11.
Sure.
Right. And how people banded together and like
That's
actually true. I think that would happen, which would be great for the country, right? But it sucks that those things have to happen in order for all of us to treat each other as if we're, brothers and sisters, because in many ways we are.
All right. Well, let's get through some of the super chats and stuff we had come in here. Michael Gutman became a member and said, Tears of the Kingdom is number 1. It's number 1 for me. We do need to make like a series or an episode, or at least one episode where we try to debate maybe something more reasonable. Maybe like top 25 games of all time. Something we could do in like one episode.
That's really hard.
I know. But like,
That's like an
originally it was
list.
top 100 for the 100th episode, but it's like we can't do that in one episode anyways.
Snowboard Kids number 1.
Unless you just make it like this thing where everyone submits their own list and then we have like a point system and someone tallies the points. Then we see what it says and then we all get pissed that nothing's where we want it to be. Number 1 ends up being Tetris. Hey, for history, it's an important game. It's not my number 1. It's not even in my top 10, but it is historic. So is Pong. Jerry Tice 94. Hey everyone, I'm from Wisconsin. Hey, Wisconsin!
Right,
the Bucks won. You guys saw me earlier going like this, waving my arms. That's because it was a tied game. No, we were up 2, and Jared Allen of Cleveland had a tip in to tie it to go to overtime. And I'm like, nah, he didn't get it off in time. I'm looking there watching the replay. Didn't get it off. Bucks win.
Nice.
Hell yeah. So love Wisconsin Knights up in here. TARDIS. Do you guys think 9th gen Pokemon will be? I think it's supposed to be
in Pokopia.
Will be in Pokopia. Yeah, will be in Pokopia. Supposedly over 300 Pokemon are in it. And a journalist said Spurgito was spotted during the closed door demo. Florgato and other 9th gens, hopefully. I mean, it sounds like you already know there's going to be 9th gen. You know more than I know. I'm not.
I think
Pokemon person.
I think it's a safe bet to assume there's going to be some Pokemon from
every
the
gen.
entire history of the series. Yeah, all gens.
And
Maybe
down the
more
line,
from certain gens than others, but I think
there could be
that's a
also
fair bet.
updates and DLC down the
Sure.
line. Like this could be a game, guys, that if it goes the way that I think they want it to go, this could be kind of like one of those, not necessarily a service game, but think of it like an Animal Crossing where it's updated for years. But ends up just garnering a really big user base over time because it does have an end, but you can also never end, right? So, and the online multiplayer, that's gonna make it like infinitely replayable. Some new members coming in. Jerry Tice became a new member on someone's channel. Doesn't tell me. And then Jerry Tice became a new member on someone else's channel. Then became a new member on someone else's channel.
Thank you.
And then became a member on someone else's channel, which is interesting. That's 4 channels and none of them were me.
Yeah.
I think those were all for Stash.
They might have all been for Stash. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it
We
doesn't
appreciate
show
that.
It
Jerry
doesn't show
Rice.
on the back end. Okay, it doesn't show on the back end. So maybe gifted members. I have no idea.
Mhm.
All right. Tomato Brawler says bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits. Gotta keep the tradition going.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Joey Pitts, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, or Charmander. Pick your starter. Llama.
Are we all picking this up Friday?
No.
Pokopia?
You are? Or, no,
Absolutely, yeah.
GBA.
Oh, GBA. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah. Pokopia is not till March.
Talking about.
Yeah. Leaf green.
Yeah, I was gonna go green too. I had fire red back in the day, so switch it up.
I'm just not a Charizard fan, to be honest with you.
Fuck you.
Blastoise is my favorite. Then Venusaur. The Charizard's like.
Of course, your favorite's the one that beats Charizard. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I just like water Pokemon. Charizard just looked like a boring dinosaur dragon to me. I always thought Venusaur and Blastoise. What? I think he's highly overrated. Sorry, come at me.
He's the greatest Pokemon on the whole roster. Get out of
Why?
here.
Is it because he's orange?
Yeah, I was just gonna
Because
say
he-
orange is Nate's least favorite color.
I don't know. Not 'cause it's
Gamer's least favorite color.
Is it your least favorite color?
No, but
like,
why is Charizard? People sound off in the chat. Why is Charizard the best? Is it
He's
because
a
he's
badass dragon? What more do you need?
Who wasn't a dragon type until
he's an orange dragon who breathes fire?
We didn't have
Blastoise
dragon
is
type.
like a
No, that's
juggernaut
insane.
turtle with cannons.
But I'm
coming
pretty
out
sure
of the
even
shell.
when
Okay, congrats. You got a turtle that someone strapped some straws to the back. Merry Christmas. Oh, man,
Okay,
I
you
love
like-
Blastoise too. I do love Blastoise as well. Venusaur is the one that I'm kind of like, but I do like Blastoise.
I like Venusaur.
I did a fire red deck back in the day. That's what I was taking to Worlds, and the lead was Charizard and Blastoise for those decks.
I mean, the starter Pokemon is Squirtle.
Dude, Squirtle is such a G. My favorite version of Squirtle when he wears the sunglasses. Squirtle,
Yeah,
Squad,
I mean,
Squirtle. It's so badass,
Dude,
guys. Come on.
what a surprise! You like things that are wet and squirt. You got it.
Yeah.
But Charmander, Joey, that's what I picked because leads to my favorite Pokemon. Duh.
Yeah.
Stash, which one are you suggesting he picks? Squirtle, Bulbasaur, or Charmander?
I think I'm gonna probably go Bulbasaur.
Not a bad pick.
Yeah. So I would
I mean, none of
suggest
them are bad
No,
picks,
none
to
of
be
them are
clear.
bad.
These
None
are
of
the
them are,
OGs. Even I had Venusaur. Yeah, I made the trades. I got Venusaur.
Mhm.
I just
I'm debating though. I might get Charmander. I'm undecided right now.
is
I've been
Venusaur
thinking about it, though.
Also a turtle?
Huh?
Is Venusaur also a turtle?
No,
He's
like a lizardy. He's like a dinosaur lizard.
Feels like a turtle. Looks like a turtle.
He's like a lizard plant. He's like a toad. He's more like a toad.
yeah. So I'm looking at him right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like a plant toad. And he turns into like a bullfrog when he's Venusaur, like a prehistoric bullfrog.
He looks like he could have a shell on his back.
Yeah, he's supposed to be based on amphibians or frogs and toads.
Yeah,
But
so-
like he looks like a fucking turtle. But I get it. I guess he's supposed to be more like a frog.
A frog with the plant on his back.
Yeah. That's the intent anyways. That's like the official intent apparently, but I don't know. I always felt like playing the games like, why do I have a turtle and a turtle? Like the fucking dragon. What the fuck are we doing? Fucking turtles. Turtle. Spotted Brawler.
Charmander wasn't turtly enough for the turtle club.
Charmander wasn't turtly enough for that club.
What was that man of? Oh my gosh! What Master of Disguise?
Master of Disguise, yeah.
That's right, Dana Carvey. That's
Yeah.
funny.
Demonic Brawler for $5 says, I predict they will shadow drop either one or possibly both Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon Next to the Gala Darkness and NSO this Pokemon Day. Pretty safe bet. One of the two, if
Good
not
prediction.
both. Yeah, it's a good prediction. They're already announced, right? So, yeah, it's a pretty good prediction there. Demonic Brawler said Pokemon Gen 10 will be switched to exclusive 100%. I think that's what we want it to be.
Yeah.
One, sell more Switch shoes. Two, actually have a holiday exclusive game that people want to buy, especially when a holiday where GTA exists. And three, because I think we just have a faint hope that it being on Switch 2 means just it'll automatically be better. But that's not necessarily the case. It's just I'm running out of reasons to give them faith. So we're just like, maybe this time on a new generation. LCC Gaming. Holy fuck, Switch Force and Super Mario Dave on the same stream. I know. You're surprising me. Dude, I've invited Switch Force for a long time. And he said it himself. This show is so much better than the old one. First off, shout out to all of you three. Because the
That was
last
really
one was
cool.
the Nintendo Prime podcast, and apparently solo running this shit, I suck.
That was really, really cool to hear. You know, first time meeting him, he's very good at what he does. He's had his channel for a long time, like Stash. You know, I've been following Switch Force for many, many, many years before I ever touched YouTube. So to have him like shout out the podcast and say we're doing a good job, you know, you love to
And
hear
then
that.
being
That's
like,
awesome.
literally, I'm coming back. Like he already made his mind. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come back on this show. Like, that's awesome. So we know he's gonna be probably part of the rotation, which is sick. But yeah, I mean, Metal Day has been part of the rotation for a while. He comes back from the Nintendo Prime podcast days. He's just continued to come on. He always enjoys coming on the show because he doesn't really do a lot of these things. He mostly just kind of lives in his own little corner over there. But he does like coming on the show and see what else is going on. And then Switch Force was just really nice because he reached out to me Because I've been inviting him for years and he just doesn't really respond unless I'm talking about something else. And then he just, I guess, decided randomly he wanted to come on. Maybe because he noticed it was a new show. That could have been part of it. Like he maybe thought it was still the old show. Yeah, he obviously had a really good time. So I hope it continues. Mm-hmm. I'd love to see him come on some more. There's a lot of other guest pairings I'd like to have him with that I think would go really well.
What was so different about the old show? Because there's been a number of guests I feel that have made a comment. Like I really love the new direction of the show. I really like the new show. I feel like Sunbro said it maybe on one of them. I feel like I heard it from. I feel like Dave said it as well. Like the first show that I did as a co-host, I think Dave was on, and I feel like he commented on the new format as well.
Well,
but
I'd say I'll Stash. You were on the old show as a guest. What do you think is different?
Organization.
That's a huge one.
That's improved a lot.
We used to go into every episode with just the headline topic and not knowing what else we were talking about. That was a big one.
Yeah. I think we're all really just bought into it as well, though. Not to say that everyone else wasn't. It's just, I think we're all just really bought in.
I think
we care.
From my perspective, I think a lot of the old show was one, it was my podcast. Everyone else is just there. Yeah, we had regulars, like Andres Restart or Mike Odyssey back in the day or Jake Randall, but it really was the Nintendo Prime show. And one of the number one critiques I used to get on that show is I would dominate the conversation, but I felt like I needed to because dead air is the worst thing you can have happen on a podcast. Right. And I didn't know how to bring people in when it's my show. It's my topics. I didn't discuss these topics ahead of time with anyone to see if they were even interested in it. So a lot of the change, I think, is just me being like, I don't want this show to be that show. So like, I remember in the early days talking about NintenByte, like what we wanted to be different. And I was like, well, one, eventually I want us all be co-owners of the show. I don't want it to be my show only. So I want us equally invested. I want the topics made ahead of time and have some input from everyone. And I want each person to host their own topic, so I'm not dominating the whole hosting gig of the show. Because like if we're all co-hosts, then we all should be hosting, right? Like it's fine to have the one person be the one who leads off the kickoff of the show, but you know, I wasn't here for a couple weeks and you guys did just fine. Like that's the way the show should be. The show should just die if I'm not here. Or if Stash misses it, or if GameBird the show shouldn't like not exist. The show should be able to.
Yeah, when you were gone with the Nintendo Prime, it pretty much didn't happen.
Yeah, everything was fine. I even looked at the viewership. The viewership was fine. That also could speak to the fact that maybe everyone hates me and they're just here for you guys. But that could be it. But no, like it's interesting because I never bothered to ask the guests like, what do you think is so different? Because like I know we structured the show different. Having structure at all is already different. But I think a lot of it boils down to just how the show is ran and the fact that we just gave up on trying to shorten the show and we just let everyone talk. Everyone gets their time. And I think that's a huge difference. Like we tried not to interrupt too often unless it's something that we're afraid we're going to forget about if we wait. And that's why I just raised my hands. People are like, hey, please call on me in the next 5 minutes before I forget what the fuck I was going to say. But I don't want to interrupt. So I just raised my hand and hope I get called on.
That was another thing we did use to interrupt quite a bit.
A lot. That was a lot. So those are probably like the big changes. And yeah, I think this show just being co-owned by all of us is a really massive change because it's not just how I want the show to go. I mean, remember in the lead up to Switch 2's launch, Stash wanted to run this series about going through all the video game systems and their launch lineups in their first few months. And it's like, it's a good idea. Let's do it. And none of us had any pushback on it. We just let Stash organize everything. And like anyone can do that anytime they want. Like it doesn't, that's what's so great about this show is we run it by all of us. Like Stash had the idea for the 100 game thing, but then it was like, we never really talked enough about it to make that happen. Mm-hmm. And that's fine. It happens. We're all busy, right? We all know we can get together every week and shoot the shit for 3-4 hours. That's no problem. but trying to have structure, trying to get the guests to have a good time. And yeah, we razz each other and have jokes come up. This episode, not quite as much. A little bit with the banana, but little creamy style over there.
That looks like a rare banana, though.
Yeah,
That's
right.
pretty cool.
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, I looked through like 5 different banana trophies before settling on that one. I'm like, that one actually looks pretty.
It looks pretty great. Yeah, it literally looks like it's pulled from Donkey Kong.
Yeah,
I love it.
and I just got it off Amazon, so worked out.
Yeah.
But I've been looking around for like different trophies because Eric's got his win from 2022. That trophy's in the back room right now. That one's different than all of your guys' trophies. I'm like, this is going to be a thing, isn't it? Every year it's a new trophy. All right.
We need to do for like future game awards when we're doing our, our predictions and stuff and placing our bets. We need to have our trophies out and stuff. That way, as the years go on.
I will be the only one without one. Literally,
Hey, man,
Eric has one,
just
Sash
means-
has one, and you.
That just means your time hasn't come yet.
No, it's all right. I wait. I wait in the wings because see, I'll give you an example, guys. I won my fantasy football league this last year.
Oh yeah.
And it's funny. I've been to the championship a few times. I had been competitive. I've made the playoffs every year. But I didn't win, right? Didn't win. When did I save my victory? The year we doubled the league fee from $50 to $100.
Perfect.
So I won the only year that matters because I matched the prize money of like the last 5 years for winning first place. So see, look, I don't have to win every year. I just have to win when it matters. The moment there's something more at stake in the Game Awards than a trophy is the moment my time will come. When the ante is upped. I don't know what the ante has to be up to, but more than a trophy. I got lots of old trophies. Stash has lots of old buckets of trophies. Now, winning one on this show is a little different. I get there's some prestige. But also, I'm the one always buying the trophies. It doesn't feel that prestigious to me. Let's your daughter brother. And it better not be a damn game key card. Like they're not going away. So I don't know.
Gen 10.
Yeah.
Gen 10 better not
If
be.
it is, it wouldn't shock me. I would not be shocked if Gen 10's a game key card at all. It shouldn't be. But after Pokopia, okay, I'm just kind of assuming that's going to be a thing. I really don't want it to be though. It'll be $70 each and $30 DLC, so $200. Oh my God, you'd have to buy the DLC twice, wouldn't you, if you had both Pokemon games? It wouldn't be able to apply. Is that how it works? Do you have to buy the DLC twice to apply to both copies?
Let's just give me an idea.
I actually don't know. I've never bought Pokemon DLC, so I have no idea.
Someone asked, it may have been you, Prime, may have been Stash, may have been one of our guests. Someone asked when we were talking about the Pokemon Presents, what do we think would make people happy? And everyone's kind of like laughing and saying like nothing. Who asked that?
I'm pretty sure.
Someone asked that.
Or
Yeah,
Is you, Stash?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This comment right here made me think of what would make a lot of people really happy. If instead of doing the 2 versions, which obviously they're going to do, the leak suggests that, if Pokemon Company Game Freak released a new Pokemon, a new gen, just like 3 Houses, where you have both campaigns in one game that you could do multiple playthroughs on.
There's really no reason they can't, to be honest.
There isn't a reason why they can't.
Literally, just a decision you make at the beginning of the game decides which way you're going down.
If it was Wind and Waves, call the game Pokemon Wind and Waves. And do you want to do the Waves path or do you want to do the Wind path? And they can make even more interesting changes, subtle changes to the story, like how they, differences in the gyms like they do, or Pokemon that you encounter. I think people would really appreciate that. It would definitely put a lot more value, especially in a series that's not pushing the envelope visually or technically. Game Freak's not going to do that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not naive enough to think that this is a possibility.
Don't mess with what currently works, kind of thing.
looking at this and kind of laughing at the $200 price tag made me think of that question that Stash asked earlier. What would make people happy? I'm like, oh, both campaigns on one card, like we got with Three Houses. People would like
Especially when you're charging $70.
It would make this the visuals and maybe performance even sting a little bit less because the value would be there. Anyways.
Reaper says that you forgot Metroid. I can't remember what that would have been for. Are you talking about like for the games? Well, it wasn't a Switch 2 exclusive, so that's why I wasn't really talking that much about it. For the holidays, like it is a Nintendo made game internally, yes, but not exclusive. Like if you bought Switch 2 for exclusive, you could just stay on Switch 1 and play that. That was kind of like the point I was making about how some people might be upset about not having tentpole games internally made by Nintendo. I understand that complaint. Caps Paranormal. Hi guys, I watch y'all's videos. Good pod crew. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and dude, Birdman's last 4 videos, baller with the views, and that's
not bad.
A YouTube interruption.
Yeah, not bad.
So as I keep telling GameBird, if he builds it, they will come.
Yep.
Gotta keep
more videos coming.
Demar Brawler, GameBird, a new Star Fox game.
Listen, if we get a Star Fox revealed at all this year, I just want to say it here. I've been saying we're going to be getting Star Fox since before the reveal of Switch 2. I've been a firm believer that it's coming and they're going to reinvent the series a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see. But you heard it from me before people start. I see people now talking about Star Fox on YouTube. I was doing it over a year ago. So just saying.
Make sure he gets proper credit if it comes back.
That's right. Nintendo watches. So they might be like, hey, this guy's
Nintendo Treehouse. I'm sure Nintendo Treehouse employees can run up the chain and be like, hey, Furukawa, this is what we're doing. Joycey J says, say some prayers for my mom, y'all. Ain't nothing wrong with her, but I'm making her watch me play Tears of the Kingdom.
He's funny.
I hope your mom enjoys it. I've watched many people play games and had some fun. So maybe your mom's just gonna love it, or maybe she'll be really, really pissed. You can say, "Get that trash off my TV." I have no idea. You never know how older parents and stuff are gonna think. Maybe I'd just be like, "This is really cool," or they're like, "Listen, I'm your mother. Don't make me go get out the paddle. You're getting this game off my TV."
She's a host on Mike's channel on Fridays. She shows up to the podcast battered and bruised.
Oh, found out my mom still can give me a whooping. This time over Zelda.
She comes on the Mike's show. I'm grounded from Nintendo.
It'll be because Joycey launched a Korok on a rocket into a crevasse.
Wing Tomato 7. We're finally getting Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red. Could Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald be next? Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, and Crystal later. Look, obviously they opened up the door, right?
Got to catch them all.
So sure, someday I expect all these to be able to be bought individually on the eShop for $20 to $40 a pop. Yes, I said $40.
I could actually see Red, Blue, and Yellow landing on NSO. I know a lot of people were either upset or surprised that Fire Red and Leaf Green didn't come to NSO, but they are the most premium way to play Gen 1. So after I'm not including Let's Go if that's what you're thinking. I love Let's Go. Do you just go? What's happening right now? You having a stroke? What's happening? Do you smell burning toast?
Our audio listeners have no idea what's going on. Like, what is going on? Dude, I had a look of disgust when he said that out loud, like just absolute like vomit in my mouth.
Well, listen, it's the most excluding Let's Go because that's kind of a spin-off of the original. It's the most, no pun intended, advanced way to play Gen 1.
Spin-off.
Yeah.
What is that? It's a remake of the original.
Yeah, but it's like with the new. It doesn't play like the original. It is a remake. It's like a
because it's a remake. Fire
Sure.
Red's more like a remaster. I know that it's a remake, but it's like a remaster. It's not
Yeah,
really
but it like
the original.
listen, apples to oranges, man. Let's Go does not play the same. I'm talking about to have the purest. It is the best way to have the purest version of Gen 1.
I think the purest version of Gen 1 is to play red, blue, and yellow.
Okay.
Because Fire Red is not. It did things to the games that don't exist in the originals.
Okay.
So hard disagree.
I agree with that. That's the way. That is the purest way to play it. I'm excited though for Friday.
But yeah, long story short, I do see these games coming to the eShop. Will red, blue, and yellow ever go to MSO? I'm just gonna go out and say no because they've never put mainline there, and I don't think they're gonna start creating expectations for mainline to be there. So what does that mean with those games? Well, it means they might never bring them back. And that kind of sucks. But also, as GameBird said, you're just gonna play Fire Red, Leaf Green anyway, so who cares?
I think people would still play red, blue, and yellow. It's just the most advanced versions of Gen 1 that play like Gen 1.
All right, I'm moving on.
And I'll one last point.
Red back in the day, I did not like the changes they made the Gen 1.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
That
games, those games still look better than any modern Pokemon visually.
I also disagree with that.
Dude, you are insane.
Let's Go looks so much better. Let's Go might be my favorite Pokemon game. I want to be very clear about this.
I love Let's Go.
I think it visually has it's perfect. It's perfect visual style for what it is. Everything after it's when things with the shit. Visually. I really like Legends a lot, so I want to make sure that I shout out that game. I actually do like that game. All right. Tall Show. Judging by the prices of RE7 and 8 in the eShop, I'm pretty sure the RE Generation Pack is a great deal. Randomly, Newegg has an $88 $100 eShop card offer. Well, thanks for letting me know that. Because
they always do.
I have to buy 2 of them this week for giveaways. So thanks for letting me know I could save $12 a pop.
Always buy them on Newegg. Always. They do this
All the
several
time?
times a month. Several.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. I did not know that, and I do giveaways with these, so it would be good for me to bank some up for some giveaways. Okay.
So the price of RE7 and 8 individually is $50 each.
Yeah. Or is it 80 or 90 for the pack?
It's 89.
So 90, yeah.
So $90 to buy it in a pack, or 70 plus 50 plus 50, so 170 plus tax.
No brainer.
Definitely a no-brainer.
Unless
you
you have
can buy it digitally too.
Yeah, unless you're never gonna play RE7 and 8 and you're only gonna play Requiem, that's fine. Then just buy Requiem. But if you know you might play them and you don't have them on Switch 2 and you'd like them there, then just get the pack. Even if there's a might. Because you even boot it up for a little bit, you've already saved money over buying 70 plus 50. Let's see here. Demonic Brawler. I believe that later on we'll get Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald ports on Switch. Meaning just like we got other Game Boy ports on 3DS, we will get other GBA's ports on Switch. Also, classic events and home compatibility. I know what people would love to see added that they're not doing. We have this confirmed. There's no online with Fire Red and Leaf Green. Would have been nice to have online. But they do
online trade.
Yeah, the trades or even battles.
I agree. That is the one thing that is like, that sucks. Like I'm excited to play it, but I do feel like that's a missed opportunity.
Do you think that's something that could come later? Or do you think it's just a hard no on even a future patch to add that in?
Well, what sucks is if it was on NSO,
It would have
I
that.
think-
It would have to.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can play Super Mario Kart on Super Nintendo online.
Yeah.
Surely you can
Balloon
play
fight.
Pokemon.
Balloon
Yeah.
fight.
Balloon fight.
Yeah, there's tons. You can play Tecmo Bowl online
Yeah.
on NSO.
True Dude says this might just be a me thing, but I don't really think it's fair to compare the current base game of Mario Kart World to the final version of 8 Deluxe.
Oh, God, no.
It's
No,
not,
it's
but
not.
that's what people do.
Mhm.
I would say that's just what people do. Like if you compare Mario Kart World to the original Wii U release of Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart World's a better game. And it's not even close. But that's the problem is people view Mario Kart 8 Deluxe under the guise of 2 packs of DLC. One of them that most people don't even know was DLC because it came with the deluxe version on Switch. So like it set this expectation to me for content. And people who primarily think content in a racing game, they think tracks. And there's a hell of a lot more tracks in 8 Deluxe with all the DLC than there is in World. Just a lot more. Just a fact. So I always thought it was going to be a losing battle. And then when they announced $80, it was... You're not going to win too many people over launching one of the most expensive games of all time. By the way, totally not. We had $100 games in the 90s, but people haven't seen those price points. The people who buy games today are only used to seeing that as like deluxe versions.
Do you think we see another $80 game? I know we talked about the possibility of it when
from Nintendo.
Yeah, for Switch 2. I know we talked to the possible when this was new with Mario Kart World. Like we're like, oh yeah, we could see the 3D Mario or Zelda or Animal. The ones that we know are like the big system sellers gonna move. But based on the reception, do we think they keep releasing $80 titles, or do you think they go, maybe not?
No, they're still going to release it. People are still going to buy it.
I love it. Eric coming in strong.
With how many people bitched about it, people still bought it.
But here's the thing. Most people got it with the bundle.
There is that.
And the bundles still aren't sold out. So until the bundles are sold out, I don't know how many people are actually spending $80 on it.
There is that.
So I want to see the sales like in the middle of summer when there's no Mario Kart 8 Deluxe bundles around or no Mario Kart bundles around anymore. Mario Kart World bundles. I want to see what happens when we get to summer if Mario Kart World is still chart topping.
Yeah, because I feel like they've got to be looking at the data. Like you said, once those bundles sell out, once people aren't getting for the discount, how are just the individual units moving?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm of mind that like, I don't know if they have, I mean, they have some data on it already, but I'm very curious, like, and they might be curious as well, like, what can this game do when we don't have a bundle anymore? But yet there's still bundles out there, guys. Like, you can still readily find them at your local stores. So, and it's not because Nintendo's making it anymore. They're just leftover holiday stock, which is fine. We saw certain Sam's Clubs and stuff were discounting some of those to get them out of their store. So they only carry the base model. You look at your local Costco and Sam's Club, you might find one discounted. But yeah, I think it's interesting. I think the jury's still out on if $80 is a price point they can get away with. And if they were to do it again, like the question is like, will they? I don't know if they will.
You don't think they'll do it with Pokemon Gen 10?
I don't think they'll do it with Gen 10 because they're already going up $10.
Yeah.
So I think they're not gonna be too crazy to be like, well, because we did ZA and it was 60 and 70. Oh, this one's gonna be 80. I think they'll stick with 70 for now and think that they won't get backlash because it's not 80, and that's what we charge for ZA on Switch 2. So they'll leave it at 70, I believe. I think it would be more like, what about 3D Mario? If
Or
they
Zelda.
think Mario Kart is worth 80, would they think these tentpole games we're waiting for? What if they think the tentpoles are $80 games? Right? They pushed to 70 with Tears of the Kingdom, sold 20 million. Would they go 80 with the next one? I think that I can't rule it out for their best of the best games that they bring out. because Mario Kart's usually one of those games.
And that's where I was going with when I said that people are still going to buy them. I mean, it's those for sure. Mario, Zelda, people will buy them, even though they may bitch about it. They'll still buy them.
Yeah, it's one of those. I'm not sold that Nintendo's going to do it. They might look at the backlash over this and just decide, hey, just for public eye's sake, we're just not going to do it anymore. They could look at it as a mistake potentially, and we're not going to touch it again the rest of the gen. That could absolutely be a thing Nintendo has talked about and already had meetings to decide on it.
Right. Or
it is what we said. They've committed to this at the beginning of the gen that our premium best top tier games are all going to be $80. They just haven't released another one since Mario Kart yet.
There's another part to this that I was thinking about when I was wondering about this is that, obviously discussions, we know the RAM shortages, we understand like the tariffs and like the cost to manufacture and ship this stuff out is going up. There's a lot of questions about like how is the price of Switch 2 going to be affected by this. We've already seen it affect Microsoft and Sony. It feels inevitable that at some point it's going to affect Nintendo. You wonder if they do increase the cost of a console of a Switch 2 by $100. Let's just say it goes from $450 to $550. Let's just say you hope that it would only go up $50 if that's the case. But let's just say for the sake of argument, seems like $100 has been where there's been movement with a lot of hardware. So let's just say it goes up to $550. Like with that into consideration, if Nintendo's considering, okay, are we going to have to raise the price of our consoles? If so, by how much? Is that something we still want to try as the $80 games? Because our hardware just got a lot more expensive for people. You imagine Die Hard's already showed up day one or year one for that matter. Now it's about getting a little bit more casual people in on it, or Nintendo second people in on it, or new people who've never had a Nintendo in on it. It's just something. It's food for thought. Yeah, it's an interesting one because we haven't had anything yet. I
mean, I just don't think they're going to raise the price.
Okay. They might not.
I mean, I hope I'm right on that. I mean, it's still a hope. We don't know. We know it's being considered. They've asked about it and they aren't ruling it out. We know that they've talked about how, one of the things that they're considering isn't just the cost of the goods, but also, hey, what about the momentum of the system? And trying to get more of it into people's hands so we can increase our software sales. Because raising the price on the system is going to hurt that.
Sure.
So I think I think a lot of it's they're just hoping the AI bubble bursts or something. They're not going to worry about it anymore. But that doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon, anyways. And I've talked about this with the AI bubble a few times. It might never burst. It might just settle at a certain spot one day, and it just stays there, which also can lead to prices coming down eventually. But
I think my hope, my kind of like in the middle hope. I'm with you. I certainly hope the price doesn't go up for Switch 2. I want people to be able to afford this console as easily as possible. If it's inevitable, my hope is that Nintendo's able to at least push through one more holiday without a price increase.
If it's inevitable, Nintendo, and you have to do 50, I got a way you can make people think it's okay. Do your $500 for the system. Just put fucking Welcome Tour in the goddamn box.
No. Put something else in there.
No, put Welcome Tour in. Everyone feels like it should already be packed in. So pack it the fuck in and be done with it. You're still going to have game bundles for $550 that include something else for the holidays. But make it so when people buy the $450 or now $500 system, they at least have something to play without spending any more money. I know that seems like, but they did a $500 bundle before that would have been $600 if they waited for the price increase. So like, let's
just
realistic.
I'd rather them. I mean, I think a bundle's a great idea, but I'd rather them just make the default a Mario Kart World bundle, make it the best-selling Mario Kart of all time. That way, when it's time to release your epic DLC, the install base is massive for it.
Or just Put hey, I'm curious. How's Dragon Drive doing? Put Dragon Drive and Welcome to Her in the box, baby.
That's better.
It's a little better.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of like things that wouldn't cost them a lot of money that they just don't really care that much about. Like putting a game in there, that means taking a loss sometimes on the game. It's like, well, okay, just put a game in that no one's buying anymore. Welcome to Her. No one's buying that shit anymore. Put it in there. No one even talks about it, and it's actually kind of fun.
Welcome to Her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reviewed it.
I know. It's actually fun.
I enjoyed it.
Like for $10, it ain't bad. I mean, yeah, you can find some indie games better for 10, but that's not the point.
Yeah, you
for
can.
What it is. For what it is, it's good.
Yeah, for what it is, it's a look behind the steel curtain of Nintendo.
That you never get.
Yeah.
By the way.
So like
never had a look like this ever.
Yeah, if you're a big fan of Nintendo or you're just a tech head and like this stuff interests you, like it does me, I'm a totally a tech nerd. So couple that with Nintendo, it's like, yeah, dude, this was actually really fun, informative. It's like an interactive museum. It was just a good time, actually. It's too bad people were so hard on it. And they made up their minds.
And I agree with people that it should have been a packet. I've agreed this entire time. Literally, it's called Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, and it's a guided tour of the system itself that feels like a pack-in.
Yeah.
And it should have been.
I know, but everyone complained about it.
Yeah.
And my response was, you spend more money on your Taco Bell drive-through.
That depends. You know, you get your Crunchwrap Supreme, you just get one plus a water, you're good to go.
Nobody does that, though.
Yeah, you're right. They get 3.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Because they're so fucking cheap. You're just like, fuck that. I can just have one.
Yeah.
For the cost of one McDonald's meal, I can get fucking 3 or 4 of these fucks. Let's go.
Yeah.
Shit out my ass in 10 minutes. Here we go. Went to Battle 7. What does everyone think of the Virtual Boy? I don't have it, so I can't give any thoughts.
I have it, but I haven't opened it yet. Mine's still in its box.
I think same with Stash right there. Just grab it.
Is that the same with you, Stash?
Yeah. So
wrong way. You can kind of see it in the corner.
Oh yeah, I see it. The edge of the box.
I've had a lot
on the right
of games to review that are embargoed, and there's more coming. But I do already have thumbnails prepped for the Virtual Boy stuff. I will be diving in, I think, after Resident Evil 7 through 9. I hope. I really want to play it. You guys know I've been excited for this. I just have to do like what I have to do because embargoes are a big part of my job. I want to play it bad.
Before I forget, and maybe this is more Eric that should pay attention. When I get paid this week, someone remind me to pay off my Ocarina of Time Zelda Lego set.
Yeah, it's shipped pretty soon, right?
Like, I need to get that paid off. Totally forgot about it. I'm like, nope, pay that off before I get a nasty email about not paying it off.
Yeah, I'm excited to try out the Virtual Boy, but now I'm just waiting for that ultra sexy Power Glove reveal in an upcoming direct where we find out Power Glove's coming back. I'll be so hyped. I'll
will tell you right now, if they bring the Power Glove back, even as stupid as it is, I'll buy one because I've always wanted one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I've always wanted one. I know even when you put them on, they feel like shit. I don't care.
You know who's been working together a lot? Is Mattel and Limited Run. I could see them talking about this. I really could, because
so cool.
I mean, they release some of the craziest stuff. Like, look at this.
It's like a giant dildo.
This shouldn't exist.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
It does kind of look like a dildo. What is that? I can't tell what it is. I gotta blow it up on my screen. I gotta blow you up. How the fuck do I make Stash bigger? Is it because there's things on the screen? Hold on.
I was gonna say drag them into your.
Maybe.
And then drag them into your spot.
I can't drag them. There's nothing to drag.
This and then that.
Hold on. I don't know how to drag people. How did you do that?
This is embarrassing.
No, I'm serious.
Just clicked on him and dragged him.
Clicked on who? Where are you
Stash.
clicking on? Look. There's nothing for me to click on. It just says remove.
Hey,
You almost had it. You almost had it perfect. Just blow him up again. You had it perfect.
Yeah, but I wanted him full screen.
All right, right there. Oh,
dude, this is wild.
Maximum beef right
The
now.
funny thing is, I've never had a problem doing this before.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the Arzette Amethyst controller. What the fuck is that?
Okay, so do you know what Arzette is? You know this game?
No.
Oh, so this is a game inspired by The
Looks like
Legend
the
of
CDI
Zelda,
game.
The Legend of Zelda Wand of Gamelon. And
Yeah, okay. So it looks like on the pictures, yeah.
this is a CDI controller that they released for this game to use with this game. This game actually performed very well too, as far as I think Open Critic or whatever. Metacritic, it reviewed well, got good scores. But yeah, they decided to release a special edition limited run controller. And what's funny is like I have the Super Nintendo Doom controller pre-ordered. And I was one of the 666 people to get the Doom Super Nintendo special edition numbered one pre-ordered, which was very hard, obviously. But the controller is a Super Nintendo controller with built-in rumble.
Oh, that'd be sick.
The only of its kind, yeah. So, you know, this stuff's cool right here. I love this stuff.
There you go.
So I could see Mattel and Limited Run do something like that, because look at, if this can exist, I feel like the Power Glove could exist.
I figured it out right when it doesn't matter anymore. Like, that's the button I was looking for. Anyways, I just saw it randomly. Oh, wait.
Well, at least we know for next time.
Yeah, I'm like, I've never had a problem, but now that I want to do it again. All right. Cool. So was that all of them? Let me see here. Oh yeah, Virtual Boy. Yeah. None of us have, I think, have tried it, right? Like none of us have tried it yet.
Yeah. No, I can't take it out of the box because as soon as I do, I'm gonna fall behind.
Yeah. It's at the back, like gifted Stash 1 membership over there.
Thank you, my
And
friend.
then Demonic Brawler. Just like last week, I dropped $150 on WWE 2K26.
Yeah, and Demonic Brawler asked me if he could create me as a
Same
wrestler again.
Nice.
Yeah, and he's like, you know, you'd be cool with that. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. I'm like, I think that's awesome that you do that. Did you guys see the video last year?
No.
I wish you'd share it. I don't know if he's still in chat, but yeah, he put a video up, and it was of me that he created, and I'm like, dude, this is hilarious. It was really
I
good.
gotta see that.
Dude, it was so cool. I was showing Michaela. She's like, oh my God, this is awesome. I'm like, right?
Brawler, if you're here, get that link in chat. We got to see this.
All right. That being said, $150 on that. Damn. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you can spend the money on. That beats me. I don't know if you just bought a collector's edition or if it's like in-game currency or what.
No, so it's like the Attitude Edition. Just like 2K does their Hall of Fame NBA 2K edition for $150. It just has all the I think it has like season pass stuff. You know 2K, man. It's 2K. They live to make a buck.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
All right. Well, we got to wrap up the show right there, guys. Obviously, go check out our guests that we had, Super Metal Dave and Switch Force that were on earlier. I will get to next week's guests in a little bit when it's my turn. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. We'll start with Eric.
Yeah, you can find me here, Clips channel. I'm doing the audio version now as well. Yeah, and check out our fantasy league. We need, I think, 3 more to for sure get on the first page of the public league. 3 more subscribers.
That's right. I'm going to post the link right now in all the chats.
And 3 more
what just
followers.
Happened.
Create a an account.
And follow us. Yep.
It's free.
So
It's free and literally it's competition time, baby.
Yeah.
We don't even know what happens to who wins. Doesn't really matter. We're just worried about winning.
Yeah.
And you can see if you pay attention, there's changes happening every week to someone's team.
Mm-hmm.
Every Saturday there's updates. I've been watching like a hawk to be like, oh, there's certain things that I'm targeting in the future that I'm deciding if I should go for it yet or not.
I was pissed because I got outbid on a game that you guys all know I want it.
Which one was it?
Castlevania.
I'm not aware of the game, actually.
Yeah, I know who got it.
That one I'm not aware of.
Yeah, you're the one who got it.
You know when I bid on that?
I was so bad. What
was your bid?
Was it?
I gotta tell you. No, it was higher.
Okay,
but I've been spending a lot of money this time trying to fill up. I think I only need 5. I think I only need 5 games to fill up. But I smiled. We had just had that presentation, and I sat down at my computer. I rolled up, and I looked at the games. I was like, "There's a lot of good stuff here. There's a handful of items that I think are going to do really well." And I looked at Castlevania, and massive smile, and I'm no joke said this out loud to my computer. I went, "I'm like, Stash is going to want this game so bad."
Yeah, I know.
I think I bid like $7 on it or $8. Yeah, I bid a high dollar for it.
I'm like,
for Stash is gonna want this game so bad.
Well, of all the games I have $98.
Yep.
I've only used $1 to bid.
Yeah, I have 88 left. I can't remember what I used it on, but I'm actually a little nervous. So I have Caves of Crud on Switch, which is a really highly reviewed game.
Caves of Crud?
Yeah, but it's only got...
That was a risk.
It's only got 1 review at the moment. It's like, I need 3 more for this. Come on, fuckers.
No, you need 5.
Whatever,
you need 5 to get a score.
Shit. I need people to review this
I'm
shit.
kind of the same way with
And
Jimmy
the thing is, the one
Master.
person who reviewed it was Nintendo Life, and they gave it an 8. I'm like, no! I need my 9 that this game got on the other platforms.
I'm worried for you, Eric, on that one. I'm worried for you, Nate, on that one. When I saw you get that one, Nate, I was instantly nervous about that pick, even though it has it's like a 90 or a 91 on Meta. It only has like 7 reviews.
I know.
So I was like, I don't know about that.
Only user reviews on Steam. I was like, come on, Steam people, buy it on Switch. Yeah. See a review. Got 1 Switch review.
Stash has one that has me nervous as well.
Which one?
Village. Not that it would. It's weird because Village does not have a score yet. There's only 1 review for Village so far on Switch 2.
Yeah.
So it could just be like everyone reviewed. Like you scored with 7 Biohazard on that.
Yeah.
And that got a score like immediately. Village hasn't yet. I'm sure Village will because it's a big enough title. But it might just, Resident Evil 9's out now. I that's one that I could see you getting a score like 2 to 3 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Start emailing all the journalists I know. Hey guys, review the Switch 2 version of this game, please.
The scary thing about Stash and Eric is because Eric, you have like $99, right?
Yeah, I still have my full hundo.
100. That means if we get a mainline direct, depending on how bids go in the coming weeks, if any bids happen, if Ocarina of Time remake and it's a glorious modern remake, technically Stash and Eric could outbid everybody on a remake of the highest reviewed game of all time.
That would go pretty nice next to GTA 6.
And imagine that 3D Mario's in there too, and that's coming out this year. And it's just going to be like, okay, we know we're all bidding. How high are people willing to go to grab these games?
I was willing to take the risk with Mario, knowing that my thought process, and this is like we could get more into this in the quarter, but just for funsies, my thought process was I've already spent so much money. If we do get a Mario announcement that's coming this year, I'm not going to be able to outbid anyone that I'm playing against, so I have to grab it now.
Here's that.
I'm waiting for someone to use their counter pick besides me. I'm waiting on it. Someone's got.
When Colin and I played, I was like nearly out of money. I had like $20 left when Mario Wonder got announced, and Colin just texted me and he's like, "Hey, bud, just a heads up, don't even bother trying to draft it, because I already won the bid." Thanks for the heads up. I'll plan accordingly.
Yeah, but at the same point in time, he could tell you that and then bet $1
for sure. But I knew he wasn't going to do that. I knew he wasn't going to cheat me like that.
Yeah.
But yes, technically he could.
I just need some stuff to get reviewed, man.
Yeah.
My
two that have been reviewed aren't too bad.
No, I mean I got midnight coming next week. It's gonna be in the 80s somewhere. MLB The Show, it should also be in the 80s.
I'm feeling really good about my picks.
Well, the rest of my picks are a ways away.
But on draft day, when we did our draft night, I'm fully aware of all the people laughing at my picks on draft night. I saw tons of comments laughing. LMAO, GameBird. GameBird picked great games if he was playing in 2027. I saw it all.
He's got 3 reviews so far, none of them below an 85. Just throwing that out there.
Yep.
I've got one, and it's a 74, and it's the one I thought was the safest pick I made.
Yeah.
Because the first 2 were so fucking good and reviewed really well. I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
No way they fuck up the third. Wow, of course they did. You literally set the precedent with the first 2. How did the fuck you doing? God damn it.
Yeah, that's like the lowest reviewed of all the re-released mainline entries.
Yeah, and it not even
large amount.
It's like 10 plus points lower than the next one. It's like, dude, I thought that was the safe pick because you guys already did this twice. You're gonna obviously just kill it again? Nope. Fuck. Hey,
it's fun.
At least I know my Rebirth pick is safe because Rebirth is coming out this year.
The crazy thing is this year's not normal, and what's really interesting about this year, it's for multiple reasons. One, Grand Theft Auto 6 is supposed to come out this year, which means that there's a lot of stuff like that's just in limbo. We're seeing a lot of stuff just with 2026 that I think people are just cautious and scared and don't know when to drop their release dates for, because obviously people don't want to land in the line of fire for that release. But I've never, and I've been playing this for like 4 or 5 years now, I've never seen so many games drafted this early in the year. It's insane. By February of last year and every prior year, I still had I didn't even have half my games drafted, like a quarter, and feeling good. So pretty crazy.
Well, it's weird. Every time I load this up every week, I find myself like looking at Stash's list and your list, and I'm just like, for the first time in my life, I'm rooting against games scoring well. This is
horrible.
It's so terrible. Like, I really ball just fucking tanks.
I think that's normal, though. I think it's normal if you're competitive.
I actually want it to be good, but I'm like, actually, though, if it's not, it would be hilarious if this fucking tanks.
There's like a new IP that someone drafted. It gets like a 95. You're like, damn it!
For everyone's excited for Pragmata, comes out, turns out it's got fucking nothing after the first hour. It's just a shit show. 62. I'm like, fuck yeah! Wait, shit, but fuck. Oh man, it's like, oh, we're all excited for that Lego Batman Dark Knight comes out, as performance issues out the ass scores in the 70s. Fuck yeah!
Did you guys catch that new trailer, by the way?
Yeah, looks great.
The cinematic
classic scene from Batman 89. So
yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. God, who's that? It was on Birdman's list. I was looking at it. Oh, yeah, no, it was Pokemon Pokopia. I kept saying everyone's glowing about it. Watch this thing score like a 71. I'm like, please.
It'll be interesting to see where it lands.
Listen, I put a bid on that game before those video impressions came out. You know what made me bid on it? When I found out it was the Dragon Quest Builders 2 team.
Dragon Quest Builders team, yeah. They built.
Once I heard that, I was like, "Oh, dude, that game's awesome."
Yeah, all their games are in the 80s. They don't have any game not in the 80s.
Yep.
Yeah, it is interesting just looking at the list and seeing me root against games that I actually do want to do well, but I'm just like, maybe this one time it can do shit. And like, and here's the thing, because I only have one game review, and of course it fucking sucked. It was the one game I thought was safe on my whole list at a 74. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna feel like I'm completely out of this if I don't see anyone fucking else score in the 70s on anything. Because I'm like, now I need everything to overperform. And I don't think, I'm looking at my list, I'm like, I don't know if anything on my list is going to hit the 90s. So
it's great to get a few. It's great to get a few 90s, but because we're not playing with like a 10 game draft, because we're playing with 20 or 25, whatever it is, 20 or 25, you're going to win based off of how many 80s you get, like games within the 80s. That's going to be the deciding. I'm aware, we're all going to.
If no one else is a 70, I need some 90s.
We're going to have 70s. I guarantee you all of us will have games in the 70s by the end of the year. I guarantee you. We're drafting. We're each, how many is it? 20 or 25?
I'm just saying, I'm looking at Stash's list, and I don't think any of those games are scoring in the 70s.
Yeah, but he's not fully drafted. I get and that's without Stash and myself and you, both of you guys. We still have drops left. Stash already dropped one of his titles, one that he picked on. I don't know if it was draft day.
Code Vein 2. So glad I dropped it.
Yeah, what did that
he drop it?
Come in at?
Like,
you know
74,
what?
I think.
I was looking at it recently. I think it was a few days ago. I was telling Michaela, I said, I was hard on the game, but it's the truth. And I'm curious if other people felt the same way.
Yeah, 73.
Because I never looked after, because I had to move on to the next thing. And then I looked, I'm like, I feel good that other people were on the same page as me and that it wasn't just me. It's like, no, this got some problems.
See, that's the one I should have locked. I feel like I would have known though. I thought, because the first one's decent, I thought the second one would be all right.
Mm-hmm.
But, anyways, all right, guys. Who are we on?
That was just me.
It was just Eric. So, what do you got going on, GameBird? Where can they find you?
Yeah, you guys can find me here at GameBird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I've got a number of videos that I'm working on right now. My next two, I won't spoil them, but I've got a couple of discussion ones that I think would be a lot of fun. And then I still have reviews coming. I'm working on getting a whatchamacallit, Jesus, brain fart. Capture card device. I still don't have one.
Good.
So that's really important. Stash has helped me out like once or twice with that. And I really appreciate it. But I really want to be able to capture my own footage and be able to use that for reviews, especially when I have an idea of like certain things that really stand out to me and that I want to talk to.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out for reviews, but in the more near future, it's going to be a couple discussion videos first.
Nice.
And again, just want to say how honored I am to be the NintenByte champion 2025.
There you go.
You guys are welcome. You're looking at 3 former champions here.
Yeah. That means this might be your year. The circle isn't complete until you win.
Haven't you learned? If there's a competition, I'm losing. I'm ultra competitive. I'm ultra competitive.
Can I give you a tip?
No.
Okay.
I've had enough of your tips.
I was just going to say, go all in on Grand Theft Auto 6 at the awards.
Well, why would I need to be told to go all in on the largest game launch of all time?
Because you're talking to the former champion.
Here we fucking go. thing is, it's not the awards that GTA is up for that we got to worry about. It's all the other awards.
I know. I'm kidding.
Anyways, all right. ThunderStash, what do you got going on?
Well, this should be coming out tomorrow. My review for this.
Oh, the collection, Disney
You can
collection.
hear it, right?
Hell yeah.
The moon theme. It should be coming out tomorrow. I'm working with Disney on this, like together, and it's in the approval stage.
The afternoon collection.
It comes out tomorrow.
Disney's very slow. I worked with them on Disney Speedstorm last year for an ad. Oh my god, it took forever to get approval.
Yeah, it's not just me. It's,
Yeah,
it's.
I'm sure it's not.
I was told that it's everyone who's part of the promotion campaign with them. So we'll see. It should be coming out tomorrow, but regardless, Hunt the Night. Posted my review for that today. Badass game. It's like what my thumbnail says: Zelda meets Bloodborne.
That sounds awesome.
It's
I gotta
really
check out
good.
that
Yeah.
review.
Yeah, it's really good. And guys, for all of you, Under the Island, I reviewed that last week. This game is so good, and it's getting really, really great reviews. And it's very reminiscent of 2D Zelda, but specifically like the Oracle games as far as the puzzles go. It gives me Oracle vibes, which I personally think the puzzles in the Oracle games were top notch. So,
Cool.
yeah, that's what I got. And then obviously, I'm going to be playing Resident Evil 7, 8, and 9. I just got it. It's all ready to go. And I'm also working on Tales of Berseria remastered. And then there's some other games I can't talk about yet. Just stay tuned. Lots of reviews coming. Lots of reviews and little sleep.
Hell yeah.
That's the ThunderStash way.
Yeah.
All right. What do I have going on? Oh, let's see. Same old usually. Obviously news and live streams. I'll be live tomorrow night. That'll be the last stream for my audience watching that you guys can get me to do any sort of alcohol on for a while. Because I have a cleanse coming up. That's part of my weight loss thing. And leading to some other stuff. That doesn't mean that a month from now I can't have a few drinks here and there, but there's obviously some stuff going on as we work towards my surgery goals. I don't know, new program I'm going to be on. So we might not have any booze entering my body for quite some time after Friday. And Friday is the last. We have a friend's birthday party, so we're starting the cleanse on Saturday. So Friday I'll be obviously drinking for the birthday party, but that'll be it then for me. Which is fine, not a big deal. But if you guys want to do some drinky drinks with me, that's tomorrow night. After that, it is what it is. I don't know when it'll be again, nor do I really care, to be honest. It's about my health. This is about getting my surgery.
Yeah,
we can get back to fun times another time. That said, so yeah, tune into that if you want to have some fun with that stuff. Otherwise, that'll be it for a while. And for my content, look, guys, you guys know I just do the news. I'll be live streaming the Pokemon Presents on Friday. So I'll tell you that. Hopefully you see a happy Prime after that event.
I'll tune in for that for sure.
Yeah, hopefully you see a happy, and you'll see a happy Prime if Gen 10 actually piques my interest, like you saw when Legends got revealed and it piqued my interest. I want it to pique my interest. I want to get a Pokemon game.
Is that a 6 a.m. one again?
Yeah.
Or is it?
I think it's 8 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Pacific.
So sick of this 6 a.m. crap.
I'm excited for it though. I'm going to be up early working on reviews anyways, but I'll be tuning in on I'll turn it on the other TV while I'm playing on the projector and have you on for sure. I'm excited.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So I got that going on. Otherwise, just my normal videos, which again, like what's your video about tomorrow? I don't know. Are we to tomorrow yet? I mean, technically, I guess, but I don't know what the news is. We got to get into the day. I usually post news from the same day. So there'll be Famitsu sales because it's Thursday. So that I can tell you that's in there. That's every Thursday. But besides that, I have no idea what the headlines are going to be. We'll have to wait and see when we get there. Thank you, by the way, for people tuning in my video today. I do appreciate it. It was my #1 most watched video out of my last 10. Really excited to see that happen on a more general news video that doesn't have like one headline topic. It's just, hey, just happy to see people tuning in. So thank you guys for being there. Thank you guys for being on this show tonight. We will be back next week, same time, same place, 8 p.m. Central. Our guests next week, let me see. I'll just shout them out here quick. Next week, we have scheduled at the moment Hoops and Hip Hop coming on. Probably going to be giving some of his impressions on Gen 10 and stuff like that. I'm sure we'll have to have that conversation. He's a Pokemon YouTuber. Yep. And Nish Quick Pops, who we have not had on in a very long time. Mm-hmm. I know he wants to give some thoughts on Xenoblade, which we would have, if he was on tonight, we would have made that the fourth topic and we would have talked about that. But I figured he's a huge Xenoblade guy, so I'd love to get his thoughts on also the controversy around that game in terms of the upscaling efforts and some of the anti-aliasing things that some people think isn't a problem, some people think is a problem. Well, hey, he lives and breathes Xenoblade, so he's a great person to talk to about that. So you can kind of figure out what those will be probably two of the topics next week, and then we'll see what else happens between now and then. So we got those people coming on. If you guys are curious, after that we got I think Favlam and Nintendo Land coming on, so you can see Landon come back. And then Sky Sword Alyssa, Professor Noctis, and then I have no idea for that because I have to send out a whole new round of invites. So we'll see who. Now that I actually look at this, I probably should. No, I'll wait till I get to March before I send out the next round of invites. But yeah, so it's gonna be a fun one, guys. And yeah, you could get the podcast everywhere audio podcasts are heard. So you got your Apple, your Google, your Spotify's, all that. I'd appreciate if you guys would ever find it within your capacity, whether you're listening to the audio version or the video version, to go and rate our podcast, whatever you think it deserves to be rated, on wherever you prefer to listen to audio podcasts, because that helps discovery, even if you don't like the show. It helps discovery. So I would appreciate if you guys would go leave those reviews. Be honest. Maybe one of these days we'll take an episode and read some of the reviews that get posted sometimes, because we can sometimes read them. And I would appreciate that as well. So, all right. Check out the Clips channel as well. That's where Eric is posting up all the clips. It's every segment of the show gets its own clip. Our segments are long, but some people prefer like 1 hour podcasts. Well, we have a lot of segments that are an hour. We have some that are 40 minutes. We have some that are 2 hours, but it does segment up the show.
I think we had one last week that was almost 3.
Yeah. Well, that was the Zelda one.
I know it was.
Probably could have found a way to break it up into 2. There was kind of 2 sections to that one. Yeah. But the Zelda memory part could have been its own thing. But it doesn't really matter. It was a lot in one topic. That said, guys, I really hope you enjoy this show. Really happy to see. Surprising, but happy to see Switchforce say, wow, this show is like way better. Yeah, thanks. First off, what does that say about my old show?
I feel like I need to go back and watch an episode.
You watch a few.
Yeah. I'm curious.
What it does say is apparently I just didn't have the right crew together. Apparently Eric's part of that right crew because he's here, and this one just shows better. So
I don't see anything.
Eric,
the problem was Andres Restart and Jake Randall. Yes, that was the problem. You guys are problem child. No, I'm just kidding. No, I know why this show's better. There was a whole reason that. Remember when I said, hey, after they were leaving, that hey, we should reboot the show as something new. Mm-hmm. There was a reason for that. I wanted it to be different then. So like I know about all the decisions that were made to make it different because I made a lot of them, but. Now it's so nice because moving forward, it's all group decisions, and that's what I like. I like group decisions because I don't always have the best ideas. I'm kind of a dumbass sometimes. I'm the guy that forgot the ending to Ocarina of Time. Don't rely on me to make all the tough calls.
Do you ever wish you kicked them off the show rather than them leaving? Do you ever think about that?
No,
you ever feel like I should have fucking
no point that I ever want to kick them off the show. At no point did I ever want to kick
you never felt like being like, well, you can't quit because I don't want you here.
Yeah.
No, my only concern was when they left the show. I was like, are they still gonna talk to me? That was the only concern I had. Like, are you guys still gonna talk to me? Like, I still talk to Andres literally all the time. And Jake, I don't talk to you quite as much because he's kind of busy with his bakery, but I still check in with him once a month, and I'm like, all right, cool. He's still getting people bricked up as always.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Bricked up on muffins, bro.
Dude, I'm afraid if he made me a special muffin if I go back to the Boston area, what? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I trust that I'll have a good time. I'm not going to trust that I want to have that good time. Oh man, let me tell you guys just a little quick story. We went to PAX East last year, which is the only 2 times I've ever met Jake Randall was going to PAX East, and he immediately sees us and he's like, "Hey man, we got to go get some beers and double fist." And I'm like, "I mean, I'll do it, but that's the first thing you see me in. You want to go get some? I get it. Drinking with Prime can be fun, but that's the very first thing we're gonna go do. All right." He likes to have a good time, and no, he doesn't drink all the time. He just likes to have a good time, wants to have fun. And it was fun. And I did double fist, and I did finish the beers. You got to ask me to finish beers, I'll finish them. Eric's the one that he'll finish it, but he won't like it.
Yeah.
Although they had that one. What was that one? Wasn't too bad.
Nah, I don't remember.
It was like a lemonade one or something.
Yeah, I don't remember. It shows you how much it was actually that good.
No, it was just one that I kept making fun of you for drinking a woman's drink.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, dude, I'm the guy that'll go order the strawberry daiquiri at the bar if they make them.
Yeah.
So don't worry about ordering womanly shit.
Yeah.
Dude, shit tastes good.
Yeah.
It's fine to drink something that tastes good.
My favorite thing about the so-called women's drinks is oftentimes like the dude has a beer in his hand, because I used to bartend for like 10 years and I'd seen all the time, oh, you're drinking a pussy drink, you're drinking a women's drink. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, that person like totally doesn't realize that the drink that they're calling a pussy drink is 10 times stronger than your Coors Light. like 10 times stronger.
The daiquiri they gave me has fucking 4 full shots of 40%.
Yeah.
I'm like getting way more fucked up than you are right now in your beer. They just don't even realize what a pussy. I'm like, sorry, I like to get fucked up and enjoy my drink while I'm getting fucked up. The only time that I truly enjoy beer, guys, and I don't know what it is. I think this is just societal. I don't know. After a hard day work outside, doing some sort of manual labor.
It's nice.
I don't know what it is. An ice cold beer just hits different.
Dude, my first trip to Japan was in July. It was 100% humidity. There was nothing more refreshing than cracking open a fresh Asahi or Sapporo or any of the Japanese lagers.
Kirin Light.
Is that? Oh, Kirin. Yeah, Kirin. Absolutely. It was like heavenly. And they do beers out there. You can get the lagers with like the frozen foam swirl on top. So like the foam is like slurpy, but it's like a beer. It is awesome. And you're just like drenched in sweat. And it's wild. All the people there, none of them are sweating, and the men are in like suits with briefcases with like no sweat, and I'm just like a dog, and they're looking at me thinking I'm a dirty gaijin.
Yeah, dirty American.
I will say I was surprised I haven't done like the sake bomb things until Stash and I were at the restaurant.
I was shocked you hadn't done that. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I had heard of them, but I've just never done one.
Did you like them?
Yeah, I do. How like 20 plus of them or something. I did a lot.
Holy crap!
We had a lot. Stash had a lot too. I had a little bit more than him because I think I ordered one size larger or something, but it didn't matter. Stash went all the way with me. He just started half shotting it towards the end to stick with me, but it was a lot.
Cheersing.
Yeah, we were cheersing
games that we need to come out.
Yeah, we want to come back. Yep. So it was good times. It was good times. Probably end up doing it again sometime. God, that was fun. I'm gonna keep that as a Stash special.
Yeah, I'll do it again
for you. That was fun.
Do it again this year at PAX West.
Yep, PAX West. Hopefully with Birdman out with us this time.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeez,
that was the one missing ingredient.
It haunts me, like, you know, I don't want to make this super long-winded, but like that actually haunted me when I was making the vlog. Like it was like a sore spot for me. I'm not gonna lie.
It was a really
Piece of
fun
the story.
Yeah, because I know as much of the night as like everyone in the crowd, or everyone in our audience. Like we know the same. We experienced the same, other than me editing the footage. But yeah. So rain or shine, I will be there in the action this time.
Yeah, I know Yuli and I talked about trying to maybe go a little earlier, so we have a couple days where maybe we could chill and hang out a bit before we
just
get to work.
We just talked about the same thing. Michaela just got her days off approved a few days ago, and she wants to do the same thing. So.
Yeah, because like we had so much fun hanging out, but like it was always rushed or at the end of the day when we're tired.
Same. Yeah.
Like we thought it might be cool, even if it's just a
Wednesday
day
or something like that.
Even if it's just a day, whatever. And then that could be also the drinking night. Not that we won't have other drink nights. Like there was the one event that we went to that we all had drinks at too.
The mix.
Yeah, the mix. That was fun.
I like
Yeah, they're doing it again.
Yeah, they're probably gonna do that every year. So
yep.
That
They're
was
doing
fun.
it right now. At I just got an invite. They're doing it in San Francisco.
Yep.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. I told them we'll be there though. So I will not be going, but we'll be there for sure in Seattle. So
yep, Seattle it is. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you same time next week. Peace out, everyone.
Good night.
Cheers.